Full-time, Oxford 1, Middlesbrough 1.
Third place Stoke had dropped points as well. Julia Bold.
It's finished Leicester 2, Stoke 1, and Steffi Mavidi opened up the goal scoring today, and then also Patson Daka doubled it ahead of the break, but it was after the restart. Stoke got one back and gave themselves some hope. John Ho headed it down at the far post, but then he struggled to find the back of the net again despite numerous chances. It's been bad weather, bad tempered, and Stoke have lost ground in the promotion chase. It's Leicester 2, Stoke 1.
Another side to lose ground at Hull, Rich Wolfenden.
QPR 3, Hull 2. The Hoops winless run ends in the rain, hail and sleet. We've had it all in West London. Roman Burrell scored the third after QPR went behind twice in this one. QPR, though, they climb up the table. Hull miss out on an opportunity to get a foothold in the playoff places. Final score, QPR 3, Hull 2.
Important win for Portsmouth this afternoon. Paul Scott.
Yes, much needed. They've seen off 10-man Millwall by 3-1. A 25-yard pile driver from Zach Swanson sent them on their way. Captain Kramer with an own goal at the start of the second half made it 2-0. The Lions' task then got harder when Joe Bryan saw red. They did pull one back through Ivanovic, but Williams sealed the deal late on with a fine solo effort. Millwall now 4 without a win. Pompey 3, Millwall 1.
Goals and drama everywhere this afternoon, and then there's Ipswich Wrexham. Mark Webber.
Indeed, Ipswich 0, Wrexham 0. Ipswich boxer Fabio Wardley became a world champion this week. Maybe he needs to teach the football club how to land a punch, because Ipswich had 8 shots on target to none for Wrexham, but none of them went in the goal. A fine point for Wrexham, who were happy to see if they could sneak one. They couldn't in the end. That's why it's Ipswich 0, Wrexham 0.
Jeez, Norwich, Shojo Saka.
Oh my word. Birmingham 4, Norwich City 1. 2 goals each for Marvin Duksh and Jay Stansfield, giving Birmingham City a deserved win as they celebrate their 150th anniversary as a club. They could have had more. Matthias Kvistgaarden scored a third for Norwich for a third game in a row, but they've still not won a football match since August. A really tough start for new manager Philippe Clement. Birmingham 4, Norwich 1.
Watford 2-0 down at Derby after 55 minutes, 2-1 down with 85 minutes gone, and Ido Kayemba scored twice for them, one of them a penalty, and it's finished Derby 2, Watford 3. Brings to an end Derby's run of 5 straight wins. In League One, leaders Lincoln have been beaten at Wickham by 3-2. Our featured game this afternoon, 4th against 3rd, Bolton against Bradford. Naz Premji.
Bolton Wanderers 0, Bradford City 0, a point apiece, and Bolton will be disappointed with that. They dominated this game for long spells, and Mario Cozy-Dubry had a super game, creating and having many chances. Bradford pretty poor. It's finished Bolton Wanderers 0, Bradford City 0.
Cardiff are the new leaders of League One. They've won 3-1 at Northampton this afternoon. Walsall are the leaders of League Two. They won 2-0 at Harrogate at lunchtime, and Swindon were held in a 3:00 game. Jacob Coleshaw.
Swindon 2, Grimsby 2. Swindon failed to reclaim top spot in League 2 after a first half of 2 halves. The hosts scoring twice in 13 minutes through Palmer and Bodenful. Grimsby came from 2 down to earn a point. Green and then the captain rose from the spot, which takes them to 9th. Swindon stays 2nd. Swindon 2, Grimsby 2.
Scottish Premiership leaders Hearts play tomorrow. Celtic play at 8:00 at St Mirren. Rangers have squeaked home this afternoon against Livingston. Crenny Crawford.
Yeah, Rangers 2, Livingston 1. Hardly the free-flowing goal fest Rangers fans hope for at home to the team at the bottom of the table, but the hosts got there eventually to make it 4 wins from 4 league games for Danny Rose since taking over Ibrox. Emmanuel Fernandez and Mo Diomande with the goals for Rangers despite Tete Yengi's equaliser. Rangers 2, Livingston 1.
And to the Rugby Union, Wales, New Zealand, Owain Gwyneth.
Wales 26, New Zealand 52. An expected defeat for Wales as a much changed All Black side, making 34 consecutive wins against the Welshmen. The visitors were just too powerful all over the park, scoring 7 tries. Notes for Wales winger Tom Rogers scoring a hat-trick, but Wales just not good enough today. Wales 26, New Zealand 25.
Ireland, South Africa next up. That is at 5:40, and you can listen to it on Sports Extra. Good afternoon, I'm Mark Chapman. You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Live at 4 minutes past 5, and this is Sports Report. Forest condemn Liverpool to their 6th defeat in 7 Premier League games.
And the loose ball is put in by Morgan Gibbs-White to surely wrap up the 3 points. What a day for Forest, but the reigning champions have been humbled at home. Liverpool 0, Nottingham Forest 3.
Crystal Palace have gone fourth after a 2-0 win at Wolves in Rob Edwards' first game in charge. Brighton are fifth after a 2-1 win over Brentford, who miss a late penalty. Bournemouth come from 2 down to draw 2-2 with West Ham. Chelsea win 2-0 at Burnley. Fulham beat Sunderland 1-0. In half an hour, it's Newcastle Manchester City. Conor McNamara.
Newcastle have only had 3 Premier League wins all season. Eddie Howe changes 3 of his back 4 today against the Premier League's most potent attack, with Erling Haaland needing 1 more to hit 100 goals in fewer games than anyone else in Premier League history.
The Championship leaders Coventry come from 2-0 down to beat 10-man West Brom 3-2. Middlesbrough in second, draw. Stoke in third, lose. Southampton earlier hammer Charlton 5-1. They were 4-0 up after 22 minutes. In League One, Cardiff go top after the leaders Lincoln lose 3-2 at Wickham. A 2-0 win for Walsall at Harrogate takes them top of League Two. Swindon could only draw with Grimsby. Rangers beat Livingston 2-1 in the Scottish Premiership. Celtic face St Mirren tonight at 8 o'clock. Elsewhere, England thrashed in Perth. They lose the first 2-day Ashes test for over a century. In rugby union, New Zealand beat Wales by 52 points to 26. Ireland host South Africa at 5:40. Commentary on Sports Extra. I will give you all the day's football scores between now and kick-off at St James's Park, and you will get plenty of reaction as well. Let's start with the Premier League. Burnley 0, Chelsea 2 at lunchtime, and then at 3 o'clock, Bournemouth 2, West Ham 2, Brighton 2, Brentford 1, Fulham 1, Sunderland 0, Liverpool 0, Nottingham Forest 3, Wolves 0, Crystal Palace 2. And we start at Anfield, where all the attention will be on another defeat for Liverpool, but Nottingham Forest, Ian Dennis, were dominant.
Absolutely, Mark. It was a faultless Forest performance. Arne Slot suffered his heaviest league defeat at home as Liverpool manager, and many may point to Liverpool's frailties, but that would be a disservice to Forest, who were quite magnificent. And there were so many standout performers, notably Murillo, Milinkovic and Anderson, who denied McAllister with a goal-bound shot early on in the game that I thought epitomised the spirit of Forest. Murillo also deflected a Szoboszlai shot. A misfiring Liverpool struggled to create many more chances. Forest, though, were ruthless. Murillo buried his opportunity just past the half hour. Jesus had a goal disallowed shortly afterwards. Savona stunned the home side just after the restart, and Gibbs-White sealed the win 12 minutes from time as they registered back-to-back league wins at Anfield for the first time in 62 years.
Paul Robinson was alongside Ian. I wonder whether that's the biggest contrast between the two teams, and that's defensively.
Absolutely, defensively as a unit. I think from Arne Slot's point of view, you wonder how often he watches a game from on high, because Liverpool looks so unbalanced without a natural right back, with Szoboszlai and Curtis Jones playing in there. They were so unbalanced. There was opportunities for Nottingham Forest on the counter-attack quite often. The amount of attacking players that Liverpool had on the pitch. Obviously Mohamed Salah is going to play on the right-hand side, but the others, Isak, Curtis Jones was in behind him, Gakpo, when he came on, Ekitike, Chiesa. There was no kind of understanding between any of them. You know, Liverpool gone by, we watched them, they're so fluid in the movement, they're so crisp and quick in their passing, they press high, they win the ball back, and all the passing in the final third is precise, it's quick, and everything is done at a tempo. But at the moment I'm watching a Liverpool team who like rotating possession. They keep possession for possession's sake at time, and when you're a team that are lacking confidence, players are not wanting to put the ball at risk. Nobody wants to be that man that plays the last pass, that gives the ball away, gives possession away. And they're a side that are struggling at the moment, and the body language of the players, they didn't have the answers when Nottingham Forest went one ahead. From the time when Nottingham Forest went 1 goal ahead, granted you look at the possession Liverpool had, but they didn't do anything with the possession. Matt Sell's got a clean sheet, and it's going to be one of the easiest clean sheets that the Nottingham Forest goalkeeper will pick up, and it's here at Anfield.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Ian. We'll do the rest of the Premier League very shortly, but there are 2 big sports stories today. The first is that win for Nottingham Forest. The second is England's astonishing 2-day defeat in the first test in Perth earlier. Australia winning by 8 wickets. They had a target of 205. They reached it in just 28.2 overs, helped by a superb century from Travis Head. We're going to talk to former England coach Paul Farbrace in a minute after we hear from former England captain Michael Vaughan.
This England side at the worst possible time, where they've had the best team for the conditions here in Perth. everyone fit. The paces yesterday afternoon were absolutely outstanding. The batters have made exactly the same mistakes that they made in 2023, and that's unexcusable. The batting in the first innings wasn't good enough. Primarily, all the batting lineup have gone out there and gone, do you know what, we're going to play baseball on these massive acreage fields against some decent and it was, by the way, Cummins and Hazelwood haven't played this week. The conditions have been perfect for England. No Cummins Hazelwood, not boiling hot. They've got a 5-man attack that's outstanding for this pitch, and the batters have completely let the team down.
So more from Michael Vaughan on the TMS podcast. You can hear from Brendan McCullum on there, Ben Stokes on there, Glenn McGrath as well, Travis Head after that fantastic century. The former England head coach Paul Farbrace has been watching Brighton Brentford this afternoon. So let's have a quick word with him from the Amex. I'll give you the Premier League table very shortly. Is it fine margins, Paul, or can you understand the criticism that's being heaped on England?
No, look, you can understand it, Mark. The batting, I mean, hearing Vaughan talking about the same mistakes from 2 years ago, but the same mistakes yesterday. You know, the batters gave their wickets away, and they gave them away in the second innings. And if you don't bat for more than 70 overs in the Test match, you've got no chance of winning it. And the bowling was so good in the first innings. England got themselves back from a horrible position to a fantastic position. 40-run lead going into that. Lunchtime on day 2, you're 100 runs ahead, 9 wickets in hand. All you've got to do is bat a session. You bat one session and you kill the game. But England just didn't give themselves a chance. And the dismissals are, you know, they're woeful. They really, really are woeful. And there's no excuse. I mean, you know, if you get genuinely got out by a good ball, okay, fair enough, you can say, you know, that's a great ball. But how many of our batters have genuinely been got out in the 20 wickets we've lost?
The second test is a pink ball test in Brisbane, so it's a day-nighter. There is a pink ball warm-up match. England Lions have that against an Australian 11. Ben Stokes told Jonathan Agnew that the England batsmen won't be in that. They're not going to change their approach. Would you be thinking some of them should go and play in that?
Well, look, I think the one thing that Ben was adamant about, they're not going to change. They've had their plan of how they're going to approach this series now for quite some time. And in many ways, you know, I know a lot of people will be shouting at the radio and they listened to him earlier saying, well, they should be playing. Of course they should be. And Agger's, you know, his reason was, why wouldn't you want to play? And it makes absolute sense to so many people, the England batters, to go and bat against the pink ball, which is a very different prospect, under lights. And it seems to be a very obvious thing to do. But actually, in many ways, I admire Ben for saying, no, we're not going to just bow to, you know, the public thought and some former greats of the game. I won't call them has-beens, and their views on what England should do. But, you know, he's saying, no, we're not going to bow down to that. We're going to do what we set out to do. That's our plan. Now, if they win the test in Brisbane, which they're more than capable of, they're far more than capable of winning that test match, because it will be a tough test match, and we've got a fantastic bowling attack for that surface. What we've got to do is make sure we score runs, and that's the one thing we have to do. If we lose the test in Brisbane, then he knows, and McCullum know, they're being left wide open to the criticism that will follow if they're not being seen to being prepared properly. But look, they think that they're preparing properly. They think they know what they're doing, and you have to say that, you know, that they haven't done too badly. Today it is a horrendous afternoon and evening, but the one thing we mustn't miss in this, Mark, is that innings from Travis Head is one of the best innings you will see in an Ashes test match at any stage. That was a phenomenal innings, and he showed everybody else how to play the game.
And you can watch that on the iPlayer right now. Paul, for the time being, thank you very much. England coach Paul Farbrace, he'll be with us on Monday night on 5 Live Cricket as well. And that TMS podcast is available to listen to now. Wayne Rooney, part of the Match of the Day team tonight, 10:20 on BBC One. I know you've watched Liverpool Nottingham Forest. We were just saying to Paul Robinson before I spoke to Paul Farbrace, such a contrast between the two teams defensively, no?
Yeah, there was. I think Forest were outstanding defensively. I think they're putting the bodies on the line and they were organised. I think we know that's what you're going to get from a Sean Dyche team, but they're really organised and then effective on the break as well, and caused Liverpool big problems with it.
Well, they really didn't look in much trouble, did they? And they could have had more, to be honest.
No, they did. Well, I think early on, Liverpool had a couple of good chances, and Anderson got a couple of excellent blocks in. But after that, once Forest got the first goal, they didn't seem to have any answers, and Forest looked comfortable.
You watched Burnley and Chelsea as well. Chelsea sort of withstood the first 15 minutes, didn't they? And then they were comfortable, really.
Yeah, they was, and I think Burnley lacked a little bit of intensity, I thought. They let the Chelsea centre-back stay on the ball and walk on the ball, and they didn't really get about them. So, yeah, it was quite comfortable for Chelsea.
All right, see you later. Thank you.
Bye.
Cheers. Wayne Rooney and Rob Green. Match of the day, 10:20 tonight on BBC One. New manager in charge of Wolves this afternoon. They've been beaten 2-0 at home, though, by Crystal Palace. Here on Sports Report, Pat Murphy.
For an hour, Wolves, like Dickens's Mr. Micawber, could hope for something to turn up. Although there was a fair amount of miskicking in their defence, reminiscent of a table football game, as Rob Edwards gestured to calm down. And Gomez's low free kick, saved by the legs of Henderson, was a warning to Palace. But their higher ceiling of talent proved decisive, especially the brilliant Spaniard Pino in midfield. Eventually, Palace were 2 up inside 5 minutes on the hour, both emphatic finishes from Munoz and Pino. For Wolves, it was a case of fingers in too many dikes, but at least there was none of the fatalism of recent matches. The club motto is out of darkness cometh light, and if Rob Edwards can turn this listing tanker around, he should be manager of the year.
Pat, thank you and happy retirement.
Thanks, Mark. Always leave a party before they start hoovering around your ankles.
Pat Murphy on Sports Report for the final time. If you missed it earlier, after 51 years at the BBC, after 44 years in radio sport, Pat has decided to retire with no fuss, and so at the end of that we say thank you, Pat Murphy. To Brighton, Chris Coles.
They've beaten Brentford 2-1. They always seem to find a way at the Amex to Brighton, even when not at their best, even when the opponents have a stoppage time penalty to equalise with a minute to play. Igor Thiago's spot kick is second of the game, saved by Bart Verbruggen. Brentford have struggled away this season, but the inhibition they've often played with on their travels, not evident early on. Igor Thiago's successful first penalty to give Brentford a deserved half-time lead, but they faded in the second. Danny Welbeck missed a glorious chance to equalise before he did, with a much harder chance, a superbly cushioned half volley into the corner. Jack Hinchelwood then off the bench to score himself before the Verbruggen heroics. Brighton's impressive home record intact. Brentford's away struggles continue.
Let me give you the table then with Palace fourth and Brighton fifth. So Arsenal play tomorrow against Spurs. They've got 26. Everybody's played 12 unless I say otherwise. So Arsenal have played 11. Chelsea have 23. Manchester City 22 from 11. Palace 20. Brighton 19. Sunderland 19. Bournemouth 19. Spurs and Villa have 18 from 11, as do Manchester United. That's the top half. Bottom half to come after Sean Dyche live on Sports Report from Anfield with Gary Flintoff.
Thank you, Mark. Sean, thank you for your patience. Go on then. Put that victory into words for me.
Well, so, of course, it's very pleasing. Massive credit to the players. They've taken a lot, and I've said it week after week, but I mean it. I reminded them of that. I said, look, we're working very hard on the training pitch, but it's down to you. You know, we can only guide you in the right direction and what we think is the right direction. You can't get it right all the time. It's a brilliant business of hindsight, real genius is with hindsight, but trying to get it right before the whistle blows. And we did today, but I must give them credit. I thought the first 15 minutes we've had to defend fantastically well to keep a clean sheet. Matt's playing very well in goal. The two centre-halves, Nico Williams particularly, that four. Amongst others, I mean, you know, there's so many good performances, but teamship performances, and that's important over a season. You know, there's other days when, you know, I think we could play with real quality. I thought we showed that against Porto. I thought we showed it against Leeds. And sometimes you've got to play with a teamship and a belief in what you're doing as a collective, and I thought that was on show massively today.
It is indeed a day of celebration for you, but I do just wonder, should you have had another goal?
Well, look, I mean, I'm frustrated because I've seen it back, and they were talking about where the ball hits you on the body, and they were talking about the arm and the sleeve and all that. I'm bound to say it, but it looks like a goal to me. I think they've done well to even find and spot it, if you ask me. But look, I mean, we get frustrated. I'm more frustrated that my assistant gets yellow carded because we're in a technical area that's, you know, 8 feet by 6 feet. I don't know where we're meant to do our business. No, but think about it. They go, you can't get off as anyone else. I said to the fourth, I went, where do you want us to work then? We're working. You know, I don't understand this rule. I think it's got to change. You know, some of these grounds, Goodison was the same. Obviously, they moved into the new stadium. This place, you know, it's a small technical. Where are we meant to go? So I find that frustrating today, but it's a very small gripe, I must make that clear. No, that's what I'm like, you know, but that doesn't change the whole city. Well, actually, it might do. but there's no guarantees. We've got a lot of work to do, but that's really, really good work from the players, but mainly on the training pitch and the attitude towards what we're trying to do, and then show it in a game is obviously the end product we were looking for.
And to be out the bottom three, what does that mean?
Yeah, I mean, it's a big shift from when we went in here, or got in here, sorry, and you know, the players deserve it, and the fans as well, because they've backed us, certainly since I've been in here. I can't question them before that, I can only question my time. They've accepted us straight away, it seems. Obviously, we've got a history, all of us, with the club, and the other two lads more than me, Stoney and Woney, but, you know, look, you've got to get results. You know, fans, it doesn't half lock it together better when you get results, trust me. But I think there's a belief in what we're doing, and I'm really pleased with that at this early stage. I think the players are showing that in what they're delivering on the pitch.
Enjoy your night. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
And that defeat for Liverpool drops them into the bottom half. They have 18, Brentford have 16, Everton 15 from 11, Fulham 14, Newcastle 12 from 11, Forest have 12, West Ham have 11, Leeds 11 from 11, Burnley 10 and Wolves 2. We will go next to Bournemouth, West Ham. So hey.
Yeah, and Bournemouth, Mark, they looked miserable when they trudged off at half-time, trailing by 2 goals scored by their former player Callum Wilson. But little did they know they'd be given a helping hand by the West Ham manager Nuno Espirito Santo. He decided at 2-0 and after 52 minutes to bring off Callum Wilson and hand the attacking initiative to Bournemouth, and they capitalised. The first came from Marcus Tavernier via the penalty spot, with Enis Unal grabbing the equaliser. Bournemouth then, they had another 3 very good chances to score the winning goal, but they'll be thankful to the West Ham manager for handing them a lifeline.
Big late win for Fulham this afternoon, watched by Charlie Slater.
How grateful Marco Silva will be for the comforts of home. Over 90% of their Premier League points have been won here this season, but boy did they have to work for it today against a stubborn Sunderland side who proved so tough to break down. The goal finally came in the 84th minute, scored by their talisman Raul Jimenez, a real striker's goal, who gambled on an inviting cross from substitute Samuel Chukwueze. For Fulham, it's a precious 3 points after 5 defeats in 6. For Sunderland, a first defeat since early October as their 4-match unbeaten run ends in West London.
Pedro Neto and Enzo Fernandez got the Chelsea goals in a 2-0 win at Burnley. Here's Enzo Maresca.
I think we need this kind of win after the international break, 12 o'clock in the morning, Burnley away, this type of pitch, small pitch, it's complicated. So very happy with the result and with the performance.
With all that in mind, did you feel you were a little bit slow to get going, or was it just a game of patience?
No, I think they defended very well. They didn't give us many spaces to attack, so it's complicated.
Enzo Maresca with Guy Mowbray. In the Championship today at lunchtime, Bristol City 3, Swansea 0, Charlton 1, Southampton 5. All those goals in the first half. Coventry came from 2 down to beat 10-man West Brom 3-2. Birmingham 4, Norwich 1. Norwich losing their first game under new manager Philippe Clement. Watford scored twice in the last 5 minutes to win 3-2 at Derby. Goalless between Ipswich and Wrexham. Leicester 2, Stoke 1. Oxford 1, Middlesbrough 1. Portsmouth beat 10-man Millwall 3-1. QPR 3, Hull 2. So Coventry 7 points clear at the top of the table. They have 37, Middlesbrough have 30, Stoke 27, Bristol City 26, Preston 26. They were beaten last night at home by Blackburn. Hull have the final playoff place on goal difference from Millwall. Both sides have 25 points. Sheffield Wednesday prop up everybody else on -4. Norwich have 9. Sheffield United have 10. It is the Sheffield derby tomorrow at Hillsborough. Wednesday at home to United. Let's hear from the Leaders manager. Here is Frank Lampard.
Great game too, especially when the whistle goes at the end. It was tough because of the 2 goals. I thought we played pretty well first half, but 2 big mistakes that we don't generally make in terms of our defensive structure and allowing them to score in the 6-yard box. But the feeling of the team to keep going, to keep playing well, to move the ball well, to get our goal before half-time, which really helped in terms of belief. And then second half, great.
43 goals in 16 games. You must be really enjoying this.
I am. I'm enjoying it. It's great. To be winning a lot of games, to be scoring like that. It's not always the case in football, and it's not me, wallowing in it. But it's enjoyable to come to work with a good group of players, and hopefully showing good football to the fans. And there's a great connection at the place. So, I'll be the first to keep my feet on the ground. We've got to keep working. We've got to keep this feeling, and if we can, then we've got real potential to do something.
We'll give you the other football scores very shortly. Autumn internationals conclude over this weekend. Let's start at the Principality Stadium, where Owain Gwynedd has seen Wales lose to New Zealand.
Yeah, Wales 26, New Zealand 52. A result many expected here in Wales. It was a much changed All Black side, making it 35 consecutive wins against the Welshmen, a record stretching back to 1953. The visitors were just too powerful all over the park as they scored 7 tries. And even though New Zealand probably had a couple of other gears within them, this was a spirited performance by Wales, and they were in the fight right into the second half. And they dared to dream for a few minutes with Tom Rogers crossing for a hat-trick, but Rico Ioannis scored 10 minutes later, squashed those thoughts of a fight back. Rhys Amis scored a consolation try. Wales are improving, scoring tries. It's the defensive side they need to improve on further, especially their physicality and discipline. Talking about discipline and physicality, South Africa in town next week. Wales 26, New Zealand 52.
And they're in Dublin today. Chris Jones.
Yeah, they may be one of the most dominant sides of all time, this South African outfit, Mark, but they've never won here in Dublin under their all-conquering boss, Rassie Erasmus. You've got to go back to 2012 for the last time they stormed the Aviva. Ireland have had the edge, winning 4 of the last 5, but Ireland are the underdogs here against this South African outfit that have won back-to-back World Cups and back-to-back rugby championships. A defining game for Ireland's autumn, you feel. Win, and they'll show there is a lot of life left in this group of players, but lose, and the same questions could keep being asked of Andy Farrell about the evolution of the side and the future of it, looking ahead to the next World Cup. 15 minutes to go, should be great.
Sports Extra, if you want to listen to that. In the lunchtime game in League One, Plymouth moved off the bottom of the table with a 1-0 win at Port Vale. At 3 o'clock, AFC Wimbledon 1, Wigan 2. Barnsley thrashed Luton 5-0. Goalless between Bolton and Bradford. Leyton Orient were down to 10 and drew 1-1 at home to Blackpool. Mansfield 1, Huddersfield 3. Northampton 1, Cardiff 3. Reading 1, Rotherham 1. Goalless between Stevenage and Doncaster. Wickham beat Lincoln 3-2. So that defeat for Lincoln knocks them off the top of the table. Cardiff go top with that win at Northampton. They have 29. Then Bradford, Lincoln and Stockport all have 28. Bolton and Stevenage complete the playoff places. They both have 27, although Stevenage have played 2 games fewer than most of the sides around them. Port Vale dropped to the bottom after that defeat to Plymouth. They have 14. Plymouth have 16. Blackpool and Peterborough also have 16, and they complete the bottom 4. In League Two, at lunchtime, Gillingham 1, Barnet 1, and Walsall 2, Harrogate 0. Then at 3 o'clock, Barrow 0, Cambridge 2, Bromley 2, Salford 0, Cheltenham 1, Bristol Rovers 0, Crawley 1, Accrington 1, Crewe 3, Chesterfield 3, Fleetwood were down to 10, but they beat Shrewsbury 3-1, Notts County 1, Colchester 3, Oldham 3, Newport 0, so Christian Fuchs losing his first match in charge of Newport. Swindon 2, Grimsby 2, and Tranmere 2, 10-man MK Dons 2. Walsall go to the top after that win, and Swindon could only draw. They have 32. Swindon 31. Bromley have 30. MK Dons on 28. Notts County and Chesterfield on 28. And Gillingham on 27 complete the playoff places. Newport on 11 and Harrogate now on 15 are the bottom 2. In the National League, Aldershot 1, Woking 2, Tamworth 1, Rochdale 2 at lunchtime, Brackley 2, York 3, Eastleigh 0, Hartlepool 2, Halifax 3, Solihull Moors 0, Gateshead 0, Boreham Wood 3, and Boreham Wood were down to 10 in that game from half-time. Morecambe 0, Yeovil 0, Scunthorpe 1, Braintree 1, Southend 3, Altrincham 0, Truro 2, Sutton 3, and Wealdstone 1, Forest Green Rovers 1. Rochdale, top of the table in the National League, a point clear of York and Forest Green Rovers, and they have 2 games in hand on those sides as well. In the Scottish Premiership, Dundee United 0, Falkirk 3, Hibs 2, Dundee 0. Kilmarnock 1, Motherwell 3, Rangers 2, Livingston 1. St Mirren Celtic is an 8 o'clock kickoff. So Hearts, who play tomorrow, still have that 7-point lead over Celtic. Livingston remain bottom of the table. They have 8 points. Dundee above them. They have 9 after that defeat at Hibs. In the Scottish Championship, Airdrieonians 0, Ayr 1, Arbroath 0, Wraith 0, Dunfermline 1, Morton 0, and second place Partick beat leaders St Johnstone 2-1. In League One, Cove Rangers 0, Alloa 0, Hamilton 3, Kelty Hearts 1, Montrose 2, East 5-1, Peterhead 1, Stenhouse Muir 4. So they go level on points at the top with Inverness. Inverness kick off in about a minute's time at home to Queen of the South. And in League 2, Clyde beat Annan 1-0, Dumbarton 1, Forfar 1, East Kilbride 1, Edinburgh City 1. Leaders Spartans were beaten 4-0 at home by Stranraer, but they remain top of the table. Stirling 1, Elgin 1. In the Northern Irish Premiership, Ballymena 2, Crusaders 2, Bangor 0, Linfield 1, Carrick Rangers 1, Portadown 2, Cliftonville 1, Coleraine 0. And in the Women's League Cup, earlier it finished Nottingham Forest 0, Manchester City 2. They are just underway at St James's Park. Newcastle against Manchester City. Here are Conor McNamara and Jonathan Woodgate.
Thanks very much, Mark. Yes, we're just underway under the bright floodlights, under the dark, inky skies. Evenings like this, which St James's Park really relishes, and an early chance, and a Harvey Barnes shot is saved by Donnarumma after Joe Linton went and clattered into Phil Foden, who received a short pass on the edge of his own penalty area. A hungry Joe Linton pounced one it off him, and Harvey Barnes tried to tuck it into the bottom corner, and Donnarumma forced it to a save inside 40 seconds, Jonathan.
Yeah, that's the press that Newcastle will be doing all game against Man City. If they try to play out like that, we'll pounce on it. The three in midfield will be all over it.
Nights like this, that this stadium so comes into its own. Dark already at kick-off. Buzz about the crowd, bit of a hunger from Newcastle to make an impact. They know they're better than recent results. Hall sends a pass just fractionally too far in front of Harvey Barnes, and it rolls through to Donnarumma. But this very early stages is a promising start from any House team. As City are calling the ball again to Gianni Reinders, tackled by Hall. Down goes Nico Gonzalez. Referee blows the whistle. Free kick to Manchester City. City who haven't put two passes together yet, and Newcastle trying to make it as uncomfortable as they can. Cold evening here. As City get off the team bus, you can see a few shivers, and Newcastle don't want them to warm up into this atmosphere. And old Doku's made a mistake now, just about remedies it. But City have had a strange start here by their consistent standards. They've given the ball away again.
Yeah, you can see Newcastle going man to man, really aggressive, with them not taking a step back. But if Man City can play through it, they'll have a chance.
There's the Groves, the first misplaced Newcastle pass. Haaland is in, tries to flick it around Pope, who came out of the penalty area, and it ends up 7 or 8 yards wide of the target. Not quite sure what Erling Haaland was trying to do there. Keeper came storming out towards him. He wouldn't have been able to handle the ball out there, Nick Pope. And Haaland, rather than sort of bring it around the keeper, tried to kick it over him. But by his exalted standards, that's a very strange attempt from Erling Haaland.
That's a huge chance for Haaland, a huge chance. You'd expect him to score. It was better than a Newcastle chance early on. 2 chances early on in the game. What's gone 3 minutes?
It bodes well, Jonathan, for the next couple of hours here. This could be fun. Bright start to the game. 5 live BBC sounds. We're on the BBC Sport website and app as well. Newcastle United 0, Manchester City 0. City unchanged for the 3rd Premier League game in a row. Newcastle making 3 alterations from their last game, the defeat against Brentford. All 3 are defenders, Livramento and Hall in as fullbacks. Fabian Schär in alongside Malik Chow at the heart of the defence. City's tall Donnarumma, who conceded 4 goals the last time he played here. That was for Paris Saint-Germain against Newcastle in the Champions League 2 seasons ago. And he's forced to kick it long here. Long searching over the halfway line. Bruno Guimaraes is underneath it, but his header goes straight to Riyad Cherki. And then immediately Fabian Schär lunges in on him and sends the ball back into the Manchester City half of the field. So Newcastle line up with Nick Pope in goal. It's the 350th appearance of his senior club career. Back four of Livramento, Chow, Schär and Hall. 3 in midfield is strong. Bruno Guimaraes, Tonali and Joe Linton. And the front 3, Jacob Murphy and Harvey Barnes, either side of Nick Voltemade. For City, Donnarumma the keeper behind an unchanged back 4. Mateus Nunes, Ruben Diaz, Josko Gvardiol and Nico O'Reilly. The 3 in midfield are Bernardo Silva, Nico Gonzalez and Phil Foden. And then Riyad Cherki and Jeremy Doku in support of Erling Haaland up top. Haaland, who's hoping to get his 100th Premier League goal today. If he does, it'll be in 109 Premier League games, which will be far faster than anyone else in the Premier League era. And I am keen to stress in the Premier League era, because if you go back in the history of top flight football, it has been done quicker. More of that and none, because O'Reilly's coming forward for City here, played for England in the week, gives it to Doku on the left hand side. Doku's right foot across, looking for Foden, comes off at Joe Linton. There's a few appeals from City fans, it might have been a handball. Walter Mann is caught in possession. 20 yards outside his penalty area, so City get it back in an attacking zone. But this is Joe Linton sweeping across, regains control, gives it to Bruno Guimaraes, into the feet of Tonali. No space for him. Doku slides in, but Tonali is as strong as granite as he rides the challenge and brings possession into the City half. Hall is caught on the ball by Mateus Nunes, and it's a real feisty start to the game in the terms of challenges and both teams not allowing each other to breathe.
The team out of possession's really looking to lock onto their opponent, especially early on. They try to do it. It's when Manchester City get the ball on the halfway line, Newcastle drop into a 4-5-1 system, really compact in between the lines, and that's what Man City are trying to exploit. They're trying to get in between the lines, they're trying to get forward and in between the lines.
Great of Jonathan Woodgate alongside us today here on 5 Live as Cherky rolls it into the penalty area. Haaland, angle is tight, tries to pull it back, and Livramento inside the 6-yard box has no choice but to put it out for a corner kick. First corner of the game for Manchester City on the left-hand side. Haaland, who sometimes is slow to get involved in games. I mean, he often only needs a few touches, but that's twice now he's been in attacking positions of play, and City prepared to take the corner on the left-hand side. Newcastle have everyone back to defend this. No tall presence of big Dan Burn today, remember. He's suspended after that red card against Brentford before the international break. Here comes the delivery. Cherky sends it in, there's pushing, but I think it was pushing before the kick was taken. Let's see, referee wants to talk to players. I think this is going to be retaken, and that's why there's a few groans from Newcastle fans who thought there might have been some respite for this particular City attack.
I think he goes down a bit too easy. It's a tiny little shove, he just goes down too easy, which all players do these days. I think it's what players do these days, don't they? They just go down with a little shove.
Ruben Diaz and Fabian Schär, the two who tangled, and Schär, who's big and tough, he's well able to stay at his feet if he wanted to. He rather dramatically fell into his goal mouth there. Anyway, referee has told them to stamp that out, and he's going to get the Manchester City corner to be taken again. And Cherky more elevated this time. Joe Linton, the front post, headed straight up into the air, and it goes out for a second Manchester City corner in succession. Interesting day in the Premier League already, with plenty eyebrow-raising scorelines. From a Manchester City point of view, if they win today, they move a point behind Arsenal, who play tomorrow against Spurs in the North London derby. Cherky, corner comes back out to him this third time, and he shoots right-footed towards the near post, well held into the gloves of Nick Pope.
When he comes in on that right foot, Cherky twists, turns, little step over. I thought he was going to nestle in the back of the net, but he took it well, Pope.
Another misplaced pass. This time Newcastle give it away. Doku, the dangerous Jeremy Doku, player of the match against Liverpool last time out 2 weeks ago before the international break, when City beat Arne Slot's team by 3-0. They've lost 3-0 again today. First time since 1965 that Liverpool have lost back-to-back league games by 3 goals or more. Ryan Cherky today making only his 4th Premier League start for City. He's looked really good in recent weeks, as Mateus Nunes picks up possession on the right-hand side of the City attack, rolls it back to Ruben Diaz, who's already up a good 15 yards inside Newcastle territory, and then pursued by Joe Linton. Ruben Diaz has to react and retreat, and he'll roll it from the halfway line all the way back to Donnarumma, away to our left-hand side. He passes to Josko Gvardiol, who scored against Newcastle in this fixture here last season. The Croatian has gone on a big run here. He started on the edge of his penalty area, goes all the way deep into Newcastle territory, then lays it off to Nico O'Reilly. Now here's Manchester City's other Nico Gonzalez, who was on the score sheet in that win over Liverpool last time. Short pass to Ruben Diaz. For the first time, there's no high press from Newcastle today, and Ruben Diaz, almost startled by that, is dilly-dallying, and then Joe Linton does press in on him and wins the ball back for Newcastle.
Newcastle are doing a really good job when Man City have the ball, being really compact in between the lines, and you've got Doku, Cherky and Foden just playing in that area of the pitch, trying to get him behind the Newcastle midfield. It's going to be a really good test for Newcastle midfielders. 8
minutes played. Newcastle 0, Manchester City 0, and Nico O'Reilly collects a long crossfield ball on the left wing. Livramento close by for company. It comes back to little Bernardo Silva, 15 yards outside the box, left-hand side. Cherky, low ball into the area. Thought he saw a run from Foden, and sliding back to clear it away was Malik Chow. That goes out for a City throw on the far side. Cherky has been sharp and alert in these early stages of the game. Newcastle, who started brilliantly in the opening few minutes, really putting City under pressure. Now City have settled into things a little bit more. Tonali, 10 yards outside his own penalty area, under pressure from Nico Gonzalez. Doku comes across to try and help, and the ball goes out for a City throw. Jonathan.
They've got hold of the game now, Man City, apart from the first 3 minutes of the game, you'd say. Man City have got control of it now, and they're starting. They're looking for the little pockets of space to find. They're taking the time on the ball. Newcastle are in the shape.
They'll be getting underway in Dublin in the Rugby Union Ireland against South Africa. You can listen to that over on Sports Extra right now. We will keep you up to date with events of the rugby with correspondent Chris Jones here on 5 Live, as Ruben Diaz's pass is just too high for Nico O'Reilly, and the ball goes out of play for a throw into Newcastle right back position for them. O'Reilly, who got his first caps for England this past fortnight, he started both games at left back, and left back might be one of those positions in Thomas Tuchel's team that someone like O'Reilly could make his own between now and next June.
He's got a real chance. I think he's an exceptional player. With Guardiola giving him his opportunity last season, and especially this season, he's kicked on. You know, he used to be a number 10 and he's playing left back. That's the credit to the manager about putting him in that position of a left back. I think he's a fantastic talent. I think he's got every chance of going to the World Cup.
Nico O'Reilly, still aged just 20. He is still unbeaten in every Premier League game he's ever started for Manchester City. So any game that they haven't won in the last couple of seasons, he's not been in the starting team. So Livramento is a throw-in for Newcastle. Gives it short to Jacob Murphy. Bruno Guimaraes prods it on forward to Tonali. That's nice. Back to Bruno Guimaraes again. Voltemada will hold it up on the halfway line. Now Tonali looks to switch it. High and expansive over the head of Mateus Nunes. Controlled perfectly by Harvey Barnes. And he plays a nice pass for Hall to the byline. Left hand side. Hall's cross comes in. And a defensive header back there was imported from little Bernardo Silva, the shortest man on the pitch, was able to rise and win it inside his own penalty area. Good recovery there, but that's how Newcastle will hope to get at City today. The switch from Tonali, the clever interchange between Barnes and Lewis Hall, and the Newcastle fans roaring their approval for that.
Yeah, the 2v1 down Newcastle's left hand side will be big, with Hall and Barnes. Good link up play, quick switch of play, and they can get at Nunes. They can really get at him.
No goals on 5 Live at St James's Park. Harvey Barnes' possession, 10 yards into the City half. And Mateus Nunes backing away from him, so Barnes makes up quite a bit of distance here, gets to the edge of the penalty area. Short pass to Lewis Hall. Foden is back to help out Mateus Nunes now in that defensive position. Bit of space in field for Bruno Guimaraes here. Sprays it over to the right hand side to Tino Livramento. 3 changes in the Newcastle starting team today. Good ball in. Voltemada, what a save, Donnarumma. Oh, he couldn't have hit that better, Voltemada. He hits it down low to the goalkeeper's right from a high header. It's a really good attempt from Voltemada, but that's why Donnarumma is ranked as one of the greatest goalkeepers in the world. What
it's
a save.
It's a huge chance. Voltemada just pulled off the back of the centre back. Oh, what a save with his right hand, strong, knocked it out into a good area. No chance for a rebound. It's a fantastic save.
I mean, it really is. We've seen the replay. It's not tucked in the corner from Voltemada, but that's a difficult place for keepers to get down to, low to their body. Pushing the penalty area from Ruben Diaz. There's appeals that there was a penalty for a foul on Lewis Hall. However, the referee is giving an on-field decision of no penalty. He will delay the restart. The video assistant referee will always take another look at something like this. They're sprinting back into the penalty area. Hall gets his body in front of Ruben Diaz and then goes to ground. I think Hall realises he's not going to be able to do much with it by the byline. But is there any case, Jonathan, that there's a foul there by the defender?
I think Hall was looking for it. It was looking to run across Diaz. You can see there the referee's just wave play on, not a penalty, and I totally agree with him.
So that has been confirmed. There's the whistle from the referee confirming that play can get back underway. The video assistant referee today is Craig Pawson. So decent opportunities at both ends. 13 minutes played. Newcastle 0, Manchester City 0. Newcastle fans feel that City are taking too long over this goal kick. Josko Gvardiol eventually boots it down the field, looking for Jeremy Doku, cut out by Livramento. This is Jacob Murphy on the far side, controlling possession. Gives it back to Livramento, who received it very well with the first touch that propelled him forward. And then he runs on it, actually clipped his own heel there, Livramento. He could have gone back for a third time in the move. As it is, Donnarumma gets possession and clears it under pressure. High, up into the floodlights. Haaland jumps, misses it completely. Taken down onto the deck by Jeremy Doku, who scored again for Belgium over the international break. Having got at his first Premier League goal of the season, last time out for City against Liverpool. Back to Donnarumma again, who's wearing bright yellow today. Bright orange gloves away to our left-hand side. Haaland makes a run. Donnarumma spots it, sends it long. We don't see City do that often, and Malik Chow gets in ahead of Erling Haaland, makes an important interception.
He's done really well there, Chow. You can see what Manchester City are trying to do. They're looking to play out, but if Newcastle will go one-on-one with Haaland on the halfway line, Man City going long into Haaland.
Free kick given to Newcastle for a foul inside the centre circle. I think Malik Chow's been one of the signings of the summer, actually. It seemed a lot of money, £34 million from Milan. A player who wasn't very heralded, but he has settled in really well. It's now his 8th start in a row for Eddie Howe for Malik Chow. He's looked good.
Out the team as well, hasn't he?
Yeah, and that doesn't that just say everything? Yeah. Yes, Sven Botman, who's dropped to the bench today with the returning Fabian Schär, who's making his first league start since mid-September. Right. Newcastle free kick, 0-0 at St James's Park. This is the Premier League on 5 Live for the BBC. City are holding a really high defensive line here. They're fully 10 yards outside the penalty area. Tonali will play it in behind that line. City now scurry back. Guardiola wins an important header. Then Malik Chow puts it back into the box. And then Guardiola sort of jumped across Erling Haaland, but it did the job. And it helps the ball back to Donnarumma once again. Scores elsewhere today in the Premier League. Chelsea moved up to second by beating Burnley by 2-0. Bournemouth came back from 2-0 down to draw 2-2 at home against West Ham. It finished Brighton 2, Brentford 1. 7 goals in 7 Premier League games for Danny Welbeck as Brighton came from behind to win there. Fulham beat Sunderland, a late winner for Raul Jimenez. Liverpool 0, Nottingham Forest 3. 6 defeats in 7 Premier League games now for Liverpool as Forest win at Anfield for the 2nd season in a row. And it finished Wolves 0, Palace 2. Palace move up into the top 4 for now. Here comes Jeremy Doku for Manchester City. Picks out Erling Haaland, shoots left-footed, sliding was Livramento, who makes a very professional block there. The timing was everything from Livramento as he lunged just as Haaland tried to score. A shot on target from that distance usually only means one thing for Erling Haaland. City hold on to possession. Foden to the byline, down the right-hand side, hangs it in, but no one had gambled on getting to the back post. It was actually a decent ball from Foden, but they were all lurking deeper as Livramento tries to clear the ball away and he can only give it to Nico O'Reilly. So City hold on to possession, still 0-0 here, 16 minutes play.
Newcastle having a real problem when Doku comes in the pocket and Nico O'Reilly goes wide.
As he is again, Doku to Foden, and sliding across is Fabian Schär to put the ball out for a corner. Just hesitated because Foden went down and City were appealing for a penalty kick there as he came sliding across. Felt like a clean challenge in real time, but we'll get to see the replay of it here. Foden about to shoot. He gets the ball, doesn't he? Does he?
No, I don't think he does.
Oh, he doesn't.
He doesn't get the ball.
He doesn't.
But I don't think it's a penalty.
Well,
I don't think he does enough.
It's one of those, and this is why I think it's so difficult to be a referee in real time. That all happens in the blink of an eye. We see the replay. Foden gets a shot away as the challenge comes in. Now, the shot goes wide of the target, so presumably the sort of feeling here is, well, he had his shot and it wasn't going in. But then there's no doubt that Schär coming across like a train, certainly makes connection with Phil Foden.
He makes contact, but after the shot, I think.
Yeah. But if that's a pass in midfield and you've hit the pass and you clean someone out like that afterwards, you don't say, well, it's after the pass. That's a late tackle. I'm just being the devil's advocate for you here, Jonathan. Well, the decision is no penalty, and there's a lot of relief for that around St James's Park for the Newcastle fans. I mean, Foden, I think that, it's not a penalty, and we're not trying to dispute or change that. There's no doubt Foden's aware of the player coming in. That affects the quality of shot that he takes, but I guess he's got to just be stronger. He's got to take it full on.
He's got to be confident in his own ability to finish it. He should finish it, really.
And Phil Foden, who has only got 1 Premier League goal this season, he scored in the Manchester derby in September. 0-0 here as Fabian Schär hits a long crossfield pass. Tonali's made a great sprint after this. Donnarumma has to come out of his penalty here, control it with his upper thigh as he came out of the box, and he clears it away. Anywhere will do as the Italian then turns and scampers back into his penalty area. Schär over the halfway line to Joe Linton, stabs it with the outside of the boot to Harvey Barnes on the left wing. Barnes fancies a run here against Mateus Nunes. Little tug of the shirt from the Portuguese international. They both fall in a crumpled heap on top of each other. Referee says there's no foul there. Rayad Cherki back helping out Mateus Nunes in the right back position, clears it up towards the halfway line, and Malik Chow, nothing fancy, puts it out for a Manchester City.
He's done well there, Nunes. He done really well. Harvey Barnes running him down the line, stood strong. Wait for Barnes to make that first move and just took the ball off him quite easily.
Manchester City hoping to move within a point of Arsenal. 0-0 here at St James's Park so far. Highlights of all of today's Premier League games will be on Match of the Day from 10:20 tonight on BBC One. Here is O'Reilly into Jeremy Doku. Back to the halfway line again, and Josko Vodiol. If you're just joining our coverage here on 5 Live, early chances at both ends. Donnarumma's made a great save to deny Voltemada. Haaland put through pretty much one-on-one with Nick Pope, scooped it way wide. Was a long way out, but still, this is Haaland we're talking about. Here's O'Reilly, crossing position on the left-hand side for Manchester City, just outside the penalty area. Gives it back to Bernardo Silva, short pass to Nico Gonzalez. Back to Bernardo Silva once again. Back to Nico Gonzalez again. City fizzing the passes around, but still very much in the central third. Vodiol drops his shoulder. Back to Bernardo Silva, playing with the head up, scanning the horizon, looking for options. Jeremy Doku's been so explosive in recent weeks. Takes on the first defender, goes around him. Into the penalty area, Jeremy Doku. Too many magpie black and white shirts in his way, though. And then Newcastle's clearance is poor, and Doku will get it back again. And into the penalty area it goes, but Livramento did enough. And it'll be taken away by Malik Chow, out from the back. As Newcastle fans breathe a sigh of relief once again. Right, there has been an early try in Dublin. Ireland are taking on South Africa. Here's correspondent Chris Jones.
Up to the 22, Ireland go. They trail by 5. Ireland 0, South Africa 5. Williams are scoring a brilliant try for the box, but here go Ireland. Mac Hampton over to the right-hand side to O'Brien, who's looking for the corner. Compelling, captivating stuff in Dublin. 6 minutes gone. What a contest. Ireland 0, South Africa 5.
So commentary continues on Sports Extra. South Africa, who haven't won in Dublin since 2012, here at St James's Park. No goals between Newcastle United and Manchester City as Foden plays the ball onto Rayan Cherki down the right-hand side. It's a chance to get his head up and see who's in field. Rolls it back to the edge of the box. This is Foden. Closely monitoring him is Bruno Guimaraes. Back to Cherki again on the right-hand side. Newcastle have got 10 players back behind the ball, and even Voltemada, who's not actually behind the ball, but he's virtually in his final third here. Manchester City finding a very deep lying Newcastle defence. Newcastle, who have conceded the second fewest goals of all Premier League teams this season. Only Arsenal have got a better defensive record in that regard. As the ball is played by Bernardo Silva out to Nico O'Reilly on the left-hand side. Gives it back again to Nico Gonzalez this time, into Phil Foden, who's had a good early chance here but couldn't get his attempt on target. Mateus Nunes again, back into Foden once again, who's got his long sleeve shirt pulled down low and he's sort of tugging it between his thumb and his fingers. Out to the left-hand side goes City to Bernardo Silva, and it often is death by 1,000 cuts with Cities, and they just try and wear you down, but Newcastle make a key interception and get the ball back.
Newcastle do so well in the shape, just waiting for City to play. Little passes through the lines and they're ready to pounce with the midfield three. The two wingers are getting all the way back in. They're making it really difficult for City.
Hall comes over the halfway line for Newcastle. 5 Live and BBC Sounds. Harvey Barnes into Voltemada. Tried a little flick return. Doesn't find its target, but it is picked up by Joe Linton. And Bruno Guimaraes here will spray it over to the right-hand side. Control well by Jacob Murphy. Now there's plenty Newcastle players in the penalty area, but the cross comes in a little bit too high for all of them. Lewis Hall sprints out to the corner flag to keep the ball in play, and he's done well. Here's Bruno Guimaraes squaring up to him. Phil Foden, 5 or 6 yards outside the penalty area. Bruno Guimaraes has to use his left arm to brush Foden away. Fabian Schär gets it to the left-hand side to Lewis Hall. Back again to Schär. Newcastle have only had 3 home Premier League wins this season. This is Hall, back to Schär again. He's looking up, he's looking for options, and he plays it long. Jacob Murphy's the target here, but that was a very ambitious pass, and it's cut out by Josko Gvardiol.
Tonali's unbelievable at picking second balls up in the centre of the pitch. Any knockdowns, he's on it. Same with Joe Linton, really, but I think Tonali's the pick of the midfield three for Newcastle at the minute. He's on everything.
Sandro Tonali, who's played in all of Newcastle's Premier League games this season, and that is a midfield three that you would imagine would get into most Premier League teams, really. Bruno Guimaraes, Tonali and Joe Linton. If Newcastle do have problems, it's not in that area. Here is Bernardo Silva, midway inside his own half. City playing from left to right as we look down their traditional sky blue, the white shirts, the sky blue socks. Rayan Cherki receives it off Erling Haaland. And nudges it out to the left-hand side to Nico O'Reilly. Back into Rayan Cherki once again. Tonali tries to get it off him, but has fouled Cherki right in front of the referee, and that's a free kick to Manchester City.
He's quick, Cherki, nimble, really good feet, bought the foul. But you can see now Man City really gaining control, looking to play through the middle of the pitch, looking for up-back throughs, hitting Haaland, then into Cherki, then they're running. They're looking very dangerous.
Clock ticks on in this game. Still 0-0. Phil Foden rolling the ball back to Ruben Diaz. Attempted flick by Rayan Cherki. He's a bit too fancy that time. Bruno Guimaraes is able to win it back, and then Tonali sets Harvey Barnes in motion. We received that brilliantly. Now in for Voltamana. Saved by Donnarumma again. Second time in the match that the big Italian has denied the big German one-on-one.
Connor, I think it was an easy save. I thought it was a really bad finish. Didn't catch it well. Lacked a bit of composure. Needs to hit the corners. It's quite straightforward for Donnarumma, but he should score. It's a big opportunity.
Really good build up there, Tonali and Barnes, and Voltamana just unable to give the sort of thunderous finishing touch that a move like that required. But it's got to be encouragement for Manchester City that they've got into these shooting positions a few times now. Here's Harvey Barnes on the left-hand side, gives it short to Lewis Hall. Back to Barnes again, lightning fast, quick first touch to Joe Linton there. Joe Linton's going to have a job in his hand to get there ahead of Ruben Diaz this time. Diaz plays it off Joe Linton, and that'll be a Manchester City throw right full-back position for them. More live football coming up tomorrow on 5 Live, when we will have Leeds against Aston Villa from 2 o'clock, and that is followed by the North London derby at 4:30. Arsenal against Spurs. Ball-by-ball commentary from the Ashes continues as well, of course. I'm not the world's biggest cricket fan, Jonathan, but I can tell that
I'm not neither.
That's not got off to a good start. Even I know that. But all the reaction to it on the TMS feed on BBC Sounds. Here is Mateus Nunes, Rayan Cherki, Tonali again. He's having a storming game so far, really rising to the occasion today. Good cross into the centre, but there's no one there for Newcastle, and Donnarumma is able to come out and gather it all in one motion. He bowls it out overarm for Nico O'Reilly, dealt with well by Tino Livramento. Newcastle have just upped to gear in recent minutes. Here's Livramento down the right hand side. What a tackle by Guardiol. It goes out for a corner. Guardiol was appealing. The last touch came off the Newcastle player there, but the referee's assistant on the far side, who's Nick Greenhalgh, says no, that is a corner kick.
Yeah, he gets across well there. Guardiol reads it really, really well. Livramento took off. He was quick. He was looking to maybe be a foul, but it wasn't. It looks like he's just hurt his ankle a little bit, but I think he'll be okay. But down that right hand side with Livramento, you can cause him problems. He's lively, he's quick. He wants to get into the box and produce crosses.
And he's just a little bit gingerly stepping back to his feet here. Tino Livramento, a player who's just come off the back of an injury. It was a knee problem that he picked up against Arsenal in September. Eddie Howe will have slight concern there, but it's good to see he doesn't need treatment anyway. He's up and he's hobbling. And Newcastle have got 2 players standing over the corner kick. Murphy takes it. Haaland sort of scuffs it clear, not fully. So Livramento, this will be a test for his leg here, and he doesn't do anything fancy and maybe feeling the pain because he's hobbling. He turns and he rolls it back to Nick Pope. He didn't fancy anything more elaborate than that. Long ball from Nick Pope is a waste, and that goes straight out of play for a goal kick to Manchester City. Still Newcastle 0, City 0.
Yeah, it looks like he's hurt himself there, Livramento. He's just hobbling, he's walking gingerly on it. Won't be good for Eddie Howe. He's had so many injuries, especially for this game. It won't be ideal, that's for sure.
Eddie Howe, who is 4 years in the job this week. He's got the warm, padded, hooded top on down there, the sort of zipped up tracksuit top. Watching play on what is a cold evening in St James's Park. Donnarumma's clearance here looks for Erling Haaland. Gets there ahead of Cher. Does well to keep the ball in play, but Cher did well against Haaland there, because even though the Norwegian kept the ball in play, it was going to go back to Chow, which is what happens. And then between them, Cher and Chow were able to deliver the buzz-up ball to Lewis Hall on the left-hand side. He drops his shoulder. That's good. Up to the halfway line he comes. Newcastle, just in the last few minutes, have got a new confidence, and after 1 or 2 sloppy moments, they're now beginning to ask real questions again.
they're playing with the crowd as well. The crowd are getting behind them, because you can see they're trying to make an effort to really get forward and really get into the Man City backline. They're doing that down both sides of the pitch, left hand side, right hand side, causing problems.
Arsenal fans will be listening on from afar. They would love Newcastle to get a win here, to take the points off Manchester City. Here's Ryan Cherki, challenged by Bruno Guimaraes. I love the way he does that. He celebrates making that tackle. I mean, maybe not like quite scoring a goal, but as if he's just provided a key assist.
He does it every time, and do you know what? I just seen a ball boy jump up as well and celebrate with him.
It does, though. It drums the atmosphere. It stirs the pot, doesn't it?
It's brilliant as well, because this place, when it's noisy, when it's a racket, you know what it's like. It's a difficult place to play.
I remember being here at St James's Park when Bruno Guimaraes made his Premier League debut, and we interviewed him for Match of the Day. And, you know, having never seen the guy play, hang on, look, come back to that. Here's Jacob Murphy. Good ball in. Harvey Barnes should have scored. Open goal, puts it wide. He ever so slightly allowed it come across his body. He's come in off the left wing, Barnes. The cross is from the right hand side. He let it cross his body. He wanted to tuck it into the bottom left corner. He's got to score that, Jonathan. That is a big miss.
That is the biggest chance that Newcastle will get today. They had two in Valdemar early on, but this is, oh my word, that is an open goal. 6 yards out, back post, misses the target. Newcastle have had 3 massive chances.
Gigantic chance, that one. Harvey Barnes, who scored his first Premier League goal of the season last time out against Brentford, should have put Newcastle United in front here. And well, City have had a few eye-catching moments in attack of their own. You would say over this opening half an hour, Newcastle have been the bigger attacking threat in the game.
They've been the bigger attacking threat. I'd say Man City have possession of the ball, but Newcastle had the biggest moments in the game.
Here comes Nico O'Reilly down the left hand side for the visitors, gives it back to Jeremy Doku, 5 yards outside the penalty area. 2 or 3 Newcastle players lined up directly in front of him. City start fizzing it around, little short triangular passes in around the edge of the Newcastle penalty area. Back to Josko Gvardiol, back to Ruben Diaz, back to Gvardiol again. City quite stagnant here inside the centre circle. Newcastle now tried to press, but a nice back heel from Mateus Nunes breaks through the press of Lewis Hall, and Cherki gets a chance to look up from the right hand side. Back to Mateus Nunes, thundering across is Fabian Schär, and he puts it out for a corner to Manchester City. Still Newcastle 0, Manchester City 0.
Read it really well there, Schär. Just got across nicely. Slight 2v1 down the right hand side, but he just came out. He's so experienced. Fabian Schär, terrific footballer for Newcastle over the years.
Phil Foden's going to take this corner kick. Haaland has gone in close on the goalkeeper. Nico Gonzalez is lurking on the edge of the box. Here it comes from Foden towards the front post, and it's headed out for another corner. So it'll be take 2 for Phil Foden on the right hand side. City have only had 1 defeat in the last 14 games. That was when they were beaten at Villa Park in October. They've arrived here at St James's Park tonight in a real confident run of form, but Newcastle are playing well from what we've seen so far here this evening. Foden's really taking his time over this. He's allowing everything to settle in the penalty area before he takes the corner kick again. Here he comes out, raising his right hand as a signal. There's all sorts of jostling going on towards the front post area. Malik Chow's header won't clear the box. Back in by Nico Gonzalez. Schär jumps well, and then it lands for Cherki, who hits it, but he hits it wide of the target. Difficult technique that, as the ball is coming down from a height. He did well to keep it low, but it's wide to the left hand side for Ryan Cherki. It's still 0-0 and 5 live.
Yeah, he made really good contact with it there. Took control of the ball. Decent volley, not on target. I expect better. I expect to hit the target from 18 yards out, half volley with a player of his calibre.
Much talk in the build-up to this one about Erling Haaland being on 99 Premier League goals. If he does score today, it'll be a century of top-flight goals in 109 Premier League games, quicker than Alan Shearer's record from the past. But of course, that is the Premier League record. Football did start before 1992, and because we're in the northeast, it would be very amiss not to mention Dave Halliday, who played for Sunderland a century ago, back in the 1920s, but he scored 100 top flight goals in 101 top flight games. And I know they're not Premier League goals, but I think important we don't forget those.
Goals are goals. Scoring that amount, I could only dream of scoring that many goals.
But I think it's good that we've got you here today, Jonathan, to discuss Haaland, because you've spent your life analysing strikers, thinking about how you would stop them. I mean, we'll come back to it in just a moment here, because O'Reilly breaks into the penalty area. Back for Erling Haaland. What a save from Nick Pope. Haaland shot 7 yards out. If he's reacted to that, Nick Pope, that's stunning. It may be straight at him, maybe he reaches out a hand, but Erling Haaland seemed odds on to score and he doesn't, and then there's all sorts of appeals for a foul on the halfway line, but that's Haaland's best chance of the day, and Nick Pope's denied him.
Nick O'Reilly did so well coming down the left-hand side, and I saw Haaland just pull back from Chow and just waiting for the ball. The ball was on a sixpence for him and he just hit it. Pope done really well, made his frame big, made a really good save. It's just this run down the side from Nick O'Reilly. You can see the move from Haaland. It's a good save by Nick Pope.
I mean, it really is, because he doesn't hang about. It's into his stomach. So he's moving across that way. He's trying to react to get across, and Haaland shot into the stomach of the goalkeeper. Brilliant reaction from Nick Pope.
Can't believe it's 0-0.
Yeah, exactly. There's been so many chances in this game. It really could be 2-2, no problem here. 3-2. Pope, who has never kept a Premier League clean sheet against City in his career, he'd like to change that today. He takes the free kick here. Erling Haaland wins the header on the edge of the City penalty area. 0-0 it remains. 10 minutes to go to half time. Don't think it's going to stay 0-0. Here's Harvey Barnes, edge of the box. Well dealt with by Mateus Nunes. Barnes trying to trick, but Mateus Nunes kept his eye on the ball. Here's Lewis Hall, skips away from Cherki. Not for the first time today. Hall has dropped his shoulder and gone around an opponent. Fabian Schär, slightly heavy touch, so Haaland comes scampering across and makes the interception. Good work rate from Erling Haaland. He's not just a finisher down the other end. He's been working really hard defensively for City as well this season.
Top better play by Chow there. So cool under pressure against Doku.
Newcastle spray it out to the right hand side. Jacob Murphy, right wing, up against Nico O'Reilly. Gets it back again, now to the byline. O'Reilly back in position, and it goes out for a goal kick.
You know, we talk about Nico O'Reilly as a real good prospect for England. Lewis Hall's got a chance, hasn't he? I mean, I know he hasn't played much this season, but what a player.
Well, I can tell you, because I looked it up. So Thomas Tuchel has used 5 different left backs in his games in charge of England, and Hall is one of those 5s. This time last year, November 2024, Lewis Hall won 2 caps. What he's got to get is fit, because today he's only playing his second Premier League game since February. In the meantime, Nico O'Reilly's been able to play so many games and has caught the eye, but there's no doubt, you're right, given that he should be rusty here, Lewis Hall has been so sharp in this game.
He looks so good. Bombing on from left back, gets forward, gets back, good in 1v1 duels.
Today is Lewis Hall's 50th Premier League game for Newcastle. Jacob Murphy here, scampering away down the right hand side, tries to send it across. Gvardiol, who's had a very good game, makes the interception, and that goes out for a corner kick, the latest in a long run of attacking sequences of play in this entertaining game so far on 5 Live and at BBC Sounds.
It's on transition where Newcastle look really dangerous, and over big spaces Man City is struggling to live with them at the minute, especially down the sides of the pitch, getting crosses into the box.
So the Newcastle corner is going to come from the right hand side. It's been carefully placed in that little quadrant by the corner flag by Sandro Tonali. Most of his teammates are on the edge of the box here. They'll all run in though as he takes it, met by Mateus Nunes at the front post. Falls to Lewis Hall, who I did see score a goal from that exact situation at Old Trafford a few years ago, but this time he took a touch to kill it. He didn't fancy hitting it first time on the volley, and that first touch was soft, and Donnarumma.
He's got the ability to do it, hasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
He's got the ability to do it.
Lewis Hall, who has only ever scored 1 Premier League goal for Newcastle. As the ball is out of play on the far side, and that is going to be possession for Manchester City. We mentioned North London derby tomorrow, which should be tasty. 4:30 on 5 Live. Out today on the Football Daily feed on BBC Sounds. The football interview features Arsenal's Bukayo Saka, so worth listening into that ahead of the big game tomorrow. Here is Josko Gvardiol, left full-back position for City, launches it up towards Erling Haaland. Feels like City have done that more often today than usual. Played it long to the middle region, and this time he's fouled by Fabian Schär. And I think Phil Foden sprinted across to make the point that Jonathan was trying to make, to say it's a yellow card. But The card stays in the pocket and Fabian Schär gets away with that one. Here's Doku, tries to run into the penalty area, good defending by Livramento. Newcastle should clear here, but Doku is so quick, gets in ahead of Tonali, but he can't hold on to possession. Voltemada, back to Tonali again, foul by Nico O'Reilly, free kick to Newcastle.
Doku's the type of winger who keeps you up at night. You don't get much sleep when you're playing against him. You get zero sleep when you're playing against Doku. So quick, so agile. Real talented player.
It's the way he goes from the standing start, the explosiveness. He doesn't need any, he doesn't need even inches to get up to speed. He's boom.
ABS brakes as well.
Yeah, exactly. That's it. It is. It's 0 to 100 and then it's stop and then it's go again. Incredible. This is Bernardo Silva nearly winning the ball for City just on the edge of the Newcastle penalty area, but Newcastle are able to hammer it away. Voltemada wins a flick on header, but Nico O'Reilly will pick up that for City, and he should be able to clear on the left hand side here. He's confident, takes on Jacob Murphy. He was a bit weak there, groans from the Newcastle fans. I think Jacob Murphy thought O'Reilly was going to clear it there, didn't think he was going to try and dribble past him. Nico Gonzalez has it in the midfield for City. First half of plenty chances but no goals yet. We're into the final 5 minutes of normal time. Ahead of the break, we'll be back to Mark Chapman over half time to analyse the rest of the day's sporting news. Jeremy Doku here gives it to Nico Gonzalez, into Phil Foden. Here is Erling Haaland. They're trying to dribble it in. It gets bogged down just on the edge of the box. There's too many defenders to go around. Nico Gonzalez looks for space, gives it to Mateus Nunes on the right hand side. Newcastle are full of concentration out of possession. They're working really hard to narrow the space for Manchester City when their opponents have the ball. City who want to narrow that gap on Arsenal, knowing that the gap can increase tomorrow if Arsenal beat Spurs. Foden lobs one over the top. Mateus Nunes, who I think was looking up to see where Haaland was, took his eye off the ball for an instant and then he miscontrols it, and that goes out for a Newcastle throw to away to our right hand side. Let's go back to the Rugby Union November internationals. Ireland hosting South Africa in the Aviva in Dublin. Here's Chris Jones.
Ireland 0, South Africa 5, 21 minutes gone. It is all happening. Ireland have had a great spell, but they missed a kick, a regulation kick from Prendergast, hit the post, and then they scored through Tyburn, but it was ruled out, Connor, for an illegal clear from James Ryan. Not just a penalty, a yellow card as well, an off-field review. So it could have been an Ireland try. Instead, Ireland are a man down. 21 minutes gone, and South Africa still lead through that Willemse try. Ireland 0, South Africa 5, halfway through this captivating first half.
Thanks very much, Chris. Commentary continues on Sports Extra. Foden's got a chance here for Manchester City. Haaland's ahead of him. Cherki to his right. Cherki back to Foden, wide. Oh, normally those end up tucked in the bottom corner. He's inside the penalty area, Phil Foden. He opens his body like a sail. We've seen this technique countless times in the past. Normally, it's a little side foot into the bottom corner. This one goes agonisingly wide for Phil Foden.
Another massive chance. It was the pass from Ruben Diaz, who took about 5 men out of the game, into Foden, received it on the back foot, played it wide. I think it was to Cherki, and then he's got to score. A little pull back. Foden, you're expecting it to hit the back of the net. Another massive chance. How many massive chances have we had in the game, Connor?
It is incredible. Highlights of this game on Match of the Day tonight. There'll be no goals to show in the first half so far, but there will be plenty of action to cram in there. Brilliant pass from Ruben Diaz to set all of that in motion as Joe Linton jumps and wins a header. Cherki tries to get possession, swarmed upon by hungry Newcastle players. Harvey Barnes slides in on Foden. Here's big Joe Linton, turns under pressure and rolls it back to Fabian Schär. Earlier on today in the rugby, Wales were beaten by New Zealand, who ran in 7 tries. There were 2 more autumn international commentaries on Sports Extra tomorrow. You can listen to Scotland against Tonga at 1:40, and then it's England against Argentina, which gets underway just after 4 p.m. Both those games on Sports Extra tomorrow. Here's Nico Gonzalez from Manchester City. This is the Premier League on 5 Live and BBC Sounds. And Ruben Diaz has the centre circle to himself, but a very congested half of the field lies in front of him with all his outfield Manchester City colleagues and all of the Newcastle players. Foden drops deep, and it has been a deeper position lately for Foden in the team since Cherki has come in to be a regular starter. Bit more space on the left hand side here for Jeremy Doku, running at Jacob Murphy, easily past him, low ball in, Haaland sort of flicking it with the outside of the boot, and it lands on the roof of the net. Still 0-0.
Yeah, they're still looking to try and find the pockets of space. They can't find them. You know what, Newcastle are defending really well, stubborn in the defensive actions, you'd say, really being compacted between the lines. Man City trying to move it need to try and move it a little bit quicker to get in between the lines.
Newcastle 0, Manchester City 0. Nick Pope wearing all purple today. 5 Premier League clean sheets this season. Only David Raya has more than that. He was subbed off, you might remember, with concussion against Brentford last time out. Quite fortunate with the timing there of the international break for Nick Pope, that it didn't mean that it would miss a Premier League game. Aaron Ramsdale came on in that match. Ramsdale, the former Arsenal keeper, is on the bench today. But Nick Pope, pass fit to make the 350th appearance of his senior club career. Here's Bernardo Silva, midway inside Manchester City territory. And we are about to see the fourth official raise the board to tell us what's going to be added on for stoppages here ahead of the break on 5 Live. Haaland gets possession inside the Newcastle half. Turns Fabian Schär, lays it off to Nico Gonzalez. Looked like it might have been a foul, and it was. Fouled by Bruno Guimaraes. Free kick as we move into 2 minutes, which are being added on for stoppages here. And we mentioned earlier on that Livramento was hobbling. He still doesn't look comfortable, Jonathan.
He just had a sprint there as well. He was chasing Doku. It doesn't look too clever, to be honest. Connor, when you see him, keeps on limping a bit, hobbling. It's close enough to half time, so they'll wait till they get him in at half time and have a look at him.
So 2 minutes to be added on. First half that has flown by. Absolute flurry of chances in the game. It's been very entertaining stuff, really. You think back through the game, the Voltemada header, then the Voltemada shot, that was the really big one. Then the Harvey Barnes was the glorious chance for Newcastle. Haaland's had a couple of attempts, one when the goalkeeper had to come storming out of the penalty area. Haaland tried to shoot from distance and put it wide. Foden's had probably the best chance. Although I say that, there was the Haaland chance, which was straight at the keepers. I mean, there's been so many here, it's difficult to keep up, but somehow the game is still at 0-0.
Yeah, I'd say that 2 chances Voldemar had, the 1 chance Barnes, the 2 chances Haaland, the 1 chance Foden, are all really, really good opportunities to score. Yeah. Especially with a calibre of player.
Murphy clips one over the top here. Matheus Nunes, stooping header just in front of Harvey Barnes to cushion it back to Gianluigi Donnarumma, the Italian who will be playing against Northern Ireland in the World Cup playoff semi-finals in March. Drops the ball, scans the horizon, no real urgency, realising that the first half is about to come to a halt here. Newcastle have only had 1 win in the last 36 Premier League games against City. It's a run that stretches back some 20 years. It's been a very difficult opponent for them, and yet Newcastle have probably had the better of this first half here so far. Lewis Hall prepares to take the throw back into his own half to Fabian Schär. Cherki runs to put a bit of pressure on. Schär gives it back to Nick Pope, and there is the whistle for half time. So we're not quite sure how, but 0-0 it is, and I think Eddie Howe will feel in this team talk he's about to deliver, Jonathan Woodgate, that there is much for Newcastle to achieve here in the second half if they can really throw everything at City now.
Yeah, I think it's anyone's game. I really do. I think Newcastle had some great chances, but so have City. This game could go either way. The first goal's massive, as the same football, but especially in this game, whoever gets the first one could win by 2 or 3.
The only teams to have won away here this season have been Liverpool and Arsenal in the Premier League and Barcelona in the Champions League. It's only that the top teams that have been able to win here. This has been a determined performance so far, and yet we know at Manchester City they only need half a chance and it can be all the difference. For now though, at St James's Park, it's Newcastle United 0, Manchester City 0.
Thank you. Earlier on in the Premier League, Burnley 0, Chelsea 2, Bournemouth 2, West Ham 2. Brighton went 5th with a 2-1 win over Brentford. Brentford missed a late penalty in that game. Fulham beat Sunderland by a 0-0. Huge win for Nottingham Forest, 3-0 at Anfield against Liverpool. Crystal Palace have gone 4th this evening with a 2-0 win at bottom of the table, Wolves. Rob Edwards' first game in charge of the home club ending in defeat. Plenty to talk to on 606 08085 909 693. All the goals on the iPlayer from 8 o'clock, extended highlights and in-depth analysis. Wayne Rooney and Rob Green on Match of the Day, 10:20 tonight on BBC One. In the Championship, Coventry have a 7-point lead at the top of the table. They came from 2-0 down to beat 10-man West Brom 3-2. Middlesbrough could only draw at Oxford. Third place Stoke were beaten at Leicester Southampton had the day's most impressive win, 5-1 at Charlton. All those goals in the first half. Plymouth moved off the bottom of League One with a 1-0 win at Port Vale. Cardiff are the new leaders of that division. They won 3-1 at Northampton. The morning's leaders, Lincoln, beaten 3-2 at Wickham. Walsall have gone top of League Two after they won at Harrogate, and Swindon could only draw with Grimsby. That defeat for Harrogate drops them into the bottom two alongside Newport. Livingston stay bottom of the Scottish Premiership after a 2-1 defeat at Rangers. St Mirren against Celtic gets underway at 8 o'clock. Leaders Hearts play tomorrow. In the Autumn Rugby Union International, South Africa currently lead Ireland 5-0. That is on Sports Extra if you want to listen to that. Earlier, Wales beaten 52-26 at home by New Zealand. Reaction to the day's sport to come. It's 6:20. First, Jill Mackenzie.
The voice of the UK.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Sir Keir Starmer's spoken to President Trump on the phone, and Downing Street says their teams will work together on the US drafted peace proposal for Ukraine. The Prime Minister and other allies have raised concerns about making Kyiv limit its armed forces and give up territory. A deal's finally been agreed at the UN COP30 climate talks in Brazil, but with no explicit mention of fossil fuels. The wording was removed after a bitter row with oil-rich nations. The Hamas-run civil defense agency says at least 21 Palestinians have been killed in new Israeli airstrikes on Gaza. Israel's military said a gunman had crossed into Israeli-held territory in Gaza. And two of Britain's biggest newspapers could soon be owned by the same company after the publisher of the Daily Mail agreed to pay £500 million to buy the Daily Telegraph. The government says it'll review any new buyer.
My name's Steve Bradnell, assistant manager at Royal Oak FC. You may have seen me online going viral. Viral sensation. And now, the BBC have given me the chance to set the footballing world back to rights.
This could be a great opportunity for us, lads, a podcast for the BBC.
Can I just say, what's a podcast? Brilliant! Great start. Well done, Bob. Brilliant. We can completely show utter transparency to Royal Oak fans. I'll use me charm. Gift it, Gab. Game's gone. The Steve Bracknell Podcast. Watch on YouTube. Listen on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Live Sports with Mark Chapman.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
Got just over 10 minutes to half-time in Dublin. Chris Jones.
Here, Mark. Ireland 0, South Africa 5. As you say, half an hour gone, but the Box are pressing. They've got a penalty only 5 metres out. They'll kick to the corner, go to the more, one of their super strengths, and Donncha O'Callaghan, former Ireland and Lions lock. They've had a 20-minute red card from that James Ryan clear, which happened just before they scored a try that was then ruled out.
Yeah, absolutely, and led to a massive momentum swing. We're seeing all aspects of play here from this South African team. Their first try from Damien Willemsen, an incredible bit of skill, incredible play, but now we're seeing the set-piece battle that South Africans love. 5 metre scrum, and you can see they're licking their lips that they want a pushover try here and to push out the scoreboard yet again.
Yeah, they've chosen, Mark, to go for the scrum rather than the penalty. Listen to the noise around Dublin. It's only 5 points in the scoreboard, but the Box are sniffing Irish blood here. Ireland 0, South Africa 5. South Africa scrum 5 metres out, 9 to go till the break.
Sports Extra, if you want to listen to that. Let's give you some reaction to the day's Premier League football. Liverpool beaten 3-0 at home by Nottingham Forest, a win that takes Forest out of the bottom three. We had Sean Dyche live on Sports Report earlier. Here are the thoughts of Arne Slot.
What is wrong at the moment is when you talk about today, I think the first half hour there wasn't that many things that were wrong. Players were at it, played in a high rhythm, high tempo, were able to create chances against a defensively really strong team. And for me it felt it was waiting for us to score the first goal. But yeah, if you don't do this, and then you can see the set piece, and it tells you also how much a goal can change the momentum and can change the game, because the hour afterwards, we were not able to create the chances we were able to create in the first half hour.
And clearly in your entire career, you've not had many sticky moments as a coach and as a manager. I just wonder, when you do go through these spells, what is your go-to? Is it sort of back to basics? Is that sort of keep a clean sheet first and build from there? Or is it something different?
Yeah, of course, you always prefer to keep a clean sheet, because then you've got the biggest chance to win a game of football. And I think that's what we did very well in the first half hour. We were just constantly trying, pushing without giving away a lot. But yeah, if you go a goal down, if you go 2 goals down, you need to take a little bit of more risk, like you said, with the first substitution, with the second substitution. And sometimes this leads to a goal, and we all know if it leads to a goal, what can happen here at Anfield. But now it did lead to a goal, but not for us, for them. And we have to accept that, and I take full responsibility for that.
Wolves still very much adrift at the bottom of the table, beaten 2-0 at home by Crystal Palace in Rob Edwards' first match in charge. And afterwards, he spoke to Pat Murphy, who is retiring today after 51 years here at the BBC.
Rob, how much do you think you learned from this game?
Would have learnt a lot. I think, my feelings at the time, like everyone's, we're all emotional, and we'll see the result and we'll all think, not good enough. But there'll be things there that were good today, and there'll be areas that we know we need to fix. And again, that's why I'm here. I haven't got a magic wand, unfortunately. That's been proven today. But what we've got to do now is work really hard, focus on the areas that we've got to improve quickly, and then try and find that belief.
The stats are against you at the moment. History, etc., etc. is always there to be broken. History, isn't it? Does that inspire you?
It does. I'm up for the challenge, and I said that yesterday. That's why I'm here. I love this football club, and I knew what we were coming into, coming out of a winning environment into a losing one at the moment. That's, to be frank, we know it's a huge task, and no one's ever done it before from this position. So it's a big challenge for us. But also, this is a long-term thing as well, and I'm here for the long term, and I'm here to help the football club, and I'm here to work extremely hard for this football club as well.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much. Oh, I know you're in actually retirement, didn't you, as well?
This is it. This is my farewell, my last interview.
Congratulations on an amazing career, and I wish you all the best as well.
Thank you. Well, 51 years.
It's incredible.
It's
amazing.
Cricketers get benefits. How come broadcasters don't get benefit years? Anyway.
Well done on an amazing career.
Thank you,
Rob. Very, very proud.
Very, very nice. Pat retiring then today after 51 years, done so much cricket coverage, so much football coverage, 44 years at Radio Sport, and that is him done on Sports Report, and that was his final interview. Lovely words from Rob Edwards as well. Thank you for everything, Pat. Bournemouth came from 2 down to earn a 2-2 draw with West Ham. Callum Wilson scored twice for West Ham in the first half against his old club.
In the end, it's probably a fair result, and we'd be lucky if it wasn't for Alfonso. We could have come away with nothing. So I think you take the positives, you take the point. It's a tough place to come, as I know, and then and you move on to next week.
Can you talk me through your 2 goals? Both really well taken. Second, absolutely top class.
Yeah, I think the first one, chested it inside from a long ball, and when it's opened up, it was almost too inviting not to shoot. Thankfully, I did that, ended up in the back of the net, and then the second was a little bit more instinctive, but I kind of felt the defender push me on the one side, so I knew that if I chested it inside, I'd have an opportunity to get a shot away, which is what I did, try and do it so quickly. I think in the first few minutes I heard a few boos when I was receiving the ball, so it fired me up a little bit to go and score a goal, and then when I did, I was debating whether to celebrate or not. But I mean, yeah, when I'd come off, obviously fans singing your name, it's a nice feeling, because we shared some good memories together in this club.
And him being substituted arguably changed the course of the game, as West Ham were 2-0 up at that stage. The point takes West Ham out of the relegation zone on goal difference from Leeds. Leeds play tomorrow. To Brighton next, they're in 5th. They won 2-1 against Brentford. Brentford missing a late penalty. Fabian Hertzler was watching from the stands after being suspended, but he made history today. He was the youngest manager to reach 50 Premier League games.
It's not important how it was for me. I think the most important is how my assistant coaches, how the staff, how the players, how they performed on the pitch, on the sideline, how they supported each other, and it was just impressive. So congrats to them, and well done how they reacted in the second half, how they faced adversity, and how they stick together.
But even at 70 minutes, could you see what happened coming?
I think we were a much better team. So through the whole game, of course, we didn't create that many chances, but in the end, we had the right momentum on our side, and in the right moments we scored the goals. We weren't that precise in possession, not that structured like we wanted to be in the first half, but I think we reacted well in the second half. We stabilized us. We were good out of possession, and although we always have to believe that we can score goals, we always have to believe that we can turn the game around, and that's what we showed another time.
Chelsea beat Burnley 2-0. Fulham beat Sunderland 1-0. All the extended highlights in the analysis match of the day 10:20 tonight with Rob Green and Wayne Rooney. In the day's racing, the odds-on favourite Grey Dawning beat two-time winner Royal Pagaille to win the Betfair Chase at Haydock. Royal Pagaille led until the final fence, and then Grey Dawning came through to take the victory. So that's a reverse of the result from 12 months ago. And the day started sports-wise with a crushing defeat for England, beaten by 8 wickets inside 2 days at Perth, thanks to Travis Head hitting a brilliant century when he came out to open for Australia. Here are the thoughts of Ben Stokes.
Yeah, she's probably shell-shocked a little bit, wide-eyed after that. I mean, that was pretty insane out there watching what unfolded, in particular after how, you know, the first day and even, you know, our third innings there with the bat, to watch a bloke come out and then smack a 70-ball 100 in a low-scoring game was, had to, you know, settle in with plans, and, you know, when he feels like he's knocking you off everything and you're looking up and the runs are coming down quickly. So, we went 3 or 4 different ways there, and it was some not to watch.
Yeah. What about some of England's dismissals, Ben, the batting? Are you happy with the form that England's batsmen are in? Are you the way that a number of wickets fell looked soft?
Well, look at how the runs were scored on there, Aggers. The guys who had success were the ones who were really putting the bowlers under pressure and knocking them off their line and lengths. 2 of the best batters in the 3 of the best batters in the world, Joe Root, Marnus, Steve Smith, in particular in that first innings, you know, if Steve Smith, Marnus, Labuschagne can't lay a bat on the ball, you know it's a pretty tricky wicket. So, tough one. But look, nice long break. We'll let this hurt because it does, and we got to get over this and get back training hard as we always do, and then get ourselves to Brisbane and come away with the result we want there.
Plenty of reaction and analysis on the TMS podcast, which you can download from BBC Sounds now. So no cricket through the night for the next 3 nights. But overnight tonight, we still have plenty of live sport here on 5 Live. Commentary from Riyadh in the boxing. Anthony Yard fighting for the light heavyweight world title. So that will be from around 2 a.m. here on 5 Live. And then the Las Vegas Grand Prix from 3:30 a.m. with Lando Norris on pole. So that's the live sport through the night. On Sports Extra right now, you've got Ireland, South Africa with Chris Jones.
5 minutes to go until half-time mark, and Ireland have conceded again. South Africa's second try, Cobus Reinach, the number 9. When you've got all of these big ball carriers and these wonderful wingers for South Africa, the number 9 just saw a gap and just glided through it. The Boks have their tails up here. Ireland are down to 13. James Ryan's yellow card upgraded to a 20-minute red card. Sam Prendergast has gone to the bin as well. So Ireland are on the rack with 4.5 minutes to go in this first half. They have a penalty which will relieve some pressure, and the fans know they need to get behind their team here. Ireland 0, South Africa 12, edging towards half-time.
Goalless first half at St James's Park. Somehow, surely someone will find the back of the net in the second half. Here are Jonathan Woodgate and Conor McNamara.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mark. Both teams back out here ahead of the second half. There was, according to the what the statisticians call these days big chances, that was the highest XG that there's been in a Premier League game without a goal since such records began some 15 years ago. So, that is a lot of chances. They reckon 4 big chances for Newcastle, 3 big chances for City, and surprisingly it is still 0-0. Game back underway, no changes. Harvey Barnes tries to send in a low cross. It deflects off a defender the first corner of the second half. But if those opening seconds are anything to go by, Jonathan, we're going to pick up where we left off.
Well, let's hope so, because it's been an exciting game, barring no goals, but there's been chances. There's been some good play from a lot of the top players on shore. Just the final bit, put it into the back of the net.
No surprise that there's no changes. I mean, both teams creating so many chances. There's no reason for either coach to feel they would have to adjust things. It feels when rather than if that the opening goal will arrive. Newcastle fans would love it to be right now. Corner, Tonali swings it in, missing the front post, flashes through a host of bodies and squirts out for a goal kick. Any touch from anyone, that could have been 1-0.
Thought there was going to be a touch on that from Valdemar. I thought there was just going to be a little glancing in, or someone round the back post. There was no one there. Could have been a tap in. It was an excellent ball in, drifted in.
And Newcastle have 12 points from their 11 Premier League games this season before today. It is their fewest at this stage of a campaign in the 4 seasons that Eddie Howe has been in charge. Newcastle with just 3 wins, and this feels like one of those narrow margin ones. You know, this could end up a Newcastle win, this could end up a Newcastle defeat. If they could win this, it really could be a big turning point of the season. Jeremy Doku has gone down, and he claims he's been fouled by Livramento there. No free kick given. Doku getting back to his feet, holding his face. He's definitely implying that he was struck in the face there. This is Malik Chow for Newcastle. Stabs the ball to the near touchline to Livramento. It was on a backspin on the way that pass was played, and Livramento wasn't able to control it. Ball goes out of play for a throw-in to City, taken by Nico O'Reilly, up to Jeremy Doku. Both he and Livramento pulling at each other's shirts. Jacob Murphy comes across. Doku goes down again, claiming he was fouled again. Referee says no.
He's done well there, Murphy. Doubling up with Livramento. That's what you need against Doku.
Poor pass by Chow that time. Doku picked it up, tried to give it infield to Bernardo Silva, but another pass goes astray, and Newcastle are able to clear the ball away. A reminder of how the teams line up. Nick Pope in goal for Newcastle. Back 4, Livramento, Chow, Scher and Hall. 3 of those back 4 are changes today. Midfield is Bruno Guimaraes, Sandro Tonali and Joe Linton. And the front 3, Jacob Murphy, Nick Voltemada and Harvey Barnes. Barnes has had the best chance of the game and really should have scored. City's team, Donnarumma in goal. Mateus Nunes, Diaz, Gvardiol and O'Reilly are their defence. Bernardo Silva, Nico Gonzalez, Phil Foden in midfield. And then Riyad Cherki and Jeremy Doku playing off Erling Haaland. Here is Jeremy Doku rolling it in front of Haaland. This is dangerous now. Chow is close to him. Haaland tries to take him on, and he's stopped one-on-one. Malik Chow didn't buy the dummy there, and he kept his eye on the ball and he tackled Erling Haaland, and that brought a huge roar, understandably, for the Newcastle fans.
Outstanding bit of defending. You just thought Haaland was going to go down his right hand side. Chow just comes across, watches it well, moves his feet well, his side on, great body position. Extremely well timed. Didn't dive in, just waited. Lovely tackle. But the move before that, I get Haaland, where they played through the centre of the pitch, was outstanding.
Yes, good build up from City. Even better defending from Newcastle. Here's Bernardo Silva, shooting position, and he puts it over the top. And this game that is screaming out for a goal somehow remains 0-0. Bernardo Silva hitting that ever so slightly too firmly and sending it over the crossbar from inside the penalty area. So often we see those nestle into the far corner, but it fizzed over the top. Actually, on the replay, it's even closer than I thought in real life. Yeah, wow. So add that to the number of big chances in the game so far. Just coming back to when Haaland took on Malik Chow there. I mean, you know a lot more about this than me, Jonathan, but it felt like Chow sort of had both sides covered. If Haaland went left or right, he wasn't showing him either side. He was blocking both sides. It was great body shape.
He has to show him to his right hand side first of all, and then when Haaland makes the move further outside, then he can go and engage, and that's what he did exceptionally well.
Yeah, really made it difficult for Erling Haaland there, who, as we know, often just brushes defenders aside in that kind of one-on-one situation. Right, goal kick to Newcastle, away to our left-hand side. City, who've been the top scorers in the Premier League this season, coming into this weekend, more goals than anyone else in the top flight, and they'll be disappointed not to be on the score sheet yet today, but Pep Guardiola will be especially pleased that his team haven't conceded, given the quality of chances that Newcastle have been able to drum up here. Pep Guardiola, who's only ever lost 1 Premier League game against Newcastle. That was back in 2019 when Rafa Benitez was in charge here, but that's been the only time. He's had an excellent record against Newcastle during his tenure in England. Pope has possession. Just for a moment there was bright purple advertising boardings around the pitch. They always change, but it completely matched the colours of Pope's shirt. He almost disappeared into the advertising hoardings there as the ball is played forward by Mateus Nunes. That will bounce out of play for a throw into Newcastle left full back position for them. Just a reminder, coming up tomorrow, Leeds against Aston Villa at 2 o'clock. It'll be followed by the North London derby. You can hear all of the Las Vegas Grand Prix on 5 Live overnight from 4 a.m. And Champions League commentaries wall to wall next week. 5 Live will bring you Chelsea against Barcelona on Tuesday. You can listen to Manchester City against Bayer Leverkusen on Sports Extra. On Wednesday, another big game, Arsenal against Bayern Munich. That's on 5 Live from 8. Or the choice of Paris Saint-Germain against Spurs on Sports Extra. Mateus Nunes gives the ball to Nico Gonzalez here in the midfield. City playing from right to left as we look down here. 0-0 in the early stages of the second period. O'Reilly, tall, slender frame, into the much smaller stature of Phil Foden. Another small stature player, Jeremy Doku, is challenged from behind by Tonali. And that is a foul and a free kick to Manchester City. And a chance for City to push some big bodies into the box once again.
He's been causing them problems all game, Doku, not by staying out wide like he normally does and attacks his fullback, by coming inside the pitch, letting Nico O'Reilly go high on the left-hand side, and he's just getting in and around Tonali and off the back of him, and he's causing real problems for them.
6:06 coming up from 7:30 once this game reaches its conclusion on 5 Live. Aaron Paul and Clinton Morrison taking your calls this evening. The lines are now open. 08085 909 693. That is 08085 909 693. So much to discuss up and down the football spectrum today, starting at the very top of it with the reigning Premier League holders and the real muddle and mess that Arne Slot has got into. I was wondering, has a reigning Premier League manager ever been under so much pressure since Claudio Ranieri, actually, when you think about it? And I'm sure there'll be many hot takes on that topic to discuss with Aaron and Clinton at 7:30, but also Chelsea moving up to second place today. What a win it was for Nottingham Forest. That shouldn't be lost in the Liverpool story. And poor old Wolves remaining bottom of the pile despite Rob Edwards' arrival. City playing into the penalty area here. Cleared away, Mateus Nunes. Centre of the park, tries to ping it out to the left wing towards Jeremy Doku, controls in his right instep, but he was offside. Doku, as the pass was played, he was offside. Flag is raised from Nick Greenhalgh. That's a free kick to Newcastle, right full-back position for them. 0-0, staggeringly it remains in this game of so many chances. Just to remind us of the other scores today, Bournemouth came from 2-0 down to draw 2-2 at home against West Ham. Brighton were behind at home to Brentford, but they came back to win 2-1. There was a late winner for Raúl Jiménez as Fulham beat Sunderland. Crystal Palace moving up into the top 4 when they beat Wolves at Molineux by 2-0. You can watch the highlights of all of today's games. Match of the day from 10:20 on BBC One. This is 5 Live. This is St James's Park. And this is a game that could still go either way as Newcastle punted forward. Tonali goes in pursuit up against Josko Gvardiol, who, Gvardiol, he may not be the tallest, he may not be the broadest, but I don't think there's many Premier League players would beat him in an arm wrestle. He is strong as an ox.
He's strong. He's dominant in the air as well. Well, he can be when he gets his body into good positions. He really puts his body into an area which forwards don't like. He gets in about them. He's difficult to play against as a centre forward.
Absolutely. This is Nico Gonzalez, neat and tidy, still filling the Rodri role for City today. As Ryan Cherki turns and executes a pass to Bernardo Silva. City really swarming over the halfway line. Look at this, a huge surge of blue shirts. Mateus Nunes down the right, sent in the low cross, important interception by Fabian Schär, because Haaland was ready to lurk in behind and Schär puts it out for a throw-in. That was impressive, the speed at which City counter-attacked there.
Yeah, you talked about City counter-attacking really quick, but equally Newcastle got back quickly in numbers, and that's why Schär.
Here's Cherki to the byline, pulling it back but into the gloves of Nick Pope, alertly stepping off his goal line to gather the ball there. Newcastle have done well defensively against City today. Good ball through the midfield though here to pick out Harvey Barnes. He'll lay it off to Jacob Murphy. Newcastle over the halfway line. City now the ones who've got to work hard to get back into position. Bruno Guimaraes with number 39 on his back comes forward, rolls the ball in front of Altamada, but very well intercepted by Ruben Diaz, who didn't even have to quicken his pace there. His positioning was so good, it was almost like the pass was played to him.
How good is Tonali? How good is Tonali? Every blade of grass he covers. Good on the ball, tenacious, wants to get on the ball, wants to take responsibility for his team.
Still so young as well, Tonali. He's only 25. I mean, you look at him, you see the career he's already had. You'd expect him to be 30 by now. As the ball is played back by Schär to Nick Pope, and this game is still on a tightrope. Really could go either way. Header on from Livramento was good, but Murphy had strayed offside. Free kick to City, 10 yards inside their own half. This game, which finished 1-1 here last season, 0-0 for now. 3 Scottish teams in European action on Thursday coming up, all available to listen on BBC Sounds, by the way. 5:45 on Sports Extra, Europa League Feyenoord against Celtic. That's followed by Rangers against Braga at 8. And on Sports Extra 2 from 8 o'clock, you can listen to Aberdeen against Noah. That one is in the Conference League. So we've got it all covered this week with the 4 Champions League commentaries and the Scottish teams in action in the Europa and Conference Leagues. Livramento's about to take a throw in here for Newcastle, right full-back position. For him, it's his 7th Premier League appearance of the season, but his first since September. Only turned 23 earlier on this month, Tino Livramento. As Jacob Murphy seemed to be clattered from behind by Jeremy Doku there. Doku appeals that he won the ball. And the referee has given a throw-in. Newcastle are taking their time over that. And a quite animated Pep Guardiola is out of his technical area briefly there, trying to bellow on the instructions and pointing and gesticulating and trying to get his point across here. And you get the feeling that the longer this game stays at 0-0, the more Guardiola is going to be that cat on a hot tin roof. He's just going to get more and more agitated here. Fabian Schär rolls the ball over to Lewis Hall on the left-hand side. Given that both teams have had so many clear-cut chances, whoever does take the lead here, assuming it does happen, that's going to feel like such a breakthrough. Here's Bernardo Silva, another good ball through the lines for City. Doku stretches though, can't control, and Malik Chow again wins the ball back for Newcastle and sets them in motion. Joe Linton keeps it moving. Over to Jacob Murphy on the right-hand side. Nico Riley gets in, good and goes. What a ball! Voltamana! Straight to the keeper again and saved by Donnarumma. It's another glorious chance. And this time at the Gallagher end, he's got to put that one away as well.
What a ball by Murphy. What a ball. Side foot. Like a side foot half volley. What a ball, and it's again. Voldemada's got to score. The linesman said offside. I don't think he was offside. It says in line. He's got to score. He's got to do better. For putting the coin for the corners.
Well, it wouldn't have counted anyway. The flag going up, but. Voltamana, right-footed, goal at his mercy. Donnarumma will claim it as a save, but it is straight at him from there. 0-0, it staggeringly remains. This is 5 Live and BBC Sounds. Rayhan Cherki near the halfway line, gives it out to Bernardo Silva. Hush now descends over the stadium a little bit as City have possession of the midfield. Phil Foden, halfway line to the near touchline, City's left, and Nico O'Reilly. Doku makes a run in front of him, but it's back into Foden in the midfield. Gonzalez sweeps away from Voltamana to receive the pass. Helps it on to Mateus Nunes on the right-hand side. City midway inside Newcastle territory now. Nico Gonzalez back to Ruben Diaz. Near side once again, and Guardiola, he's pointing where he wants teammates to run. Here's Jeremy Doku. A chance to canter here at Livramento. Back to Foden. Little bit of space into the area. Towards Haaland, gets up, header on target, saved by Nick Pope. Headed down into the crowd, which took some of the sting out of it. But good delivery there to pick out Haaland from Phil Foden.
Schär just done enough, just made it difficult for Haaland to really get his elevation. But as a defender, you can't always win it, so you have to make it tough for your centre forward.
Newcastle United 0, Manchester City 0. Don't forget you can take our live commentary with you on the BBC Sounds app. You can pause, rewind, play back any big moment. Tonali and Murphy between them bring down Jeremy Doku. It's a free kick to Manchester City, 15 yards inside the Newcastle half. Just looking back over to check my notes, but I don't think we've had a yellow card in the game, have we? It's been a game full of feisty challenges, loads of free kicks, but referee's kept his cards in his pocket so far.
That's what you want, Connor. You want the game to keep on flowing. That's where you get the atmosphere from. Makes the game.
City in possession. Nico Gonzalez. City hoping to continue this storming run they've been on. As they have reached half-time in Dublin at the Aviva Stadium. Ireland taking on South Africa in rugby union. Here's correspondent Chris Jones.
Well, Conor, you said you've not had a yellow card. We have had loads here. Ireland will start the second half down to 12. They trail 19-7 as South Africa have turned on the power in Dublin, scoring a penalty try from their dominant scrum on the half-time whistle, but 3 men going into the bin: Prendergast, Crowley and Porter, and that 20-minute red card for James Ryan. So Ireland are under pressure like they've never been under before, really. They did manage to score with 13 men. A brilliant try by Dan Sheehan that sent the Aviva Stadium mad, but the box, as they do, hit right back. It's a slightly stunned Dublin. Ireland 7, South Africa 19.
Thanks very much, Chris, and you can listen to Chris for second half commentary from Dublin on Sports Extra. Don't forget, tomorrow Scotland against Tonga is a 1:40 start on Sports Extra, and you can listen to England against Argentina. That begins at 4:10. Here at St James's Park, we haven't missed any live action. Newcastle 0, Manchester City 0. 61 minutes on the clock now. Bernardo Silva has possession on the halfway line, sends it over to Jeremy Doku, who's on the left wing for City. Takes on Livramento. A few boos for Doku, who Newcastle fans have felt has gone down a bit easily in this second half. Nico Gonzalez, who scored from the edge of the penalty area against Liverpool 2 weeks ago, doesn't have the space to try a shot there, but it was a similar position. Here is Josko Guardiol to the feet of Nico O'Reilly, back out to Doku on the left. There's the boos for the Belgian. This is intricate from City, and Newcastle know they need full concentration here. City, like a master thief here, trying to pick a lock here. They're just delicately prizing each little tongue and seeing if anything shifts a little bit, if they get closer or move a bit further away. This is Bernardo Silva. Ball motionless at his feet, gives it low to the feet of Nico Gonzalez, onto Ryan Cherki, and eventually a touch for Newcastle as Scher tries to get it away, but all he can do is return it to a sky blue shirt. City come again. Cherki, Foden allowed to turn. Here's a chance, but again he can't keep it down. That's been a problem for City today. Similar to Bernardo Silva earlier. Phil Foden puts it too high.
Yeah, it's again Phil Foden just receiving it in the pocket from a pass from Cherki. Just threaded it in between Joe Linton and Bruno. Again, doesn't hit the target. Foden, expect a bit better from him. But do you know, when you're watching Phil Foden, you just watch him in a game, and I'm taking 10 seconds to watch him, constantly checking his shoulders, constantly, he's on the swivel, he's looking what's behind him, what's in front of him, what's to the side, just trying to see the full picture.
Well, the Voltemade chance, which was a really good one, but was ruled offside at the time, that one doesn't count if it was offside. The last 7 shots of the game now have all come from Manchester City. Pep Guardiola will take that as encouragement that his team are beginning to swing the tide. Newcastle with a dominant force in the first half. Here comes Bruno Guimaraes though. Good surge to the edge of the area. Harvey Barnes! That's the goal for Newcastle! Stuck into the bottom corner! Harvey Barnes scores in a second Premier League game in a row, and against the run of play, Eddie Howe's team take the lead on a day when Liverpool have been beaten in the top flight and Arsenal play tomorrow. Manchester City find themselves behind. It's Newcastle United 1, Manchester City 0. It's Harvey Barnes.
It's an unbelievable finish by Harvey Barnes, but it's the work from Bruno, who just takes it on his right foot, feeds in the Barnes, and he just drills it in the bottom corner. It's an exceptional finish. He is a good finish, but this is a top finish from the edge of the box. Takes it well on his right foot into the far corner. Donnarumma, not a chance, he saves that.
Well, we said a few minutes ago, in a game like this, when they've both had so many chances, there would be an extra seasoning, an extra flavour for whoever would hit the back of the net first. And listen to that Newcastle roar of approval on this cold night at St James's Park. Manchester City are now seriously regretting some of their near chances. Think of that Foden miss, fractionally wide at the end of the first half. But now Newcastle in front.
Against the run of play as well. You just said previous to that, Connor, that Man City had the last 7 shots. Well, that just shows what Man City can be like. Sometimes they can be in full control and someone falls asleep at the back, or it's a bad clearance, and that's what Newcastle are about. Transitions, and they really can kill you on transitions, and they just did that there with Harvey Barnes.
Harvey Barnes, who scored his first Premier League goal of the season against Brentford, now gets what is his 5th in all competitions for the season. And this is just what Eddie Howe would have wanted. Newcastle for the first time have something to build on now, something to defend. And the whole mood here, the body, like Haaland's trying to drum up positivity, sort of applauding his teammates. but he can see in their eyes the doubt beginning to creep in, because moments like this is when all of Newcastle players all seem to grow about 2 inches taller. The belief swells within them. They've only had 3 Premier League wins all season, Newcastle. The 4th is very much overdue. Yet Pep Guardiola will look up at the big stadium clock and see there's plenty time to go. We've over a quarter of this match to play, but Newcastle leading City.
And they have been very good defensively as well, Newcastle. You know, in the units with the 4-5-1, they've been compact. City can't always get through them unless it's an exceptional bit of play.
Here comes Jeremy Doku. City looking for an instant response. Tonali once again makes the interception. He's worked like a warrior today. Tries to clear a short pass to Murphy when maybe a more firm clearance was required there. Newcastle lose possession inside their final third. Bernardo Silva has it here, playing quarterback, weighing up the options, surveying the scene. Can't see anything he likes ahead of him, so gives it back to Josko Gvardiol behind. Now to Doku on the left wing. Doku tries to take on Tonali, flashes in a low cross, looking for Haaland, and it's put out by Malik Chow for a corner kick. Corner to City, who trail by a goal to nil on 5 Live and BBC Sounds. Now this is the 7th time that Newcastle have scored first in a Premier League game this season. Before today they had lost 3 out of the 6. Half the games they had taken the lead in, not just drawing, they'd end up losing. So Eddie Howe won't be counting any chickens just yet. Corner comes in high. Voltemano wins the header. Taken down onto the deck again by Jeremy Doku. Great reverse cross in. Haaland tries to jump. Cherki, who taken the corner, tries to shoot in a shot. Comes to Ruben Diaz and he shoots it through and it's in. And Ruben Diaz scores against Newcastle. It's his first Premier League goal since he scored here 4 seasons ago. It surely takes a few deflections on the way in, but Ruben Diaz won't mind that. And Newcastle's lead lasted, barely 3-4 minutes. Ruben Diaz makes it Newcastle 1, City 1.
Yeah, it's some reply from Man City with Diaz. Ball in the box corner. Doku gets it, crosses it back in, lands to Diaz. Gets a few deflections, but you'll take them, and it's a great reaction. Tell you what I liked about City, as soon as they went a goal down, Doku got on the ball and started attacking his fullback again, putting them on the back foot, went out for a corner, and that's where they score from.
Wow. So Manchester City just confirming the run of form that they've been on lately. Mentioned how Haaland was visibly tried to keep chins up in his team and they conceded the goal. What a response. Ruben Diaz has had to leave the field. Now I think it was a blood injury. He's taken a change of shirt, but he wants to come immediately back on. They're not allowing him to do so.
If he doesn't come on for this corner, they'll be
you
can see Pep Guardiola pulling his hair out, his beard, sorry.
Now, well, I mean, there obviously is the rules when if you come off for an injury, head injury, you've got to wait the 30 seconds before coming back on, and that is a rule this season, and he's now being allowed back on. You've also got to stop the flow of blood, of course. Guardiola's saying the blood had stopped flowing, but anyway, he has left the field. He's got it sorted out. He's back on, and crucially, before the corner kick was taken, as you said, if Newcastle scored from a corner and Ruben Diaz hadn't been on for that reason, we'd never have heard the end of it. Tonali's going to take the corner. Exciting game. 1-1 at St James's Park. Drilled in towards the front post, headed back out for another corner again. Well, we waited a long time, then 2 in very quick succession, and I don't think, Jonathan Woodgate, we've seen the last of the goals here.
No, there's definitely going to be more goals. You can tell even by the atmosphere in the stadium. You can tell how much the players really want this game. They want the win. You see with both the managers as well. They're really electric on the sideline.
Tonali to take the corner kick again, deeper this time over the goalkeeper. Gvardiol saves Donnarumma's blushes. The Croatian on the goal line heads it away. Donnarumma had been beaten. This is Harvey Barnes, edge of the penalty area to Jacob Murphy, hangs in a really good cross. Voltemano off the crossbar, comes down, it's in again. It's Harvey Barnes. Newcastle take the lead, and he's off to the corner, and the bow and arrow celebration. Harvey Barnes scores 2 goals in about 5 minutes, and this game, which was convincing us was full of goals, is now delivering them aplenty. Barnes, Diaz, Barnes again. It's Newcastle 2, Manchester City 1.
It was a great finish from Barnes in the 6-yard box, just took it, volleyed it in the net, but before that they hit the crossbar. They were a real threat from a set play there, Newcastle. And what a game we've got in our hands here.
So Harvey Barnes' first goal was in the 64th minute. Ruben Diaz scored in the 68th minute, and Harvey Barnes has just scored again in the 69th minute. This is the sort of scoreline that this game was befitting after about 20 minutes today, after a real scramble in the penalty area here. Bruno Guimarães' header came back off the crossbar. Donnarumma stretching for that, was put out of contention.
I think he could be offside, you know, Connor. Ooh. Bruno could be offside from the Voltemade head.
So Voltemade's header, Bruno Guimarães stretching to get it. That one comes off the crossbar, comes back off the bar to Barnes, who, yes, kills it brilliantly and scores. The goal is going to stand. They checked it. The VAR had a look, but Bruno Guimarães onside, and Harvey Barnes is on a hat-trick now. 3 goals in his last 2 games, and the City remonstrations continuing. Well, the VAR initially gave the goal. However, we are still paused and we're still waiting, and maybe there's further review.
I think he's offside. I think
to come.
Bruno's offside from the Voltemade header.
So we wait to see the outcomes. Craig Pawson assisted by Nick Hopton in the VAR booth. There had been a flash saying goal confirmed, and maybe that was just a delayed reaction from the Ruben Diaz goal. I mean, they've come in quick succession here. That might actually be the case, but the goal confirmed was only confirming the previous. So they must wait to see if this Harvey Barnes, I mean, what drama. The nature of the quick fire goals here. If this third goal of the game is to be disallowed, they're still looking at it. Your instinct very quickly was that it was offside.
I think it's offside. The Voltemade header, great header. Guimarães looks like he's offside, and he hits the crossbar, then it lands to Harvey Barnes. Take what my eyesight's like.
So Sam Barrett has the very unenviable task. I don't think anyone envies the referees having to, in these moments, placate the players, while the referee themselves is the one waiting for information.
Here we go.
There's been a yellow card shown to Gianluigi Donnarumma. I think that's for the protests. And so that is the first yellow of the game. I mean, this is huge. This is a big decision for Newcastle, their entire season, really. For Arsenal, who play tomorrow, the difference between City losing this game and not, if this goal stands, the repercussions, the knock-on effect will be huge. And still we wait. I mean, it's
it can't be hard to draw some lines. They might be looking at a foul, maybe on Voltemade against Gaviol.
There could be something
else.
I can
think of.
The other thing is, if it's offside, they would say, well, it doesn't matter if Voltemade is, it's whether he himself was fouled or whatever. Yeah. Well, we're still waiting. Waiting.
Jason Tyndall celebrating.
The goal is given. Harvey Barnes claims his second. And St James's Park roars. It's guttural approval there. Wow. It's been a really entertaining game, this, and it is all set up for a climactic final 20 minutes now. City have got to go for this, but suddenly it's Newcastle who've got wind in their sails.
Yeah, there's definitely more goals. You can see it. You can see the energy in the stadium. You can see the intent in all the players.
Newcastle 2, City 1. Cherki's passes behind Haaland, and this is all going to be disruptive for the champions. That glimmer of hope when they saw the VAR review, but judged not to be offside. You can see it for yourself on Match of the Day tonight. But they certainly had to take time over it, which suggests it was tight. Nick Pope has possession for Newcastle. I mentioned Newcastle, that worrying record of giving away leads in the Premier League this season. They'll hope to hold on to this one. This is Bruno Guimarães. Low ball to the feet of Tonali. Receives it well and gives it just as good a pass to Harvey Barnes. Attacking the penalty area now. Ruben Diaz comes across, good challenge. Barnes hit it ever so firmly ahead of him there. It was a heavy touch that gave away possession. And then Bernardo Silva wants a free kick. And I think he's going to get a throw. It's not clear from the indication of the referee. Lewis Hall has got a problem here.
So he's got a bit of cramp.
Yeah, second Premier League start since February, and he's been running hammer and tongs at it. Always unlikely to see through 90 minutes this evening, and he is asking for some treatment, as Pep Guardiola very much is doing the in case of emergency break glass here. He's going to make a triple change. He's going to bring on Savinho. He's going to bring on Oscar Bob, who you'll remember scored that dramatic late goal here a couple of seasons ago. And he's also going to bring on Tijani Reinders. So Savinho, Bob and Reinders are all coming on for Manchester City here as Newcastle assess Lewis Hall and see if he's going to be okay to continue. And the first change will be Jeremy Doku to be replaced by Savinho. And Botman is being prepared by Newcastle to come on as a change, and presumably if Lewis Hall is not okay to continue
Tell you what,
himself.
I'd be pleased to see the back of Doku, because he's been a live wire. Really talented player. Playing a bit more inside today, but I'll be glad to see the back of him.
Tijani Reinders is going to come on in place of Bernardo Silva. They're still working on Lewis Hall. He's still sitting on the pitch, and it's going to be Rayan Cherki who comes off for Oscar Bob. So plenty attacking flair brought on there. Bob, who's a live wire with the ball at his feet. Savinho very direct and getting into positions to create chances for others. And it is Sven Botman coming on, confirmed for Lewis Hall. So that presumably will force a bit of a rejig for Newcastle. Looks like three at the back maybe. Chow
to five with Murphy wing back.
Murphy goes left wing back, Livramento right back, Chow, Scher and Botman to batten down the hatches.
5-4-1. It's up to City to break them down.
So, quarter of an hour of normal time to play here. It's been an exhilarating game. We're really enjoying it. Let's go back to Dublin, though. A try in the early stages of the second half of the rugby for Chris Jones.
Ireland 10, South Africa 24. Remember, Ireland started the second half, Connor, with 12 men. They're since up to 13, but Sasha Feinberg and Ngomazulu had a run to the line, handed off Gibson Park, making the most of the two extra numbers. Ireland did kick 3 points at the start of the second half to get back into it, but South Africa have since opened a bit of daylight, and now you feel South Africa are sniffing Irish vulnerability. Ireland 10, South Africa 24 as we edge towards the 50-minute mark in Dublin.
And commentary continues on Sports Extra. Ireland have won 4 of the last 5 matches between those sides. Savinho's first cross since coming on as a sub into the Newcastle penalty area, controlled by Oscar Bob. Can't get anything goal bound, so he retreats back to Mateus Nunes. Right foot delivery in to a very busy penalty area. Newcastle relief to clear that away. Bob will try and keep it in play on the far side, and City have got to switch up a gear or two. They've had a good second half overall, but they've been caught cold by that double whammy of the 2 Harvey Barnes goals, and Pep Guardiola's team finding themselves 2-1 down here, and time beginning to run out. 12 minutes of normal time remaining on the big stadium clocks. Here's Jonathan Woodgate alongside me.
Newcastle are going to be even harder to break down. They've got something to hold on to, and when you've got something to hold on to as a team, you work that little bit harder. And that's what Newcastle are doing here. Man City are really struggling to find any gaps in between the lines. And Newcastle are defending well.
Formation wise, I mean, City, it's hard to really grasp what they're doing here. It's almost like everyone's up at attack at the moment. Nico O'Reilly's up in the penalty area, Foden's in there, Tijani Reinders, Haaland of course. Here's Gonzalez on the edge of the box, back to Guardiola. All 11 men back behind the ball for Newcastle of course. Eddie Howe would seek this as a very, very important win. He's never beaten Pep Guardiola in the Premier League. This is Savinho, left-hand side, rolls it into Ruben Diaz. Ruben Diaz, who briefly equalised this game at 1-1. It's almost exactly 4 years. 4 years to within a month since he last scored in the Premier League, and wouldn't you know it, against Newcastle as well, Ruben Diaz, and scores against that same opponent here today. Long time between drinks. Here's Mateus Nunes, 15 yards outside the penalty area. Right hand side of City come forward. City in their sky blue, Newcastle in the black and white stripes. City playing right to left as we look down. Heavy touch by Ruben Diaz. He nearly lost it there, and he was the last line of defence. Here's Nico O'Reilly, pursued by a hungry Malik Chow. That's so good. And Riley gets away from him, and then this is Livramento, and Livramento touches the ball onto Tonali, and down he goes, fouled by Nico Gonzalez, who appeals that he got the ball, and the referee says that's a free kick to Newcastle. And Bruno Guimaraes had some comments that he was quickly trying to suck the words back into his mouth as the referee turned and glared at him, but no further action taken there.
O'Reilly so cool under pressure in this cauldron of an atmosphere. Some specimen. exceptionally good technical ability. He's going to be a star. You can see that. Picks up good positions, understands the game.
Into the final 10 minutes now. Newcastle, who've dropped more points from winning positions in the Premier League this season than any other team, need to fasten down the hatches now. Of course, a third goal would give them real comfort, and they won't abandon the hopes of that. But it'll be in their memory, that late Oscar Bob stoppage time winning goal here. That was 2 seasons ago when City came back to win 3-2. You know, that's the scenario that Newcastle will have all too familiar in their minds as they look to hold on to this 2-1 lead for now. It's been a very entertaining, exciting day on 5 Live Sport. Earlier on we brought you the commentary of Liverpool 0, Nottingham Forest 3 at Anfield, as Forest win there for the 2nd season in a row. 6 defeats in 7 Premier League games now for Arne Slot. Much to discuss with Aaron Paul and Clinton Morrison on 606, which is coming up in the next 20 minutes or so. But big stories elsewhere, with Chelsea making a move higher up the table. Crystal Palace winning again. What a season they're having for Oliver Glasner. Fulham got a late winner against Sunderland. And Bournemouth, who were in big trouble trailing 2-0 at home to West Ham, but came from 2 down to draw 2-2. Details of it all on the BBC Sport website. Highlights later on Match of the Day. And you can have your say on 606 with Aaron and Clinton coming up shortly. Right here. Lovely touch, Joe Linton to Bruno Guimaraes. This is the counter-attack. Lays it in front of Harvey Barnes. Good sliding tackle by Mateus Nunes. It needed ever so slightly more on it, the pass from Bruno Guimaraes. It was almost perfect, but good defending by City to clear it away.
That's exactly what they're waiting for now. Newcastle, they're sitting deep, they're defending well at 5-4-1. But then they're just waiting for that transition, that counter-attack, and when they break, they don't half-break, and they look like they're bringing Elanga on, who will be absolutely perfect for those transitions.
And Joe Willock both about to come on, who've got the attributes for this sort of position now. City have to throw the kitchen sink at this. That will leave gaps, and Newcastle are bringing on the best-equipped player to deal with that. Here is Savinho on the left-hand side. Gives it to Josko Gvardiol, midway inside Newcastle territory. Newcastle 2, Manchester City 1. If you're just doing our coverage, it's been a game full of big chances. It took a long time for the first goal to come, then a flurry of 3 in the space of 5 minutes. Oscar Bob inside the penalty area for City. On his left boot, tries to get the shot away. 3 defenders in front of him though, and it's blocked, and Bob has got to gamely try and keep this in play, and he does, out by the sideline on the right hand side. Gives it to Tijani Reinders. This is level with the edge of the penalty area. Newcastle still waiting to make that double change. Here is Nico Gonzalez, back out to Oscar Bob, infield a little bit to Tijani Reinders, all very close to the Newcastle penalty area.
There's no space for them to play.
They've just got to say that, denying City the gaps. Here's Nico Gonzalez, back to Ruben Diaz, the scorer, the unlikely scorer of Manchester City's goal here in the second half. But at the moment it's not going to be enough, and this strong storming run that City have been on is about to come to an end unless they can score here. Botman rises, wins the header, but he's given it straight to Oscar Bob. Foden can't control as it was lashed at his feet, and Newcastle get it away. Chance of a counter here. Fultamana can release Tonali. Now, has he got the pace? Gvardiol trying to keep up with him. Tonali trying to burst in. It's a great tussle between the two of them. Back comes Savinho to help too. Tonali gets bogged down by the byline, and it's going to be a goal kick in the end. That was a great tussle between the players there.
Brilliant. It was great play by Valdemar. Held it up. Typical number 9. Swiveled. Tonali ran past him. Little ball through, and you can see they both felt like Gvardiol and Tonali have both felt that run, especially so late on in the game. But he's been fantastic, Tonali. He's been absolutely outstanding throughout the game. First minute to the 84th minute, he's been brilliant.
Right, Newcastle about to make their double change, so Harvey Barnes will get a hero's ovation as he departs. Nick Vultamada, when he watches the replay back, he'll realise he could have certainly had a goal or two today. It'll all be forgotten about, of course, if Newcastle do hold on for the 3 points, but both of them getting strong ovations as Elanga and Willock come on. Joe Willock, who scored against Manchester City in this game 5 seasons ago. I remember it was a penalty that was saved, and he scored the rebound of it. And Anthony Elanga, who's come on, the £55 million summer signing from Nottingham Forest, who has still not scored a goal for Newcastle. He'd love a breakaway chance here to try and put that right.
He's playing centre forward here, so he might get one.
This could be his chance. 5 minutes of normal time to play. There'll be stoppages too, of course. 5 Live at BBC Sounds. Cold night at St James's Park, but a game to really warm the hearts for Newcastle fans. This is just the sort of performance that this team have needed after some sluggish results. Ruben Diaz gives it to Gvardiol on the left-hand side. Now Savinho, who's yet to really produce a killer ball, sends this one in, not close up to Haaland. Oh, it bounced up onto an arm of Jacob Murphy there, and the City players are all swarming around the referee here to say, hang on, let's have a look at this. The ball that City tried to take the corner quickly, and the referee is saying, wait. He wants the VAR to have a look, and I think they have done, and they are satisfied. I'll tell you what, it hits his arm, so it's whether it's in the right thing of the rules and natural body position, all that. For a moment, that was dicey for Jacob Murphy, but he's gotten away with it. Corner to City, Phil Foden to take, left-footed delivery in, flicked onto the front post by Nico Rice. Savinho crashes it off target. He really went for pace there. A volley inside the penalty area, but a volley that skews away wide to the top left-hand corner.
Looked like he tried to hit it too hard. You don't need to go for power there, it's more accuracy. You've got a chance.
I remember being to the Club World Cup in the summer, and Savinho scored a goal in a similar position to that, actually a brilliant volley. I mean, it's great when they hit the roof of the net, when you crash them like that, but when they sail into the crowd, it's a different story. 2-1 to Newcastle it remains. City need goals, and Pep Guardiola is bringing on a man who scored a hat-trick against Newcastle last season. Omar Mamouche has just been introduced. He scored an early hat-trick, 14 minutes between the 3 goals at the Etihad last season. So Omar Mamouche comes on to join Erling Haaland in the attack as City increasingly, with desperation, seek a goal here.
I'm surprised he took Foden off, to be honest. I thought he was excellent first half. Okay, a bit quiet second half, but he's the one who can unlock defences. He's got that talent to receive on the half turn and place a sliding pass for Haaland.
Omar Mamouche, who's yet to score in the Premier League this season. He's missed a lot of games with injury, of course. Here is Savinho on the left-hand side. The clock ticks on. We're in the 87th minute now. And this is Tijani Reinders on the right-hand side. Gives it to Oscar Bob. Level with the edge of the penalty area. The City attack. They're on the right-hand side. And Ruben Diaz now, more centrally, changes the flow to the left-hand side. Savinho up against Livramento, who's worked really hard today. Back to Ruben Diaz again. Back to the centre to Mateus Nunes. Back to Ruben Diaz. Has a look up. Here it comes. Floated into the penalty area. Firmly headed out and away by Fabian Schär. But Newcastle don't hold on to the ball. A few drones from Newcastle fans who thought that Willock should have worked a bit harder to try and get to it there. City come again, and it's going to be wave after wave of City attacked from now to the finish, you know that. Savinho to the byline, tracked by Livramento, wonderful tackle. Corner to Manchester City on the left-hand side. Newcastle 2, Manchester City 1.
Yeah, they just seem to be serving Savinho down this left-hand side, asking him to take on Livramento constantly. He's a threat, you can see what he's trying to do with it. Got him another corner.
Such an entertaining game in this. Is there to be a late twist? Corner taken by Tijani Reinders. Savinho's touch is terrible. What's he done there, Savinho? He's given the ball away. And Newcastle are going to canter. And Elanga's running like Usain Bolt through the centre. Murphy looks up for him. Couldn't see him in time. And Nico O'Reilly made up great ground to get back. Murphy didn't play the pass. He didn't think Elanga had made the space sufficiently.
We thought he was going to make up there, Elanga, but Murphy done ever so well there. He kept the ball for his team, because then it'd have been another transition.
Yeah, it's more important to keep it at this stage than to get the third goal. Newcastle 2, Manchester City 1. We move into the 90th minute in 10 seconds. Nick Pope comes out of his penalty area. Haaland looking tired as he goes in pursuit of him. Erling Haaland, everything he's touched this season has ended up on the back of the net. Is he going to leave St James's Park without a goal today? He's been scoring against everyone lately. As Nico O'Reilly tries to clear the ball away. In fact, since his first game against Newcastle, Haaland hasn't scored in the last 5 that he's played against them. As before today.
Chow's done well against him.
Yeah.
Chow's done really well against him. And okay, he's had a chance early on. Maybe should have scored, but over the 90-minute period, Chow's done well against him.
Such an entertaining game. So many chances. So many big moments. But at the moment, it's Harvey Barnes who's going to steal the headlines here. His 2 goals are on the verge of winning this for Newcastle and opening the door tomorrow for Arsenal to stretch that lead at the top of the Premier League even further. What a good weekend this could be for Mikel Arteta's team. City, who started today 4 points behind Arsenal, stays like that, the gap could be 7 tomorrow. This is Savinho. He's got Nico O'Reilly outside him. He tries to cross himself, and that sums up the panicked rush of City at the moment. Savinho's not had a great few minutes, gave the ball away for that counter-attack, played an aimless ball into the penalty area there. I think City's race is run here. You know, you never rule them out, especially when 8 minutes are added on, but they looked a bit out of ideas there, the last few attacks. Donnarumma comes sliding out of the feet of Elanga rather dramatically fell to the ground, but that's not a penalty. He did collide with Donnarumma, and the evidence of it is that Donnarumma's hurt himself in the process there, but he can't afford any delay here, so Donnarumma gets back up to his feet because he knows his teammates need him to be erect so that they can play on, they don't have to stop play. Here's Oscar Bob, gives it back into Gianni Reinders, to the near side, to Josko Gvardiol. City need to dig deep here. They need something special. Good run by Reinders into the penalty area, tries to pull it back, but who else but Malik Chow makes the block. He has covered so much ground today. It's another Manchester City corner. Newcastle lead 2-1.
He's a brilliant reader of the game. Sees it before the forward sees it. Sometimes he's there before the forward. He knows where the pass is going.
8 minutes of stoppages. One has elapsed already. To Gianni Reinders' corner from the left-hand side. City have never been ahead in the game. Cross comes in towards the front post. Livramento's header out. Back to Savinho, edge of the penalty area. Can he deliver here? Bruno Guimaraes in close proximity to him. Gives it to Gianni Reinders. Low to the feet of Mamouche. Mateus Nunes. Back out to Savinho. Here comes the cross into the area. And there was a lunge by Nico Gonzalez, but he couldn't get there. Mamouche tries to shoot. Joe Willock with the block. I think Bruno Guimaraes actually made most of that block. And Tonali's going to try and run it out here, but he's been caught on the ball. But he was fouled in doing so. Fouled by Oscar Bob. Free kick to Newcastle. Yellow card for Oscar Bob. Newcastle will take their time over this free kick.
Yeah, perfect scenario now for Newcastle. They can just try and sell this game. They need to control it. Try and keep the ball, play in the corners. Make it difficult for Manchester City, who have struggled a bit second half to really create top opportunities like they did in the first half. I think the first half they were really, really good. Second half they've dipped. And Newcastle have just been better on transitions and better in bigger spaces to win the game.
City have had 15 shots in this game. They've had 31 touches inside the opposition penalty area. But Newcastle's defence have limited them to just the one goal scored by Ruben Diaz. And the 2 goals taken so well down the other end by Harvey Barnes have got St James's Park in thrall here. Just looking around the stadium, they're on their feet, they're twirling the scarves, they're clapping their hands. So it's going to be some night out in Newcastle tonight if it stays like this.
Big market, can you? Are you staying over, Connor?
I've got to get to London for tomorrow, so I've got to get out of here quick smart. But I have a feeling this could be a lively evening on Tyneside tonight. This is Haaland jumping and beaten by Botman. It's just not happened for Erling Haaland on the day that he was ready to celebrate 100 Premier League goals. Those celebrations are going to have to be put on ice, it would appear. When you never rule it out with Haaland, there's still 4 minutes of stoppages to go here. The man who has scored 32 goals in 20 games for club and country this season. But Newcastle are turning the screw here. They're down by the corner flag. Willock plays it off. Mateus Nunes appeals for a handball. Knows as the referee. City trying to break it out from the back. Josko Gvardiol to Nico O'Reilly, a confident backheel in the circumstances to pick out Savinho. Fouled by Joe Linton. Knew exactly what he was doing there, Joe Linton. He'll take the yellow card, knowing it completely disrupts Manchester City and their chances.
And look how far Tonali booted the ball. But it's a great foul. It's a sensible foul. It's what they want to do. They want to slow the game down. You got to do it to win games.
This would be a big one. I mean, all 3 points are worth the same, no matter who you beat. But I just think the mood shift, the confidence boost that Newcastle would get at the start of what's a big week for them. Travelling to France on Tuesday to play Marseille. They've got Everton away next weekend to the Premier League. Spurs here then at St James's Park. Bob sends in a cross looking for Haaland. Nearly, but not good enough as Botman clears away. Gvardiol, hounded down by Elanga. Gives it to Savinho on the left-hand side. Newcastle 2, Manchester City 1. Really high-octane game here tonight at St James's Park. City about to leave empty-handed as things stand. Bob full of trickery on the right wing. tries to go around Murphy. Oh, he's done really well, Bob, into the penalty area, but Joe Linton is like a brick wall as he blocks Oscar Bob, and the ball goes out for a Manchester City corner.
What a better play from Oscar Bob. How sharp did he look? His feet, close control, but Joe Linton, again, similar to Tadali, in the aspect of not giving up and going all the way to the end.
Corner to City, swung in high and hopeful. It landed at the feet of Nico Gonzalez. He wasn't ready for that. He couldn't get a shot away. Perhaps he should have done. Tijani Reinders sends it in low, blocked away by Malik Chow again. Newcastle celebrated like they've scored a goal. The ball is out for an attacking Manchester City throw, and we are midway through the 6th minute of 8 that have been added on for stoppages. This is 5 Live at BBC Sounds, live from a cold St James's Park that is ready for a huge roar of celebration if Newcastle can hang on for another 90 seconds here. Mateus Nunes with the long throw, little push on the back of Ruben Diaz, but it's not firm enough. Then there's a header by Guardiola down into the penalty area. The free kick is Newcastle's. They roar again their approval, and City appear to be out of time.
Yeah, minute to go. Defended it well against Newcastle. Got all the players in there, willing to head the ball out, willing to put the bodies on the line, willing to block. And to be fair, they've done it really well. Especially in this second half.
You know, just to put it in context here, how long it's been. This would be just a second Premier League win over City in 20 years for Newcastle. And Eddie Howe, who's never beaten Pep Guardiola before in the league, he did have a League Cup victory against them, of course, but not in the Premier League. He is seconds away from realising that now.
It's not easy to beat the greatest.
And Pep Guardiola will wonder where it's gone wrong today, because, you know, you look at all the stats and the data, his team had the chances, the really good, clear-cut chances, and this team, which has been so full of potency all season, just couldn't put one of them away, apart from the Ruben Diaz one. Guardiola, left-hand side, never over till it's over, of course, with City. 2-1 Newcastle lead. City on the halfway line with Nico Gonzalez. 40 seconds of the 8 minutes remain. There might be another little bit to add on top, but it won't be much. There's not been stoppages. Ruben Diaz floats it in. O'Reilly jumps and heads, but it's off target. He was always stretching to get to that. He was never going to be able to really direct it or plant the header. It was a flick on, and it's a flick away off target that gives Newcastle a goal kick, and they'll waste as much time as they can overtaking.
There was no real pace on the cross neither. It was a tough one. His timing was slightly off, but it was the cross, no speed on it, no real swaz on it. It was just sort of like poked into the box.
Highlights on Match of the Day tonight, BBC One at 10:20. You'll want to watch the highlights of this. It's been a really entertaining game in terms of chances. City, of course, will be so disappointed if they go home empty-handed, but make no mistake that Newcastle have earned this today. May have been a little bit of fortune about the offside decision for the Harvey Barnes second goal, but the VAR looked at it for a long time, and you know, those offsides are subjective decisions. Here comes the free kick, taken by Mateus Nunes. Everyone forward for City now, apart from Donnarumma. Marmoush can't control. Oh, they're in trouble now. They're all up in attack and they're trying to get back as Willock puts it in front of Elanga. This is why they brought him on. Mateus Nunes slides and collects with him, but the referee says it's not a foul. And there is the final whistle. And there is the St James's Park roar. And Newcastle beat City in the Premier League for only the second time in 20 years. Make no mistake, this is a blow to City's title charge, because attention will now turn to the North London derby tomorrow to see if Arsenal can capitalise against Spurs at the top. But what an opportunity has now presented itself for Mikel Arteta's team, as the story here on Tyneside is Newcastle United, and specifically today, Jonathan Woodgate, the story is Harvey Barnes.
It's a brilliant result for Newcastle United, a great performance. You'd say out of possession, they were top draw, made it so difficult for City to try and find little pockets in between the lines. They had a lot of chances in the game, Newcastle, especially the first half. There could have been Could have been 3-3 first half. They had some unbelievable chances. Second half, I thought they were the better team. Kept on catching Man City on transitions. Ended up scoring 2 fantastic goals by Harvey Barnes. But what a game of football.
What a game indeed. So many chances, so many saves, so many near misses for Manchester City, who are going to have to dust themselves down because they've got Bayern Munich in the Champions League on Tuesday. They play Leeds at home in the Premier League. But this season, in which City, whenever they seem to be really building up a head of steam, I remember going to Villa Park in October and they'd been on a run of 10 games unbeaten and they were beaten at Villa, and then they pick themselves up again and they go, and they've had 7 of their last 8 in all competitions. But now another stumble. Pep Guardiola's team, as good as they've been, they've not been able to keep that consistent run going.
Yeah, they found it difficult again. You could see in the game as well about the consistency in the play, because one minute they were dominating and the next minute they'd lose a lack of concentration and they'd get done on a transition. I mean, they're an exceptional football team, and they'll still be there at the end of the season. They'll still push Arsenal, Man United, Liverpool, whoever's at the top of the table. They'll be pushing for it.
Right, Ireland against South Africa in Dublin. Let's check in with correspondent Chris Jones.
And South Africa trying to put this game to bed. They lead by 24-13 with a quarter of an hour to go. They are 2 or 3 metres out. A 5th yellow card for Ireland means the Irish are a man down as Ireland try and spoil, and they've survived the game. Incredible, heroic stuff from Ireland really to somehow stay in this contest, because they have been battered and bullied all afternoon by this fierce Springbok outfit. Gibson Park clears, and the noise around Dublin Connor is like they've won the match. They're still 11 points down with 15 to go. Ireland 13, South Africa 24.
Thank you very much to Chris. Commentary on Sports Extra, as it has been throughout the evening. More rugby tomorrow, Scotland against Tonga, and then England against Argentina at 4:10. But it's time now on 5 Live to reflect on the day's football, and what a day it's been. There have been some cracking stories. We're looking forward to some cracking calls, because next on 5 Live is 6:06.
Well, we've got to say today's performance wasn't like a Sunderland today. We defended well at times, but going forward we didn't cause them enough problems, and we can't defend like that for, shall we say, the 90 minutes. You know, we've got to do a little bit more.
So, Bournemouth next Saturday at home, a chance to bounce back. There'll be a lot learnt, I think, for Regis de Vries and his coaches from this afternoon's performance against a Fulham team who we did say beforehand at home are strong.
Yeah.
And that's proved to be the case.
Yeah, and again, you know, if you would have said at the start of the season, going to Fulham, we would have said, if we get a point, it would have been a good point. You know, I think maybe we were thinking above ourselves, really punching above our belt, thinking coming to Fulham, especially the way we've been playing, to get 3 points. I think our performance, was it good enough for a point? I don't think it was. I think for me, Fulham edged it.
So it's finished at Craven Cottage, over 27,000 here this afternoon in awful conditions. Full time, Fulham 1, Sunderland 0.
Total Sport North East.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Fulham 1, Sunderland 0. Then the final score. Thank you to Nick Barnes and Gary Bennett. The first defeat in 5 for Sunderland. It's actually 2 defeats in 10, to be fair to the Black Cats. Down to 6th in the Premier League table this evening. Elsewhere in the Premier League today, before we head to the final Premier League game of the day, which is Newcastle against Manchester City at St James's Park very shortly. The early game, Chelsea won 2-0 at Burnley. Pedro Neto in the first half, Enzo Fernandez in the second. Bournemouth came back from 2-0 down with 20 minutes to go to draw 2-2 at home to West Ham. Callum Wilson, formerly of Newcastle, had scored both of West Ham's goals in the first half, but a Marcus Tavernier penalty, and then Unal with the equaliser for Bournemouth at 10 minutes from the end, sharing the points there. Brighton came from behind as well to beat Brentford 2-1. Igor Thiago with a penalty had given Brentford a half-time lead, but Danny Welbeck and Jack Hinshelwood with 2 goals in the final 20 minutes for Brighton. Nottingham Forest have won 3-0 at Anfield. Murillo in the first half, Savona and Morgan Gibbs-White in the second. Liverpool 0, 0, Nottingham Forest 3. Rob Edwards' start to life as Wolves manager has not gone well, beaten 2-0 at home by Crystal Palace. Daniel Munoz and Jeremy Pino in the space of 6 minutes in the middle of the second half. And like I say, the 5:30 kickoff in the Premier League, Newcastle against Manchester City.
Total Sport North East.
On the station with Newcastle and Sunderland commentary exclusively live.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Goals galore in the Championship. The 3 early games saw Bristol City beat Swansea 3-0. Southampton win 5-1 away at Charlton, including a goal from Adam Armstrong. All 5 of those goals coming in the first half. And Coventry beat West Brom 3-2. Ellis Sims scoring one of Coventry's goals as well. West Brom had been 2-0 up in that game. In the 3 o'clock games, Birmingham beat Norwich 4-1, including 2 goals from Jay Stansfield. Derby 2, Watford 3, but only because Elias Kayembe scored twice in the last 5 minutes for Watford. Dion Sanderson, former Sunderland defender, had opened the scoring for Derby. Ipswich 0, Wrexham 0's a full-time. Leicester held on to beat Stoke City 2-1. They were 2-0 up at half-time. Middlesbrough came from behind to draw 1-1 at Oxford United. Morgan Whittaker 10 minutes into the second half with their goal. Portsmouth beat Millwall 3-1. Millwall played the last half an hour or so of that game with 10 men. Joe Gelhardt, another former Sunderland player, on the score sheet for Hull City today. He gave them the lead early on at Queen's Park Rangers, but it ended up finishing QPR 3, Hull City 2.
Total Sport North East.
Get the latest team news, score updates and post-match reaction on Twitter at BBC Newcastle.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
In League One, Plymouth won 1-0 away at Port Vale in the early game. Then in the 3 o'clocks, Wigan scored twice in the last 15 minutes to win 2-1 at AFC Wimbledon. Barnsley beat Luton 5-0, the 5th coming from Davis Keeler-Dunn, who is from Sunderland. Bolton 0, Bradford 0's a full-time score. Leyton Orient nearly held on for all 3 points at home to Blackpool. They went down to 10 men 2 minutes inside the second half, having been 1-0 up. Ashley Fletcher scoring Blackpool's equaliser in the 94th minute. Mansfield won Huddersfield 3. Huddersfield scoring all 3 of their goals in the first 16 minutes. Northampton won Cardiff 3. Chris Willock, brother of Newcastle midfielder Joe Willock, scoring Cardiff's third, the winner in the 93rd minute. Reading 1, Rotherham United 1, Stevenage 0, Doncaster Rovers 0, and then the final game in League One it finished Wycombe 3, Lincoln City 2.
Total Sport North East.
The Newcastle and Sunderland AFC podcast
on BBC Sounds.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
In League 2, Gillingham 1, Barnet 1 was one of the early games. Bradley Dack, formerly of Sunderland, scoring Gillingham's goal, and Walsall, the leaders, won 2-0 away at Harrogate. In the 3 o'clocks, Cambridge United won 2-0 away as well. They were winners at Barrow and Panzu with both of their goals. Bromley beat Salford City 2-0. Cheltenham beat Bristol Rovers 1-0. It was Crawley 1, Accrington Stanley 1, and another draw with many more goals in it. Crewe Alexandra 3, Chesterfield 3. Fleetwood Town beat Shrewsbury by 3-1. Colchester United also won by 3-1. They were away at Notts County this afternoon. Josh Hawkes scored twice as Oldham beat Newport County 3-0. Swindon 2, Grimsby 2. All of those goals in the first half. Swindon were 2-0 up after 15 minutes, and it finished Tranmere 2, MK Dons 2 as well.
Total Sport North East.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Into the National League, into non-league football. Not a good afternoon for Gateshead, beaten 3-0 at home by Boreham Wood. Zach Brunt scored twice. Boreham Wood had a man sent off 10 minutes before half-time as well. And then Regan Booty, formerly of Gateshead, who only signed for Boreham Wood in the week, came on as a substitute and fairly inevitably scored the third goal. So Gateshead 0, Boreham Wood 3. Elsewhere in the National League, a hat-trick for Will Harris, former Sunderland striker. Halifax beat Solihull Moors 3-0. Hartlepool scored twice in the second half to win 2-0 away at Eastleigh. Greg Ollie, formerly of Gateshead, scored his first goal for York City as part of their 3-2 win at Brackley. And Carlisle United are away at Boston United at 5:30. In National League North, South Shields conceded a late equaliser to draw 1-1 away at Telford United. Kedwin Scott had given them the lead in the 84th minute. 2 wins for our 2 teams in the NPL Premier Division. Hebburn Town are up to 5th with a 2-0 win over Bamber Bridge. Gaz Martin and Liam Murray in the first half. And Morpeth beat Rushall Olympic as well. Will Dowling with the goal in the first half. Some positive results as well in the NPL East Division. Ashington, a very important win for them. 2-1 away at Lincoln United. Liam Henderson and Louis Burns with second half goals. Blythe Town as well had been bottom of the table at the start of today's play, but they won 1-0 at Garforth. Ewan Potts with the only goal after 5 minutes. Dunstan drew 2-1 all away at Pontefract Colliery's. David Robinson had given them the lead in the first half. It was quite a late equaliser for Pontefract as well. Brilliant win away from home too for Heaton Stannington. 2-0 away at Hallam. Dan Capewell and Dale Pearson in the second half. At Concert against Silsden was postponed because of the weather, but our featured non-league game saw Paul Dixon watching a relegation battle at Croft Park. Blythe Spartans against Bishop Auckland. Paul, you can tell us how it finished.
The full-time score, Blythe Spartans 1, Bishop Auckland 2. And Bishops went ahead after 24 minutes with their first attack. It was a great run down the left by Mickey Roberts. His cross-come shot flew into the far corner of the net to put the visitors 1 up. But Blythe should have been in front before that. 2 great opportunities by Noah Milton. One cannoned off the crossbar and a header at the back post 6 yards out. Should have headed it into the net, but he headed wide. It was Blythe came back into the game on 3 minutes later, and a great run down the left by Milton pulled the ball back to Danny Anderson, who superbly fired the ball high into the roof of the net. A wonderful finish to make it 1-1 at half time. Second half was disappointing after Blythe's really good first half. Jack Foley went close on 70 minutes, just flicked the ball while waiting it going into the far corner of the net. It went past the post. And then 73 minutes, Bishops got their winner. Bad defensive mistake by Blythe, and there was Dean Thexton to stroke the ball lower into the corner of the net. Blythe attacked right up to the end, but couldn't get the equaliser. A deserted Croft Park where I'm sitting here now, as a lot of long faces gone up the ground. A crowd of 527, but bitterly disappointed this afternoon. Full-time score, Blythe Spartans 1, Bishop Auckland 2.
Paul Dixon, thank you very much indeed. We'll hear from Paul again when we do our local football roundup at half-time in the Newcastle game, so that'll be around about 6:20. But speaking of that game, let's head to St James's Park then. Newcastle United against Manchester City is a 5:30 kick-off. The build-up begins in just a moment with Matthew Raisbeck and John Anderson.
I heard a rumour about a whale's head buried somewhere in a field in Cornwall.
There is a strange subculture, whale scavenging. Sometimes there's a ritualistic element to this.
A forgotten legend or something more mysterious.
It didn't look of this planet. Definitely didn't look of this Earth.
To uncover the truth behind the buried whale's head, there's really only one thing to do. We're going to have to dig it up.
Careful, he's split. I've got in the middle bit there. Got it?
Stuart! Oh, Stu! The Whale, Secrets of a Stranding. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Total Sport North East.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
And the gap has opened up and Brentford play the ball into it and Jensen. But Chow slides in.
Brilliant.
Oh no, but the ball's come to Thiago! And that seals it for Brentford. And it's like last week at West Ham all over again. 1-0 up and now 3-1 down. And caught on the break in added on time at the end of the game as they tried to get up the pitch and look for an equaliser. They played it forwards, Brentford winning it back. Chow with what appeared initially to be a good sliding challenge, but Igor Thiago ran onto it. He was alive to the situation and slotted it under the advancing Aaron Ramsdale. 2 points above the relegation zone after 11 matches and still no away win this season. Brentford 3, Newcastle United 1.
I don't think you'll ever get a definitive, and everyone I know wants definitive sort of one thing to fix, but football doesn't work like that. It's always about multi-factors. It's always about lots of different things because you're dealing with human beings and many of them, and trying to get the team to function in the best way possible and getting back to our very best levels consistently is always going to be about a squad of 30 players. So we've worked really hard during the international break. I've done a lot of analysis personally to try and make sense of it all and bring some clarity, and I think that's the key thing, is always about the future and what tweaks and changes you'll make to try and find the best formula for consistent success. So having done that work, I'm excited about what the future will bring. There's no guarantees for anything, but I just want to see us consistently play to a really high level, and that's the challenge.
Back from the international break, looking to put things right following the consecutive defeats away to West Ham and Brentford in London. They've been better at St James's Park this season. Today, one of their toughest tests that they'll have here in any campaign. Manchester City on Tyneside, and a fixture that Newcastle United, even though they generally perform well against the top teams, have always struggled to get a result in. It's one win in 35 Premier League meetings, home and away, against Manchester City. An incredibly bad record against them, even though they have set the standards in recent years. And we said in the commentary at Brentford, which was accurate at the time, that Newcastle were 2 points above the relegation zone. Results today have seen them drop a place to 15th, and they're now just a single point above Leeds, who are third from bottom. It's really tightened up over the last couple of weeks. The wins for West Ham, Nottingham Forest with a 3-0 win at Liverpool today has it's caused problems obviously for Liverpool, but for Newcastle United and the teams just above the relegation zone as well. There was a big gap, there now isn't, John Anderson. So before we take a look at the Newcastle team today, the picture in the Premier League table in just a couple of weeks has changed so much, and there's no way that we would have thought Newcastle would be here after 11 games, and it's still only 11 games, not yet a third of the season played, but it is cause for concern, isn't it?
Yeah, I think the one thing you can say is the league table never lies. You know, you're there for a reason, and we're there because we haven't won enough games. You know, our away form is a real concern. And I think we've been slightly better at home. You know, I don't think we've been fabulous at home. You know, I don't think there's been games here this season where you've left St James's and gone, we were absolutely outstanding. You know, I think you look back at the games that we've won. Wolves played really well, probably deserved something out of the game. We beat Fulham with a last-minute winner. And we beat Nottingham Forest because Forest played like a team who were trying to get their manager sacked. You know, and that's the truth of it. You know, that's the bare facts of it. Away from home, it just hasn't been there for whatever reason. You know, I think this international break probably came at a good time for us. I think the big thing about it all, Razor, is that you can't get on the training ground and work with them, you know, because of the 3 games a week scenario, and that's got to drag on till January. You know, he's not going to be, it's play, rest, play, rest, play. You know, that's the way it is. He can't get that, you know, intense work into these players. Something that last season we did, and Eddie Howe got them working intensely on the training ground, but he can't do it this season because the amount of games that we've got. But if you want to play in these competitions, if you want to be involved in these competitions, you know that's going to be the case. So you've got to find another way. And listening to him there, it sounds like he's been dissecting everything. He's been looking at it over the international break, and you're hoping that he's come up with an answer.
This is the first, talking about the hectic schedule of 9 matches in 29 days, taking them up to the 20th of December and a home match against Chelsea. They've got 8 games to play next month, still including today 3 before the end of the month, so that's 11 before the turn of the year, and if they were to get through in the League Cup and reach another semi-final, they'd have extra matches in that competition in the latter stages in the new year as well. So look, that is what they want, because they want to compete in cups and in Europe, and you know, continue domestically in the league and be near the top there. But what it does is it highlights the difficulty of being consistently successful, something Manchester City have mastered, and they've done it brilliantly over the years, managing their squad in different competitions. But your point, and Eddie Howe loves and is probably never happier than when he's on the training pitch with his players, working with them, trying to improve them as individuals, and grow the team, which he's done so consistently over his 4 years in charge. That's just not there. And even over the last fortnight, Ando, when they've had a break, half their team, many of the players that would start, have been all over the world. So I think they only got back together on Thursday.
Yeah.
Everybody. So 2 days to prepare.
Yeah, but as you say, you want to be involved in these competitions. You want to be playing at the highest level. You want to be in the Champions League. You want to be progressing in cup competitions. You know that's going to bring more games, and that's the way it is. You've got to handle it. You've got to work out a way. You've got to find a way of preserving energy and getting the best out of players. Look, it's a thankless task. It's a difficult one. It's totally different if you're playing Saturday to Saturday, or Saturday to Sunday, or Sunday to Saturday. You've got a full week, and in that week we've seen last season where he was on the training ground. The training sessions were intense. You could see that on a Saturday with the way that they played. He's had to drop that intensity in games this season as well because of the 3 games a week. You couldn't play with that intensity all the time, 3 games a week for over 29 games or whatever. It's just not physically possible. So you've got to find another way of dealing with it and another way of playing with it. So it's not easy. But as we heard him say, he's been dissecting everything, he's been looking at everything, and hopefully he's found the formula that works.
BBC Radio Newcastle, live from St James's Park, ahead of Newcastle United versus Manchester City. It kicks off in about 10 minutes' time. You can also listen to us through the BBC Sounds app today, or if you have a smart speaker, ask it to play BBC Radio Newcastle. Let's recap the team news. 3 changes, all in defence. Tino Livramento's missed the last 9 games, but he's back today following the knee injury that he overcame, the one that was sustained in the defeat by Arsenal. Fabian Schär comes in for Sven Botman, who's on the bench, and Lewis Hall replaces Dan Burn, who's serving a 1-match ban. There's no Kieran Trippier today, and Anthony Gordon is still out, despite the manager saying that he was close to being fit after a hip problem. So Pope in goal, Livramento, Schär, Chow, Hall, Bruno, Tanali, Joelinton, Murphy, Barnes, Voltemada, and on the bench 2 goalkeepers, Ramsdale and Ruddy, Botman, Elanga, Willock, Alex Murphy, Ramsey, Neve and Miley. Only Malik Chow, Ando, is starting today and started the defeat by Brentford. Schär for Botman is interesting because Chow it started 12 games and 11 of them had been alongside Sven Botman, but he's with Fabian Schär today, though they did
well, it's a whole new back 4 basically.
Well, pretty much, yeah. They did play together, didn't they, in the cup tie against Spurs a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, but it's basically a whole new back 4. You've got 2 new fullbacks in there. Livramento's come back, good to see him back. Hall's back. He's been involved in a couple of cameo appearances. He's played for England. He's looked sharp, he's looked good. But he's had time to work with those players, although Hall's been away on international duty. Chow's been away with Germany as well, so he's only had Livramento and Schär here. But that's the other part of it all, isn't it? These international breaks come around when you're doing well, when you've got good players who are involved in the national side. They're going to be away. They're going to be away for whatever number of days it's going to be. So you can't get that full squad out and get walk into them.
Manchester City are unchanged from their 3-0 win over Liverpool just before the break. In goal is Gianluigi Donnarumma, who was signed from Paris Saint-Germain in the summer at the end of the transfer window. That means James Trafford, a former Newcastle target who ended up back at Manchester City after Newcastle's long pursuit of him, is on the bench. Trafford started the season in the team but has lost his place to Donnarumma. At right back for Man City, Mateus Nunes, Ruben Diaz and Joško Gvardiol are the centre-backs. Gvardiol was the goal scorer for them here last season in a 1-1 draw. Nico O'Reilly at left back. In midfield, the captain Bernardo Silva alongside Nico Gonzalez and Phil Foden. And the front three, Ryan Cherki, one of their summer acquisitions. He cost £30 million from Lyon in France. Jeremy Doku, who is playing well and was very impressive in that victory over Liverpool. And Erling Haaland. What is it? 99 Premier League goals, so one more for the 100.
He struggled against us.
Only 1 in 6 against Newcastle.
Yeah, he struggled against us.
Is a surprising statistic. He's got 32 in 20 for club and country this season.
Yeah, but his goal scoring record against us isn't great. And you hope that continues tonight. But he's been in unbelievable form this season.
Yeah. Well, the numbers prove that, don't they? Now, the Man City bench: Trafford, the goalkeeper, Tijani Reinders, John Stones, Nathan Ake, Omar Marmouche, Ryan Aït-Nouri, Savinho, Abdou Kadir Kuzanov, and Oscar Bob.
Not a bad bench, is it?
I mean, those players would start for probably more than half of the Premier League, wouldn't they, every week? That's Manchester City have. Newcastle got 2 keepers there and a couple of academy players who are on the fringes of the first team, so no doubt about it. And they signed well in the summer. They made some signings before the Club World Cup in that mini transfer window in June. So I suppose you can say the last season was extended, or this one started earlier, however you want to look at it, with some of their new players and a new team. But they had a bad start, 2 defeats out of 3, and then they've only lost 1 of 8 in the Premier League. 4 points behind Arsenal. They'll catch them, won't they?
They'll look at it and see that they've got an opportunity. They seem to have got the bit between their teeth. Arsenal see them in the rear view mirror. Look, either way, anytime you play Manchester City, it's tough. They're a good side. They've got good players. The one thing they'll do is they'll keep the ball, they'll pass the ball. I think it's vitally important when we get it, we don't give it away cheaply either. We need to hold on to the ball. We need to pass it better than we have been, because there's nothing more demoralising than chasing the ball all night.
Getting local hero 5 minutes before kick-off now. This is the change to the pre-match playlist, and it's a version of Blade and Races that greets the players, or that the players run off to after the Premier League anthem and the handshakes. It's not universally popular, but Newcastle say it was a decision led by the players.
So they say.
They want chanting to continue into the opening seconds of the match. So I wonder whether they will switch it back.
Well, if you don't win games, very superstitious people, footballers are very superstitious. If something works for you, you just keep doing it.
The black and white flags are flying at St James's Park. At the Gallagher end there is an Eddie Howe giant flag in the middle of the stand, inducted into the Hall of Fame at the Newcastle United Foundation Awards dinner this week, as were you, John Anderson, and congratulations again for that. Just been congratulated by Graham Jones, the Newcastle coach, who sits in front of us during the first half of games, along with some of the club's analysts. Hall of Famer now. Feel any different?
Not really, no.
But very much appreciate the opportunity to be added to a list of great names, many of whom you played and worked alongside.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at some of the people that are in it, it's an absolute pleasure to be in it. You see some of the players who aren't in it, you wonder how you've got in ahead of them, but that's when they said your name, it was just, was what it was. It was very enjoyable, I have to say.
Bruno Guimaraes leads Newcastle United onto the pitch. Bernardo Silva, the Manchester City captain, brings his players out Black and white stripes, black shorts, black socks for the Magpies today. Sky blue shirts, white shorts and light blue socks for Manchester City. Eddie Howe knows that a positive result tonight could really get his team's Premier League campaign going again.
Could, and I think we're determined to try and make that happen. Whichever game is the catalyst, whichever source, we need some inspiration from myself, from the coaching team, from the players, and I think we need a very positive outlook. The season's still very young, it's very tight in terms of the points and the teams above us. Things can change very, very quickly. So I think we need a positive outlook, but we also need a determination to try and get back to our very best levels consistently.
What is it, Ando, psychologically about a big game against a top team that sometimes makes players find another level, another gear and perform to their very best? It's something Newcastle have done in most games in recent years, but I know you're of the view that some of their best performances this season have been against the best, and actually in matches they lost, Barcelona, Liverpool and Arsenal, but sometimes there is something that's there that you just find a bit more when you're playing the very top sides.
A couple of things really, I suppose. Manchester City are favourites, they're expected to win. That takes a little bit of pressure off you. You play a little bit more freely, with a little bit more freedom, because people expect you to get beat. So that pressure is off. It's a different type of pressure when you're expected to beat teams and people are sat there thinking, oh, we'll win today, we'll beat these. That brings a different type of pressure, where this one's if we get out against Manchester City, if we get a point against Manchester City, it's going to be a bonus. So that takes a little bit of pressure off. But I just think that our best performances this season have been against the so-called better sides in your Arsenals, your Barcelonas. I was going to say Liverpool, but then you see what's happened to Liverpool. They lost 8 of the last 10.
They started well though, didn't they?
Yeah. So but look at whichever way you look at it, it's going to be tough. But we'll see how it goes. And this is the type of game, that could really kickstart your season for you. You go, you get a result here, it sets you up really nicely then for going to Marseille on Tuesday night, and obviously then Everton away next Saturday evening. But yeah, I have to say, looking forward to it. I think it's got the makings of a good one.
In charge of the match is Sam Barrett, who's from West Yorkshire, refereeing Newcastle for the first time this season. Tim Wood, Nick Greenhalgh are the assistants. Lee Doty is the fourth official. Craig Pawson is on VAR duty this afternoon. Tino Livramento and Lewis Hall are back in the team from the start. Livramento first appearance for nearly 2 months, and Hall only his second Premier League start of the campaign. Pope in goal, Livramento, Chow seems to be at the right centre-back, Cher at the left, Hall at left-back, Bruno Tonali, Joelinton, Murphy, Barnes, Voltemada. No Trippier, no Gordon, Botman on the bench today. 3 changes, all in defence, and Bruno's won the toss, and Newcastle are kicking towards the Leazes end, up to the left from our commentary position. And City have got us started here on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds. Long ball forwards and sent back up the pitch by Newcastle United. Gianluigi Donnarumma plays it out short. Joelinton's pinched it. Harvey Barnes with an early chance that he's put straight at the keeper. 27 seconds on the clock. Donnarumma playing it to the edge of the penalty area. Joelinton won it back. That was such a risky pass to play, and Barnes hit it first time, but it was
big
a comfortable save for Donnarumma, who got away with one there.
Yeah, you fancied him, didn't you, as well? Barnes coming onto that, you thought, oh, he'll just bend this into the top corner or into the bottom corner. Didn't get enough on it, did he? Big chance though.
I don't know, the obvious thing to say is that it just all happened too early, but players are there, they're ready. Here's Barnes, oh, he's in again. It's over the top from Hall, but it just got away from him on the bounce. It's lifted over the head of Mateus Nunes, who is a central midfielder that's been converted to right back, and Barnes couldn't bring it down because it bounced and got away from him. Now there's a free kick given for a trip on Nico Gonzalez by Lewis Hall in the City half, and they've restarted the match immediately. 0-0 after 90 seconds, but Newcastle should have been ahead. Tonali on the edge of the area, and Murphy trying to put pressure on. City have it with Doku. He's lost control of the ball, but it goes back to Nico Gonzalez, and Newcastle pressing high. They're all over them. Chow up to Bruno, back to goal, finds Joelinton, uses his size to protect the ball, but then his pass towards Bruno has got Man City away, and Haaland, as Pope comes well out of the box. Haaland scoops it up from about 25 yards and well wide of goal. A player in...
Two huge chances inside the opening 2 minutes, one for each side. You'd have fancied him, wouldn't you? Pope comes rushing out and you think he's just going to dink it, and he's put in an absolute mile wide.
Even by his incredibly high standards, Erling Haaland is in remarkable form, but he just got his angles all wrong there. Pope was out quickly, but how often do you see Haaland finish from any position? Well, we've played 2 minutes 40 seconds. It could be 1-1. It should be 1-1 on the basis of the chances. Lewis Hall takes a throw. Fabian Schär lifts it forwards. Header away by Ruben Diaz. Foden back to the centre half, and Mateus Nunes takes control, plays it back to Ruben Diaz, and now Donnarumma. Voltemada on the edge of the penalty area. Barnes, Joelinton, Livramento. Look at Livramento. He's in attacking central midfield there, up from right back. Bruno with a header from the goalkeeper's long ball forwards, and Shirky challenged by Schär. The ball is pushed away back into the Manchester City half. It's been a fast-paced start, hasn't it? Both teams have just given the ball away in midfield, and Manchester City have it back on halfway, left of centre. Nico Gonzalez. They've got no Rodri, City, at the moment because of injury, but good. Gonzalez, 50 million from Porto in January, is playing the Rodri role in deep central midfield. Bernardo Silva, the Manchester City skipper, up the line to Nico O'Reilly, now an England international. Ball still with Manchester City, just inside Newcastle's half. They're not playing the pass yet. Now it's forwards, and Shirky to O'Reilly. Doku, chance to lift in a cross, which is blocked by Joelinton, who then chests it, pulls it forwards up towards Voltemada. Challenge on the edge of the area now from Haaland on Schär. Joelinton comes out to the left to win it back for Newcastle, and Bruno starts to come away. Tonali here has got a man on. Doku slides in, Tonali wins it back, and now the drive from Tonali up the left flank onto Hall. Mateus Nunes wins it, then Tonali makes a challenge, and it goes out for a Manchester City throw.
Yeah, it's all really quick, isn't it? Neither side really able to get hold of it. A lot of pressure on the ball from both sides.
Moved out to the left by Manchester City. They've switched the play, and Bernardo Silva inside to Doku. He's 30 yards out, the Belgian. Now Shirky, edge of the area, through for Haaland, wide of goal. Haaland cuts it back, Livramento stabs it behind.
Yeah, neat, wasn't it? Good movement. Wasn't the best pullback by Haaland. Livramento taking no chances, puts it behind, first corner kick of the game.
On the far side, Manchester City's left, Pep Guardiola out, staring at the floor in the technical area, hands in pockets, dressed all in black, no coat, on a chilly night at St James's. Haaland makes a run from the front post, referee's whistle's gone. They're going to be asked to take the corner again, despite Newcastle having a player down. But I'm not sure what Sam Barrett saw there.
I didn't see any, just
Fabian Schär ended up in the goal.
They've both got their arms wrapped around each other.
Schär got pushed over after the ball was
played in. Well, he got pushed. I'm not too sure he got.
Well, he tumbled.
Yeah.
He ended up in the goal.
I mean, he's 6 foot odd and 13 stone.
He's standing next to Nick Pope, middle of the goal, with Ruben Dias there. They've got hold of each other again. The corner is to the near post, up off Joe Linton and behind, so it'll be another Manchester City corner kick. 0-0. This is the third in a row, or only the last one actually counted. Here's another one to the near post. Joe Linton heads it back out to that far side. Shirky with a step over, now an angle for the shot, gathered by Pope low down at his near right hand post.
Comfortable save. It's cut inside, he's hit it through enough. Straight into the midriff though, wasn't it?
Livramento's got it, plays it inside, but it's away from Bruno and collected by Doku. Shirky to the left to Nico Gonzalez, and now Nico O'Reilly. Manchester City with possession. We're in the 8th minute, and it's Ruben Dias here next to the centre circle. Nico Gonzalez on, Lewis Hall at full stretch, diverts it out towards the touchline. Mateus Nunes keeps it in, centre now of Newcastle's half. Nico Gonzalez with it, and Ruben Dias back to halfway. Joe Linton putting him under pressure, and they play it to the goalkeeper, and Voltemada goes off in pursuit. It's pushed just out to the side to Gvardiol, and he sprints up to halfway and is now 10 yards into Newcastle's half. He's carried it an awful long way there up the pitch, keeps possession for his team, and everybody behind the ball in black and white. 4-5, and then Voltemada, the one player slightly more advanced. City for Ruben Dias, almost lose out to Joe Linton, but it wouldn't run for Bruno just inside. Manchester City fortunate there.
Diaz trying to take liberties, wasn't he? Nearly got caught.
Joe Linton got his toe on the ball, but it ran just ahead of Bruno and across to the far touchline, where it's kept in by the visitors, who have a pretty mixed set of away results this season in the league. 2 wins, a draw and 2 defeats, beaten on the road by Brighton and Aston Villa. They have it 30 yards from the goal. Shirky slides it into the box. Chow slides in to lift it up and out for a throw in line with the penalty area. Newcastle 0, Man City 0 on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds. Livramento's got it back now. Short ball played to Bruno on the corner of the area, and Tonali here under pressure. He's got 2 on him in light blue, and the referee's given a throw the way of Manchester City.
Yeah, they squeezed them in, didn't they? Got plenty of blue shorts around them.
Is he on the radio? Back towards halfway with Gvardiol, who receives it again from Bernardo Silva. Nico Gonzalez under pressure. It was pushed away by Bruno, but straight back to a sky blue shirt. Out towards Nico O'Reilly from Ruben Dias on the diagonal, but too high, and a Newcastle throw at right fullback. This is the ground where Manchester City have won most times away from home in the Premier League. Victorious here on 12 occasions. 3 of the last 6 have been draws, though, in the Premier League, and Newcastle did have that League Cup win against them. Do you remember that? A couple of seasons ago? Which was the year in between the 2 Wembley finals.
Nothing's happening because Guimaraes is tying his lace. Now we can get on with it.
Gets in position. Livramento could take the throw short to Bruno. Murphy drops in to get it. Back to Livramento. Under pressure, but slips it away from his man onto Bruno, who gets it back. They've worked this nicely on the far side. Nick Voltemada here to Tonali. Now they're going to switch it. Diagonal ball in behind Mateus Nunes. Barnes, good first touch. Hall makes the forward run. Barnes brings it inside, then plays it outside for Hall. From the goal line, the cross. Too high for Voltemada. Livramento edge of the area towards Murphy, but intercepted by Doku. And a combination of Murphy and Livramento win it back on the right touchline, and Newcastle in their own half now with Cher onto Hall, looking for an option up the line to Barnes, inside to Joelinton, back to Hall. Manchester City, they're hunting after the ball in pairs, aren't they, all over the pitch. Newcastle not getting a moment. Here's Joelinton, who's making life difficult for City in midfield. He's won it back, and Tonali to Barnes. Hall goes on the outside again, 20 yards out. Harvey Barnes, who's already had a big chance save, trying to create one maybe for someone else. 12 minutes gone. In the corner on the left for Newcastle, Bruno sweeps it across to Livramento. Murphy outside of him. Murphy takes a touch, lifts it in. Voltemada!
Oh, what a save!
A great save from Donnarumma. Oh, he got down, and a strong right hand to beat that one out. Voltemada on the end of Murphy's cross, close to giving Newcastle the lead.
Oh, it's a great header as well. He does everything right, heads it down. Oh, he gets down so well, the goalkeeper. That's a top save, because there's nothing wrong with the header.
Hall to Joelinton. Atmosphere is building, and Hall makes a run to get in behind for Joelinton's pass. Takes a tumble, but it's a goal kick. And he looks at the referee and pleads for a decision. But Sam Barrett was close to the action. It was a good race between Ruben Dias, who's now waving. Is he waving an imaginary yellow card? Hall came across him. Manchester City given the goal kick.
They're looking at it.
They are looking at it. VAR.
But they always look. They always look.
And that's it. They've had a quick look and no more. There might have been. It's not as if Ruben Dias has seen him there and thrown him over, gone to do him, gone to knock him off course. There may have been some contact. We've only seen one camera angle, but Lewis Hall felt it should have been a penalty. Obviously 50,000 Newcastle fans agreed. Referee and VAR said not. But when they've attacked, it's been enjoyable to watch, hasn't it? Here they are again. Livramento, far side of the pitch. Now Murphy. All might run for Livramento. Took a deflection. City back to the goalkeeper, Donnarumma. It's a high ball towards Haaland. Bounces over his head and comes to Doku, a back pass which sends City back into the corner on the left. And it's with the goalkeeper once more. Into Newcastle's half, Malik Chow comes across, gets in front of Haaland, stabs it away. Hall inside towards Cher, drops his shoulder, plays it to Bruno. He has a look, trying to find space or a black and white shirt. Oh, free kick given, but they've got the advantage. The referee's brought it back, and Newcastle are not happy. Yes, they'll take the free kick. Bruno was tripped, but it ran for Joelinton, and he had the opportunity to take them forwards. Should he have let that go?
Yeah, he could have waited, the referee, couldn't he? Blew very early.
Too quick with the whistle there. Sam Barrett for Newcastle's liking. Free kick just inside the centre circle in Manchester City's half. Tonali out to the right. Chow heads it into the middle of the box, away by City. Cher with a header. Voltemada looking for it, but flicked back to goalkeeper Donnarumma. 0-0 after quarter of an hour. But you've enjoyed it, haven't you?
Yeah, it's been good. It's been very good. Oh. Yeah, you know who made that tackle.
Joelinton breaking up Manchester City's flow. The header from Voltemada, stopped by Donnarumma, was not quite in the corner, but it was a good downward header. We'll come back to that because Doku, it's a great run for City, and Haaland blocked by Livramento inside the area. Doku
Just picked space up in the middle of the park, didn't he?
They couldn't catch him. Slipped in Haaland in the box. Livramento with the block. Now Foden released by Mateus Nunes. Floated cross to the far side of the area. Livramento lets it run and then sends it up the line. But Nico O'Reilly has brought it under control, the 20-year-old. Another one who can play in midfield, but now a full-back for Manchester City, O'Reilly. Here's Phil Foden in the penalty area.
Great tackle.
Fabian Schär comes across, puts him under pressure, and Foden sticks it wide.
Yeah, wanted to hit it with his left foot, didn't he? Wasn't prepared to hit it with his right.
Foden is down, and there are a couple of Manchester City complaints. I don't know if it's because they want a corner rather than a penalty. But he had good space there, didn't he? And Schär came straight across. He did catch him on the top of the boot, Schär, as he slid in. Studs on to the top of Foden's left boot. But the referee's happy with that. Is that natural football contact, or is that a foul?
I don't know what's natural contact anymore. Or that he's waiting.
VAR checking for a possible Manchester City penalty, but the referee's gone back to halfway. Newcastle had an appeal a few minutes ago that was quickly dismissed by VAR, but this we're about to see. Schär coming across, catching Foden. No penalty is the decision.
Spoiling the game, isn't it?
Fourth official is talking to Pep Guardiola. Jason Tyndall is close by and keeping an ear on that chat. Both clubs have had their complaints so far tonight. Still goalless here on BBC Radio Newcastle and on the BBC Sounds app. If you're going to be on the move and you want to listen to Ando's analysis and get the game from the black and white angle, search for BBC Radio Newcastle on BBC Sounds. Schär, long ball forwards. Tonali trying to get in behind. Donnarumma came to the edge of the area and
did well, didn't he?
Managed and controlled the situation. Schär with another one of his searching long balls. And there's another pass up the pitch to Joelinton, beautifully taken down and fed to Barnes. They've looked really good on the attack, Newcastle, so far. Barnes under the challenge of Mateus Nunes. Some appeals for a free kick, but nothing given, and now cleared towards halfway. Chow comes out to the left touchline and puts the ball out with Haaland at his shoulder. What about the Schär pass for Tonali?
Yeah, look, we know what his range of passing is like. You know, he's capable, there's no doubt about that. He gives you that option. But the ball into Joelinton as well was...
Yeah. Bernardo Silva scoops it up off the outside of his left boot. Nico O'Reilly, the run from left back, collects. They play it back to halfway. City and Newcastle get their shape. 4-5-1. Space for Mateus Nunes though, near side. There's a couple of touches. Newcastle close any gaps inside, and then it's played backwards and into the middle. And now they've gone over to the far side. Nico Gonzalez, Tonali the closest player to Bernardo Silva on the ball. Nico Gonzalez has got it back. Now it's with Gvardiol, just ahead of the centre circle as Manchester City look for a gap, look for a pass. It's Bernardo Silva, bit of space, and Doku drops his shoulder, gets away from a couple of black and white shirts, still going, slams a shot into the chest of Chow, and Tonali here chipping it up to Voltemada, away by City. Doku might have been pulled there by Livramento on the 18-yard line, nothing given, and Newcastle come away with the ball, 0-0.
You'd be very surprised if this finishes 0-0, wouldn't you?
Diagonal ball, which is too high for Barnes. Throw near side. Referees stop the game again. What's this for?
They stop it for
Is
anything.
it another VAR check? Is it they're looking at whether Chow handled it when he made that block.
Dear honest to God.
VAR check for handball, but quickly dismissed. he had his arms together and they were pretty close to his side. I think it hit him on the elbow. Anyway, play continues, 0-0. 3 VAR checks so far. Nothing given in any of them. No penalties, I mean. Ruben Diaz to Ryan Shirky. Gets it back from Mateus Nunes. And Nico Gonzalez to Ruben Diaz, centre back in a midfield spot at the moment. Newcastle's Joelinton applying the pressure. He's done that well so far. He's won it back a lot.
It's his type of game, isn't it? When you've got quality players on the ball, he wants to get in and around them. He wants to break it up.
Foden, 35 yards out, central position. Nico Gonzalez, left of centre. Bernardo Silva turns back inside. Doku dispossessed by Tonali. Clean challenge. Newcastle have the ball, but just ahead of their own penalty area, and in fact back into the box to Chow. And good vision from Chow to see the gap, and the switch to Lewis Hall, who carries and gives it to Barnes. Could come back. Barnes has done well to drift inside away from a couple. Voltemade with a flick back to Barnes. It's come to Joelinton now, and Bruno clipped out to Murphy. Nicely taken down by Murphy. Sends in a cross that's too deep for Voltemade, but Hall's going to keep it in on the near side, close to the corner. Bruno comes to receive it. And Foden ahead of him. Bruno still in possession. On to Chow. First time back to this Newcastle left to Cher. And Hall back to Cher again on halfway. Murphy was making a run. Cher didn't go for the complicated pass, went for a shorter one to Hall, and he's got it again, but he's in the middle of his own half, and now it's a diagonal ball, looking to drop it in behind Vardiol, but he's headed it clear, only as far as Tonali. Dispossessed by Doku. Tonali, to be fair, didn't really get it under full control.
See, that's not a foul, that's not a free kick, he's just turned straight back into. That's awful.
Do you find with a lot of the referees that are newer to the Premier League, and Sam Barrett's one of the younger assistants, that they are more inclined to blow for anything and everything rather than let it go?
Yeah, and they're letting VAR referee the game for them.
You know, that the advantage Newcastle had, for example, should have been allowed to go. That there, Tonali and Doku, very little in it. Manchester City restart with a free kick played along the floor, and they have possession in midfield. Voltemade gets his boot to the ball, and Tonali adjudged to have committed another foul. Ryan Shirky holding his left leg and rolling around,
and there's nothing wrong with him. There you go, told you.
I must apologise to Tonali, because it was Voltemade initially rather than Tonali, who came in later, that made physical contact with his boot on Shirky. Playing again. Cher tries to win it. Bruno's got it. Newcastle now find Tonali. Space was for Murphy, but Barnes left side. Harvey Barnes now plays it in. Nick Voltemade! And Donnarumma with a diving save to deny Voltemade for a second time tonight. Well, they had an option right, which was Murphy, and one left, which was Barnes, who did really well to control the ball and carry it under pressure, and slipped it through. And then again they had the options. Murphy could have taken it, but it was better place for Voltemade, who hit it, and Donnarumma equal to the effort again.
Save, isn't it? It's another top save.
Well, you can see, number one, why they wanted him. 26 million from Paris Saint-Germain, but why they brought him straight into the team, replacing James Trafford. 2 big saves, 3 if you count the one from Barnes, although that was really quite a comfortable stop in the end. Joelinton blocks a clearance, but it's Manchester City throw at the right fullback position for Mateus Nunes. And And they've attacked well again, even though the finish hasn't quite been there. Murphy was offside in that move, so it's a good job that Voltemada hit the shot rather than letting it run for Murphy. And he was on the 18-yard line. Donnarumma had come right out of the goal. Harvey Barnes has won it back from the City throw. Voltemada trying to hold it up, but has been dispossessed. And now Newcastle through Tonali have it, and Barnes for Tonali, taking it into the left corner, sends in a cross, but Donnarumma, no one around him able to catch. Big throw looking for O'Reilly. Livramento across, finds Murphy, back to Livramento, inside to Bruno, and on for Livramento again. Great play, but great defending from City. Guardiola sliding it behind. He's screaming for a goal kick, but the assistant Nick Greenhalgh points to the corner. Tino Livramento, after 2 months out, well, looked really sharp and fresh there. Strong running to win it back and then get Newcastle a corner kick. He's just
he gave it, he went and got it again, and then he got on his bike again.
Oh, he might have a problem, Livramento.
Great willingness. No, he's all right.
Hopefully it's just possibly a bit of cramp, or
it's all right. It's on his feet.
He's limping back towards the middle of the half. Hopefully it is nothing serious. It would seem to be something muscular rather than the type of injury that he just had. Anyway, corner kick. Bruno tying his bootlace again. He's back on his feet. Murphy with an outswinger. Oh, they're looking for Tonali at the edge of the area. It's away by City. Barnes is first to it. Livramento here. Oh, he's gone back to Pope from the middle of Manchester City's half, and the crowd wanted a forward ball. They get one from Pope. There's no one there. So a corner kick completely wasted, unfortunately. Newcastle United 0, Manchester City 0.
Yeah, nearly on the half-hour mark. Good game, isn't it?
Really good.
Yeah, it's been good.
I'm excited when Newcastle play forwards and go quickly and try to excite with their attacking play. When Manchester City get near the Newcastle penalty area, it's nerve-wracking because anything's possible with them, isn't it? The Cher dispossesses Haaland on the near touchline. Chow to Bruno, got to be careful. He's got 2 on him, back to Chow, and now Cher. Short ball up the line to Hall, drops his shoulder away from Foden, and now away from Mateus Nunes. Hall turns back on himself on halfway.
Nobody to hit, to be fair.
Picks out Bruno, finds another black and white shirt. Out it comes to Livramento on the far side. He's brought it down, given it to Murphy, flicked on for Tonali, back inside to Livramento. Played back 5 yards to Bruno. Hall now to Barnes, corner of the area. Joe Linton wants it slipped through. Barnes lifts in the cross, which is headed away. And then Bruno stops the run of Shirky. It's a throw. Three changes for Newcastle tonight. The team is Pope, Livramento, Cher, Chow, Hall, Bruno, Tonali, Joe Linton, Murphy, Barnes, Voltemada. Bench of Ramsdale, Ruddy, Botman, Ilanga, Willock, Alex Murphy, Ramsey, Neve and Miley. Nick Voltemada on the right wing with it. Bruno has played in Murphy. Murphy looking for Harvey Barnes. Up his body and missed.
How did he miss?
$52,000 in St James's Park, cannot believe it. And Harvey Barnes looks absolutely devastated. Murphy from the through ball, could have been tight for offside, but Barnes let it run across his body. It's coming onto his left foot at the back post, and all he's got to do is
roll it into an empty
roll
net.
it in straight, and it's bent away from the post and gone wide at the near side of the goal. It's a glorious chance. He's had 2 that you would expect a player who averages about a goal every 4 appearances, 18 in 80 Newcastle matches before tonight, just to stroke that home. He's got 4 this season, including a well-taken one at Brentford. And he's hit the goalkeeper from close range after 30 seconds. And there, It's not quite a fully open goal, but he's got half the goal just about to hit from a couple of yards out. Still 0-0. They've had 4 big chances. Donnarumma saved 3 of them, and there Barnes has missed the target. And that is the sort of thing that makes you fear the worst. But creating the chances has been no issue. Hall went to close down Nunez, who's flicked it away into the space behind him for Cherki. Nunez continues his run and wins a corner off Cher on this near side.
Had chances.
Yeah.
I mean, the keeper's made a couple of top saves. But that was a big chance. It might have been tight, offside.
Yeah. Even the through ball, I think Livramento was offside. Not sure about Murphy, but they would have needed the semi-automated offside technology, so it may not have counted anyway. But
you put it in and worry about it afterwards.
Here's the City corner. It's headed behind again. It'll be another corner kick. Livramento appeals to the referee, as does Hall, for something. Manchester City are complaining now. Every set piece, every corner, every team's got a complaint, haven't they? Now, the 4th official is sending a Manchester City member of staff back to the bench. Jason Tindall has been at the 4th official. Here's the corner, Foden in swinger, header up and away from the near post by Chow, back into the centre of the box by City. Cher away, Barnes flicks it on, Cherki.
Good strike. Off target, but it's a good strike.
Good technique on the volley, half volley, as it was dropping, hit it as it hit the floor. And it's wide of the target. BBC Radio Newcastle and on the BBC Sounds app. 0-0. Thoroughly enjoyable, but for those missed chances that they've been responsible for not taking.
Yeah, it did. As I said, the keeper's made 2 great saves. The Barnes one, as we said, it might have been offside, but you put it in and worry about it afterwards.
Joelinton ended up on the floor after a challenge in the air, nothing given. Helped on there by Haaland, back from Chow towards Cher. Rather than go to the goalkeeper, he's turned it out. And the throw to be taken about 25 yards from Newcastle's goal by Ryan Cherki, the French international. He's got 3 goals for City. This is Ruben Diaz now. Foden's dropped in, received it on the turn. That's a floated pass out to Jeremy Doku, as well as being informed for City. He got 2 for Belgium during the break. Nico O'Reilly cuts it back. What a save, Nick Pope! Erling Haaland looking for his 100th Premier League goal, denied by a brilliant save by Nick Pope, who stayed big and tall and blocked his effort at the near side. Now Voltemada dragged to the floor in not even a rugby move, a wrestling move, and Newcastle get a free kick next to the centre circle, and they are screaming for a card. Josko Gvardiol, that's ridiculous. Surely that's got to be a booking. Jason Tindall.
Well, if that's the case, you'd be booking everybody at corner kicks, wouldn't you?
Yeah, fair enough. Jason Tindall, again at the 4th official. Newcastle continue to complain.
Not like Tindall, is it?
Yeah. Some of the officiating has you scratching your head. I mean, they were at it. It was Fulham, wasn't it? Bassi and was it Diop, the other centre back?
Bassi was our best player.
For the 2 goals. But they were all over Voltemada. He got very little that day. He did get the free kick there, but no card. Pope sends it up to the edge of the City penalty area. It was from behind the centre circle. Hall out to Tonali, hooked forwards. Oh, it's bounced away from Mateus Nunes. Barnes trying to bring it under control, but couldn't do so. Now Fabian Cher has intercepted and kept it in for Lewis Hall, who skips away from his man, finds Barnes. Cher with a chance to cross. Haaland making the challenge. Great defending from Haaland, and now Chow covering behind Livramento, turns and gets away from Doku. Bruno here has got to lift it, and does. What a pass from Bruno. Murphy lets it bounce, lets it come to him on the touchline. In line with the edge of the penalty area. It's come back to Murphy in the corner. Goal kick though.
Good defending, Riley.
Donnarumma's last visit here was an unhappy one for him, beaten 4 times when he was at PSG 2 years ago in the Champions League. He's made some big saves so far, yet to be beaten tonight. 8 minutes to half time. Fabian Schär, as Newcastle get it back following the Manchester City goal kick. Livramento, lovely take under control. Tonali into space for Murphy, out on the far touchline. He's just kept it in, Jacob Murphy. And the cross behind of Gvardiol. The bearded Croatian defender puffs out his cheeks. Got across, made the block. And Tonali on corner kick duties. No Trippier today, Gordon still out, Dan Burn suspended, and still no Wissa for Newcastle. Good to get the 2 fullbacks playing, and
they've made a difference, haven't they?
They've been really good, haven't they?
They've made a big difference.
Voltemada, Chow, Joelinton, Schär at the edge of the area, ready to make their move as Tonali sends it in. It's flicked away by City, comes out to Lewis Hall on his thigh, and just a high ball hoisted into the area, caught by Donnarumma. Hall had to rush it, and that didn't help. Nico O'Reilly to Jeremy Doku. Jacob Murphy, good challenge. We don't want Doku getting away. Murphy made sure he didn't. Manchester City, who were 3rd last season and ended it trophyless, didn't they?
Yeah.
Something of a surprise after they'd obviously had a lot of success and they'd won, they won 3 trophies the previous year, including the title. Have now won a free kick. Schär on Haaland. I mean, he was holding him. Well, and the free kick's been taken, and Doku's trying to get around Livramento, who blocks his run. Now out towards Tonali. Doku's won it back, but played it straight to Voltemada. Murphy chipped by O'Reilly. Sorry, I beg your pardon.
This referee is going to give a boatload of yellow cards in the second half.
It was Tonali who was tripped by O'Reilly, just for clarification. Murphy over on that far side as well. I feel like it's simmering, isn't it? And it's going to start. There's going to be a decision, or I don't know, maybe a bad challenge, and I just feel this is going to boil over. And I'm not sure about how well the game will be managed from an officiating point of view. It could spiral out of control, maybe. Voltemada header on from a Newcastle ball up to halfway. 40th minute, O'Reilly's got around Murphy's challenge. Tall, long-legged O'Reilly just glided away from Murphy. Moved really well with it and keeps Manchester City in possession now in Newcastle's half. 0-0 the score. We'll have non-league football roundup and reaction to Sunderland's late defeat at Fulham coming up at half-time here on BBC Radio Newcastle. Foden looking for Shirky. It's found its way to Haaland. Newcastle with half a clearance. Haaland edge of the area, dispossessed. Nico Gonzalez, good tight control, then a pass to Mateus Nunes, who can't go forwards. Barnes in the way. Back to Diaz. And Nunes again. And back to Diaz again. Foden to Diaz. Shirky to Foden. And now a forward ball, but Mateus Nunes unable to control goal kick.
Yeah, he was away before he had control of the ball, wasn't he?
On the run of 2 Premier League defeats in a row. Newcastle last lost 3 Premier League matches in a row. It was almost 2 years ago, January 2024. That was a run of 4 that continued into the January and included the late defeat by Man City here. You remember that Oscar Bob last-minute winner when De Bruyne played an unbelievable ball over the top?
Yeah.
And Newcastle were winning till De Bruyne came on that night. Here's Phil Foden, looking to cause problems now. Shirky in the box, cuts it back. Foden wide. Foden from Shirky's cutback has dragged it wide of Pope's right-hand post. There have been multiple big chances.
There's been no goals in this game. It's been
at both ends, and Foden there with the latest.
They just opened us up, didn't they? They just broke, played straight through the middle.
Wow.
Great miss.
Sometimes you can't believe your eyes, and you're watching, and because of the angle we have, looking on towards that goal to the right, which is where the ball was played, and following the path of it, it seemed destined for the bottom corner, and at the end it's just bent away.
It was always going away from goal, wasn't it? It was always going away from that right hand post.
Newcastle United 0, Manchester City 0, and as John Anderson says, somehow 0-0. Hall and Barnes making challenges. City get it back. Barnes on Foden. Strong from Barnes, who will be, I'm sure, reflecting on those 2 glorious chances he had. He's normally so reliable in those positions, and it could still be Newcastle's route to a goal, to a big result. Voltemade likewise, the header, which wasn't quite in the corner, but the goalkeeper, the giant 6'5" Donnarumma, had to get down low and quickly.
Oh, it was good.
Such a strong hand.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with the header. He heads it down, plenty of power in it. It's just a top save, isn't it? Got to give the goalkeeper credit.
And then the other one from the edge of the box, Voltemade hit it as Donnarumma narrowed the angle, came out. And Manchester City with Doku running at Murphy, skips inside, low cross, Haaland onto the roof of the net.
It's a poor ball.
It was a back heel, a bit like one of those scorpion kicks.
Yeah, Doku's cross was poor. Just looking to get something on it, just loops it up in the air, always going over the top of the crossbar.
Man City unchanged for this. Consistency of selection across the 2 games. The Liverpool win, where they were so good, weren't they?
Very good. Mind you, they were only playing Liverpool,
who lost 3-0 at home to Nottingham Forest today. Newcastle starting this just a point above the relegation zone. Curious Premier League table, but they are in that position because they haven't won enough matches. 3 wins, all of them at St James's. Wolves, Forest and Fulham. Looking to beat Manchester City for the first time in the Premier League for what would be almost 7 years. January 2019, a match that we remember. A late Matt Ritchie penalty for a 2-1 victory. Doku trying to run in behind.
He was getting a free
brought
kick.
Back for Manchester City. Free kick.
Guimaraes foul.
It's on the left of midfield. 2 minutes minimum additional time. BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds. St James's Park, which has been noisy, angry at times, and absolutely stunned on other occasions. I think particularly with a couple of the chances at both ends that weren't put away. The XG, the expected goals, that I know you like to study under, will be, for some of those chances, will be very high. It's one of the metrics that's applied now in football data and analysis. XG, expected goals. Well, I think we all expected goals, didn't we?
Oh yeah.
Here's the free kick, rolled in up the short side of the box. Pope quickly out and lands on it. Haaland was the player Manchester City were trying to release. Joelinton receiving it from the goalkeeper facing his own goal. Tenali finds a pass for Murphy, scooped in behind, Barnes making the run, and Mateus Nunes has to head it back to his keeper. Donnarumma controls and then picks up.
Yeah, it wasn't the worst ball in the world, was it?
Only 30 seconds of the 2 minutes remaining. Donnarumma to his right to Ruben Dias, back to the goalkeeper. Left-footed ball, out of play. Newcastle they've got 20 seconds. Anything more if the referee's in charitable mood. Lewis Hall wins another throw. Back it goes to Cher. And he decides to play it to Nick Pope. Here comes the whistle from Sam Barrett. 0-0 at half-time at St James's Park. They've had 4 big chances. Manchester City have had, well, definitely 2. Both sides can't believe they haven't scored yet. But it's all contributed, John Anderson, to what's been a really enjoyable 45 minutes.
Yeah, it has been a good game. There's been chances at both ends. I mean, Donnarumma's made 2 great saves.
Please be aware that vaping and the use of e-cigarettes is not allowed.
Manchester City at the other end, Foden. He's put it wide. We're expecting the net to ripple, and he's put it wide at the right hand post. Barnes has had a chance inside 20 odd seconds. Donnarumma's made a save, but maybe it came a little bit too early. He wasn't completely warmed up, but it's been a good game. It's been decent.
And a point I want to make to you is that it's not just results recently, it's performance levels, especially away from home. Sometimes here as well that have had a lot of analysis and some criticism. The changes, the 3 at the back, 3 changes out of 4 in defence that they've made have been good changes in the way that they've played, and having Livramento and Hall at full-back certainly gives them more, doesn't it?
Getting the 2 young boys back, the Livramento and Hall, has given us a different dimension. You know, their energy levels getting forward. They are your outlet all the time. They get you up the pitch. They use the ball well. Their energy levels are first class. You know, we look a different side with them in the team. I don't think anybody can be disappointed with that performance in the first half. Some of the football that's been played has been first class.
Second half will come live from St James's Park here on BBC Radio Newcastle. Looking forward to it already. Can Newcastle United get the better of Manchester City? You'll find out right here at half-time at St James's between Newcastle United and Manchester City. It's 0-0.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Harry Baker Cy King was on the show this morning. We ended up talking a lot about his bum cheek.
I'll let you into a secret, and it's just for us up here. Don't tell the rest of the country. I keep getting cramp in my left buttock. And it's completely and utterly random, but it hurts. You know, I do this thing on this morning. They're just about to come to me, and I got cramp in my gluteus maximus, so they had to come off me. I said, sorry about that. So that's definitely a legacy from the Bakers, that and hemorrhoid cream. But that's another matter entirely. Anyway,
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Weekdays from 6. Just ask your smart speaker to play BBC Radio Newcastle.
And it's Newcastle United 0, Manchester City 0 at half-time. We'll be back with Razor and Ando for full commentary of the second half in just over 10 minutes' time. Elsewhere in the Premier League today, Sunderland conceded in the 84th minute to lose 1-0 at Fulham. That's their first defeat in 5 matches. Liverpool were beaten 3-0 at home by Sean Dyche's Nottingham Forest. Rob Edwards' first game in charge of Wolves ended in a 2-0 defeat at home to Crystal Palace. Brighton came from behind to beat Brentford 2-1. Danny Welbeck scoring his 7th goal in 8 games. And another former North East striker, Callum Wilson, scored both of West Ham's goals in their 2-2 draw at Bournemouth. And in the lunchtime game as well, which feels like a very long time ago now, Chelsea won 2-0 away at Burnley. But let's talk non-league football, shall we?
Local football.
Total Sport North East.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
You are listening to the local football roundup on BBC Radio Newcastle. It is a slightly abridged version today as we squeeze it into half-time in the Newcastle United match. We will, though, get some reaction to today's games in just a moment. First of all, though, here with all of today's results is Dominic James.
Thank you very much, Colin. We begin in the Enterprise National League. Gateshead 0, Boreham Wood 3. The Enterprise National League North, AFC Telford 1, South Shields 1. The pitching in Northern Premier League Premier Division. Hebburn Town 2, Bamber Bridge 0, Morpeth Town 1, Russell Olympic 0. And in the pitching in Northern Premier League East Division, Lincoln United 1, Ashington 2, Garforth 0, Blythe Town 1, Pontefract Collieries 1, Dunstan 1, Harlem 0, Heaton Stannington 2, and Blythe Spartans 1, Bishop Auckland 2. The game between Concert and Silsden was postponed. To the EBAC Northern League Division 1, Birtley Town 3, Penrith 3, Borough Rangers 0, Gisborough Town 4, Kendal Town 1, Marske United 2, Northallerton Town 1, Carlisle City 2, West Auckland Town 0, Newcastle Benfield 1, and Whitley Bay 2, Wickham 2. The game between North Shields and Thornaby was postponed due to an injury to the Thornaby goalkeeper Harry Alderson. Moving to the EBAC Northern League Division 2. Prudhoe 1, Darlington 2, Billingham Town 3, Chesley Street Town 3, FC Hartlepool 4, Bolden CA 1, Sunderland West End 3, Esh Winning 0, and Billingham Synthonia 5, Durham United 0. And in the Scottish Lowland League, Berwick Rangers 3, Gretna 2008 2. Back to you, Colin.
Thank you very much indeed, Dom. Well, Paul Dixon is back with me in the studio. We had some great results today, Paul, including in the NPL East Division. Unfortunately, your game wasn't one of them, though.
Well, it wasn't, Colin, no. I mean, not for the want of trying. They played exceptionally well the first half, Blythe, but you've got to give a bit of credit to Bishops. They had 2 opportunities, and that was probably about it, and they took the 2, and then they defended. After the game, I caught up with Blythe manager Mark Nash. Mark, a disappointing result, but I'm sure you can take some positives out of the game.
Oh, without a doubt. Dick Alley, result aside, we were sensational in that first 20 minutes. How we haven't gone at least 2 up probably tells the tale of why we haven't took any points. They go up the end, probably their first threatening attack, and go 1 up. The lads are feeling the pressure from that aspect at the minute. We know we've not got our noses in front once yet since I've been here, and I think we'd look at like a different team if that was to happen. So yeah, a bit of sweet and sour because everyone wants to turn the corner and get them results, but sticking the ball in the net is what needs to happen, and we've just not done that at the key times.
Your new signings played really well the first half, and you took the game to Bishop Auckland. Their first attack, they scored a goal on 25 minutes. You did have lots of opportunities in the first half, Mark, didn't you?
We did. We were excellent. We were on the front foot straight from the whistle. We were crosses going in the box. We were picking up second balls, maintaining attacks. But Noah's 2 chances, he's beaten himself up a bit. He's hit the bar when he's virtually free at the back post, and then obviously his header's literally under the bar, and he's skewed it wide. Which he's no one's more disappointed than him. But he's got to be there to miss them. Hopefully he keeps getting in there, and he'll get one eventually. But yeah, that end of the pitch is critical, and when you're on top, you've got to score, and we just didn't. It could have given a platform to really kick on, get the crowd behind us. But thankfully we got back in the game quickly, to be fair. Again, just a cross that got overhit to the back, and Danny Anderson's come in late and stuck it away, and I thought, come on, let's kick on. But again, we just, we just couldn't find that killer touch in the final third. So yeah, frustrating, loads of positive signs, but the situation we're in, look, I've got to keep reminding myself that that's a brand new team virtually out there as well. There's 6 new signings have started, 1 on the bench. There's 4 home debuts today. So, we've hardly had a training session together as a group. There's work to do from that aspect, and it's not easy when you haven't had a pre-season or you're bringing players in the middle. That said, we believe the group's good enough to get out of trouble, and we've got to start getting results.
Always appreciate Mark Nash or any manager talking to us after they've been beaten, Paul. They are second bottom, and they're only a point clear of bottom now because Blythe Town won today. But enough positive signs for a reasonable crowd to be a little bit optimistic.
Well, yes. I've seen them about 4 or 5 times this year, and that's the best. The first half. They could have went in about 3 or 4-1 up in the first half, and then it's a totally different game, as Mark said there. But no, he's just got to keep going, as he said. He's never had his team in front yet. Mark knows what the non-league scene's all about up here, Colin. He'll be trying very hard to get it right for Blythe Spartans.
Indeed, and he's got a full week. They're not in action in midweek. They're away at Bridlington next Saturday afternoon. It was was a successful day, though. It's been a very successful month, actually, for Hebburn Town. I had a chat with their manager, Daniel Moore, earlier after their 2-0 win over Bamber Bridge and asked him how happy he was on a scale of 1 to 10.
Performance was a steady 7 or 8 out of 10, but that's what I think gets you points in this league. You know, the pitch was quite heavy, maybe a different kind of game to what we've had in recent weeks, but we still created lots of chances, kept a clean sheet, but we were just good all over the pitch today again.
Well, I was going to touch on the fact that it's a clean sheet because that's 4 in a row, which is, particularly maybe as a centre-half, really, really impressive.
Yeah, love a clean sheet. We've scored 17 in 4 games and not conceded, so it tells you probably what I'm about when I'm more happy with the clean sheets. But I know that we just look a threat going forward at the moment, even in spells in the game where it's not quite going for us and we're having to defend in our shape. When we turn the ball over, we look a real threat anyway. So, you know, we're controlling games with and without the ball at the moment, which is good to see.
And had you changed something? Obviously, November, last 4 in particular have been quite something. Did you make a specific change, say 3 or 4 weeks ago, or is it just something that's taken time for everyone to gel and buy into?
Yeah, I think we've had not a big turnover of players, but we've lost some senior players. Obviously, we lost Amma to Stockton, our main striker. We've had to change the way we play really a little bit in different build up, and because Gary's a different kind of player to what Amma is, so I think we could see it first few games of the season where we weren't quite getting the results. I think Robert Briggs coming in from South Shields have been a massive positive for us. If there was anything lacking in the early part of the season was just that senior figure in the middle of the pitch, and I think he's bringing the best out of the lads around him as well. So, we've still got a relatively new and young group of players that are learning all the time. So when we're putting performances on like we are at the moment, it bodes well for the future, really.
And in some ways it makes your life easier as a manager as well, even through training and then team talks, etc. The players all know what your expectation levels are now, and it is, yes, you're going to adapt slightly to opponents, but ultimately it's let's see some more of the same, isn't it?
Yeah, it's about what we do. We've said that over the last few weeks. I think I've been part of some good teams where not quite you've beat them before you've kicked off, but they're worrying about you more than you are them, and I think that's the case at the moment. Teams obviously looking at us, keeping clean sheets, scoring goals. I think we're a threat for anyone in this division when we're on it. Again, I'm not naive enough to think we're going to go and win every game, because we're not going to lose some football matches. But all I ask is that the standards that the players have set, they just try and maintain them. With some weeks it won't quite happen, but if they do it 9 times out of 10, then we'll get the results that we want.
Daniel Moore there, the Hebburn Town manager. That is not a bad run of form, Paul. 4 games, 17 goals scored, not a single goal conceded. And they're up to 5th in the table as well. They've got a joint best goal difference in the league. Game in hand on Warrington, who are top as well. It's all going positive. They had their dip in October, but they are back in banging form again, Hebburn.
He seems in good form, Bobby, there, doesn't he? You know what I mean? Yes, you're right. I mean, 17 goals in 4 games. That's promotion level football, that, Colin. It really is.
Yes, 8 in 1 game always helps. But yeah, 17 in, and they've got a couple of away games to finish. They're away at Gainsborough's Trinity on Tuesday night, and then we're at Rushall next Saturday as well. So a couple of long trips to round out the month for them. Paul Dixon, our non-league reporter, thank you very much indeed. We will do the same thing next weekend. Our local football roundup will be at half-time in the Newcastle United game, because they play at 5:30 at Everton next weekend as well. Just a little bit of time to tell you about a couple of other things. Newcastle United women named their new head coach today, and it's Tanya Oxtoby, the 43-year-old Australian. She's left her post as the Northern Ireland manager to move to Tyneside. She's signed a contract until June 2029, so that's got a 3.5 year contract. Newcastle had actually won 2 and drawn 1 under the interim leadership of Claire Ditchburn, including the Derby victory, of course, last Sunday, after dispensing with the services of Becky Langley last month. And we finish with the darts. because it's the Players' Championship finals this weekend. We had 3 players in round 2 action. Unfortunately, only one of them made it through to round 3 this afternoon. So Callan Ridge was beaten by Ryan Searle and Ryan Joyce was beaten by Jermaine Vatamena. But Chris Dobie from Bedlington beat Cameron Crabtree in a deciding leg 6-5 to make it through to the third round, and he will play James Hurrell in that third round tonight. They don't get underway though until well after 8 o'clock. Right then, they're about to get underway in the second half at St James's Park. Newcastle United against Manchester City, somehow goalless after 45 minutes. To take you through the second half though, in just a second, John Anderson and Matthew Raisbeck.
Total Sport North East.
Matthew Raisbeck and black and white legend John Anderson.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Thank you to Colin and Dicker. And at St James's Park, Newcastle United emerge for the second half. 0-0 with Manchester City somehow, after some big opportunities to score. 2 for Harvey Barnes, 2 for Nick Voltemade. And at the other end, Erling Haaland was denied by a brilliant reaction save from Nick Pope. There was also a miss from Phil Foden, a shot that he dragged across goal and just wide of the far post. That was one that you would have expected to have been finished, given the quality of the chance and the quality of the player. And a number of VAR checks. Newcastle with Hall down in the box, nothing given. Manchester City, Fabian Schär catching Foden late after he'd taken a shot. VAR had a longer look at that, didn't give the penalty. And one for Malik Chow, who blocked a shot, but it seemed to hit his elbow with his arms tucked in by his side. So busy first half of chances and possible penalties, but 0-0. No changes for the second half. So Pope, Livramento, Schär, Chow, Hall, Bruno, Tonali, Joelinton, Murphy, Barnes, Voltemade, and City, Donnarumma, Núñez, Diaz, Gvardiol, O'Reilly, Bernardo Silva, Gonzalez, Foden, Shirky, Doku, Haaland. Back underway on BBC Radio Newcastle and the BBC Sounds app. Newcastle kicking towards the Gallagher end goal to the right, and Joelinton's lifted one towards Barnes in the corner. It stayed in. Barnes into the penalty area, and they've won a corner kick after 15 seconds of the second half, John Anderson.
Too easy, wasn't it? City just switched off. Little ball in behind from Joelinton. He's got away and he's won a corner kick.
Barnes had stayed on side. Núñez had committed. I don't know if there's something about it not being his natural position, but I do think that they can exploit potential weakness at right back for Manchester City. They got in there and Barnes won them this corner. There's movement all around the box as Tonali curls it in, and it bounces across the 6-yard box right in front of goal and goes wide on this near side
corner. He's just whipped it near post and it's just bounced. Everybody's missed it.
How again?
Just needed somebody coming in back post, didn't it?
Have they not been able to convert? Oh my goodness! It's gone,
just bounced past everybody, hasn't it?
It's gone between 2 different groups of players and flashed past the leg of a City defender at the back. Any touch really towards goal would surely have taken it in, whether off an attacker or a defender. It's a goal kick. Doku, that could be handball. Nothing given. Doku's down, having collided with Tonali. Joelinton pushes the ball across to Hall, onto Barnes, brought back to halfway by Barnes. Doku gets up.
Oh, he's alright. Amazing.
He didn't get the free kick, you see. Chow chipped to Livramento, but he hasn't been able to control, and it's a Manchester City throw on the near side, middle of their half.
Was it the highest poor touch, was it?
Doku might have a hold of Livramento, who's got a hold of him, and Murphy makes the challenge on the Belgian winger, told to get up again by the referee. Oh, Chow, rare misplaced pass. He's giving it straight to Doku. Schär intercepts and sweeps it clear. Barnes it's unlucky because Barnes had dropped back and was tucking in, and it was whipped by Schär to
it was
where
just
Barnes,
a clearance, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He wasn't really trying to pick Barnes out. He was just clearing his lines.
It was where he had originally been. Manchester City have it at the back comfortably. 48th minute. Pep Guardiola pointing towards the Newcastle goal. Nico Gonzalez with it in midfield. Eddie Howe's watching with his hands in pockets. Guardiola always so animated and expressive, isn't he? Non-stop communication with his players. Doku for Haaland, edge of the area, right side. Haaland, Malik Chow.
Great tackle.
Great defending to dispossess Haaland. Then Joelinton robbed of possession.
Oh, how lucky are you?
He's been given a free kick on the edge of Newcastle's box. Joelinton maybe a bit lucky. Malik Chow.
Great defender by Chow. Go on, what are you going to do? Brilliant. Just took it off him. Excellent.
They've taken the free kick share to Joelinton, and then Bruno now up to Tonali. He's lost the ball. Might have caught Ruben Diaz, who tackled him. Manchester City in the penalty area here, looking for the far top corner. Bernardo Silva misses the target, puts his hands on his head, and feels as though he should have done better.
He's capable from there and all. Just got it all wrong, didn't he? Cut inside on that favourite left foot, and he's just tried to bend it. Got too much on it.
Didn't clear the post by too much. Took over from Kevin De Bruyne as the City captain in the summer after De Bruyne's departure. Player with more than 400 games for Manchester City. What a player, Bernardo Silva. Off target with that effort. He's playing the ball again there, looking for Shirky, back through towards Bernardo Silva, who helps it on. Lewis Hall tries to watch it behind and just about did enough. Goal kick. Pope places the ball down on the 6-yard line. Newcastle's bench: Ramsdale, Ruddy, Botman, Elanga, Willock, Alex Murphy, Ramsey, Neve and Miley. City on the bench: the goalkeeper Trafford, Reinders, Stones, Ake, Marmouche, Aït-Nouri, Savinio, Kuzanov and Bob. Ruben Diaz heads away from Nick Pope's goal kick, and Malik Chow sends it back to the goalkeeper, who plays it along the floor to Fabian Schär on the far side. On to Hall, just ahead of him on the touchline, back to Bruno, and now Schär again. First time forward ball here towards Barnes, volleyed away by Mateus Nunes. That's going to be a throw at left back for United. Assistant referee making sure Lewis Hall comes back to where it went out, and it's probably level with the penalty spot. The line, but out for a City throw. Back to Ruben Diaz and Nico Gonzalez onto the right touchline. Manchester City with plenty of possession, and following that Newcastle corner at the start of the second half. Now in the 52nd minute, Nico O'Reilly infield to Foden, back out wide to O'Reilly, 30 yards from Nick Pope's goal. Doku sent tumbling by Tonali.
Oh, he's rolling around again. I mean, it's
clearly a free kick. Did it need the...
Yeah, I mean, it's a free kick, but
the rolling
around it.
And he's all right, Doku, of course, but got the free kick. I don't know what more, especially for a challenge like that, which is a foul, but it's not a bad foul. Right, about 30 yards, maybe a little more from the penalty area. Probably about 15 yards in from the left touchline. Shirky, number 10, and Foden, number 47, next to the ball. Newcastle in a line on the edge of the box, or just ahead of the 18-yard line. Rolled inside by Shirky. Nunes back to Foden. He's got the angle for the cross here. He sends it in. Fabian Schär heads clear. Bernardo Silva flicks it to Nunes. Chips it up out to Doku. He's offside. BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds. No goals at St James's Park. Nick Pope comes to take the free kick. A win would take Newcastle certainly back up to 14th, maybe into 13th, and that's all. Edge of the penalty area, Tonali trying to bring the ball down. He's charged at Nico O'Reilly, who was clearing it and being able to deflect it out for a throw for City, close to their penalty area, rather than it being a long ball up the pitch. Manchester City draw would take them back into second, as would a win, so avoiding defeat would take them above Chelsea, who won 2-0 at Burnley at lunchtime. O'Reilly into midfield towards Foden, lifted over the top of Bruno, and Shirky gets it down on the floor and passes it to Bernardo Silva. The forward run up the line from Mateus Nunes, played in by Bernardo Silva, and Fabian Schär blocks the cross, and had to do so because Haaland was poised in the centre.
Worked it well, didn't they? They worked it well. Looked like we had them boxed in.
Throw for the away side has been taken, and now Nick Pope catches a cross from Shirky at the near post. Comfortable for the keeper. This is Barnes. You see, he's come inside to Murphy. I think what he wanted was a runner through the middle.
Yeah.
And no criticism of Voltemada, it's just not his game. Last season that ball might have been played. Now they look for Voltemada, edge of the area. It's won back. Tonali here winning it back for Newcastle. Left side of central midfield.
Brilliant.
Back to Schär on halfway. Crowd responding. 10 minutes of football in the second half. Nothing separating the teams. Hall to Tonali. Newcastle have kept it for about 30 seconds. Back to Nick Pope this time from Schär. Haaland, edge of the penalty area. Pope, it's got a bit of swerve on it, outside of the right boot. Header on by Livramento. But Jacob Murphy is flagged offside, close to the assistant referee. Good ball out from the back from Pope, and the header on from Livramento. It looked good, it worked well, but where was the offside? Forward into the corner on the left of the attack for Manchester City, but Malik Chow had it all covered, and Haaland was chasing him. It's gone out for a Newcastle throw. We've seen pictures of Dan Burns suspended tonight, watching from one of the boxes. Johan Wissa is here. Eddie Howe said yesterday that he's not able to give a clear return date for Wissa. Who sustained an injury on international duty just after his move to Newcastle and is yet to play for the club. Livramento with another Newcastle throw into a bit of space, deep in midfield. Joelinton back to Schär, edge of the box, and Hall up the left wing. Mateus Nunes is there on his chest to beat Barnes to it, and Nico Gonzalez. That's a good ball forwards from central midfield. Doku just outside the box, but Chow's got it, and now Bruno, and they want to play quickly. Newcastle. Joelinton, Voltemada now trying to run in behind Joelinton. Good ball from Murphy on the near touchline. His cross, Voltemada! And Donnarumma denies him again with another massive save. Murphy, that's a great ball in. Voltemada first time.
Offside.
Oh, flag is up anyway. Still another big chance. Well, Murphy's not offside, so it must be Voltemada in the centre.
Maybe. I'll tell you what, they've seen something I didn't.
I think his arm was offside.
Taken it from him.
Yeah, it was Voltemade. Again, not a criticism, just description. It wasn't in the corner, it was close to the keeper. But he's had to get down low, make a big block, and the ball's looped up and gone behind. But offside is the call. But that was nice football. It is incredible that this match in the 59th minute is still 0-0. O'Reilly. Foden into the centre of Newcastle's half. Nico Gonzalez, 3 black and white shirts close by, so he goes back to Diaz. Centre circle, and this is Doku, bit of space. Livramento comes out to him. Doku now running at Livramento. Foden clips in across. Haaland heads down and up into the hands of Foden.
Save.
They haven't found him too many times, but that was a header. In fact, it wasn't a header, it came off his knee, I think. Looking at the replay, might just have appeared that way from the angle. Anyway, Pope, comfortable stop. Voltemade's won it on halfway, and Voltemade, sliding tackle from Nico Gonzalez. Tonali has sent Doku down with a push, says referee Sam Barrett, who sends Bruno away. The Newcastle captain was losing his temper at the referee there and has avoided a caution for dissent. Fans off their feet. Annoyance at Sam Barrett. Free kick in the middle part of the pitch for Manchester City after Nico Gonzalez put in a good challenge on Voltemade. Any team would miss Rodri, but Nico looks like the real deal himself, doesn't he?
Got good players, haven't they? Keep the ball well.
Joe Linton's just pushed.
What's he saying getting up? What are you pushing him for?
Bernardo Silva just pushed him over.
Just pushes him.
And the whistle's gone.
Just stupid.
Going to be a free kick. Sam Barrett has called Joe Linton across for a word. 3 or 4 Manchester City players want to say their piece. Bernardo Silva's one of them, with Bruno. So part of that might be in Portuguese. And it's a lecture for Joe Linton. And he shakes hands with Bernardo Silva. We haven't always been praiseworthy of the official today, Sam Barrett, but he's done Newcastle and Joe Linton a favour there by not giving him a yellow card.
It was stupid though, wasn't it? What's the point in doing it?
Doku, not popular at St James's. Back to Foden, edge of the box. Nico Gonzalez, they were all over him. He's managed to flick the ball out to Bernardo Silva. United camped on the edge of their own box here. In the 62nd minute, a spell of defending. Doku and Foden and Shirky involved, lots of short passes. The score still at 0-0. Newcastle definitely carried more of a threat on the break in the first half. The big chance for Voltemade in the second, but offside was the decision. Share with a clearance, it's hit a Manchester City player, come to another. Shirky to Foden, turns in space, edge of the box, and misses the goal with his left foot. Phil Foden just trying to guide it into the far corner. Well off target. Jacob Murphy's come running to the bench once.
Walked it.
A word with Eddie Howe.
Walked it well, didn't they? And then he's just way over the top.
Murphy and Howe having a chat, which appears to be tactical rather than anything injury related. And the assistant referee tells Murphy to get back on the pitch. Nick Pope will take Newcastle's goal kick. Joelinton comes from a forward position to head it on. City hook it away. Joelinton's got it again. Now Bruno looking for space. Barnes for Bruno. Oh, it's a good burst from midfield. Edge of the area. Barnes! Harvey Barnes for Newcastle United. Brilliant move through midfield involving Bruno the skipper, and Barnes finishes at the Gallagher end into the bottom corner, and finally big Donnarumma is beaten, and Harvey Barnes, who missed two big chances in the first half, has put one away, and it's Newcastle United 1, Manchester City 0.
It's a great finish, fabulous finish. Guimaraes does well, picks it up, looks like he's overrun it, and it falls for Barnes, and this time he just side foots it past Donnarumma, who's made 2 or 3 really good saves. Good finish into the side net, keeper's not stopping that.
Harvey Barnes in the 64th minute. And it's his 5th goal of the season. He'll have enjoyed that one. You can imagine, look, there is still a quarter of this match to play, but after the 2 misses in the first half, and he may well have been offside for the second one, but we don't know, that will have lifted a lot of weight off his shoulders, because that will have been bothering a player that is usually so clinical from that kind of position. And one thing, apart from anything else that he adds to Newcastle United, it's the numbers, it's the goals, and he took that one brilliantly. Oh, they've lost it, Man City, following the kickoff. Here's Voltemada carrying it out to the left wing, back to Joelinton. He's let it run and pulled back Joelinton by Foden, and referee Sam Barrett spotted it. Joelinton gets high-fived by Bruno. Pep Guardiola's taken his seat on the bench, sitting back, slumped into his chair, hands on the back of his head. Newcastle United lead. Fabian Schär floats the free kick out to Murphy, headed on. Tenali is offside from Murphy's header. O'Reilly rolls it quickly to Diaz. Foden, back of the centre circle, whipped across to the feet of Doku. Every Jeremy Doku touch is booed. Jacob Murphy blocks his forward pass. Tenali now brings it out to the right touchline. Oh, and Tenali's given it away. Could have cleared it immediately. There wasn't much up ahead of him in black and white, in fairness. And then, after holding on to the ball, his pass gave possession back to Manchester City. This is Doku. Tenali goes out to engage. Doku for the goal line. And it's Malik Chow in the middle of the box. Again. It just hit him. It's gone
great
for a
position.
corner.
Yeah, I mean, it's good positioning though. Middle of the 6-yard box.
It's this near left side for the City corner from Shirky, looped up to the back post. Voltemada gets his head to it. Doku on the far side sends it back over. It's come for Shirky. They get out to close him down. Hall with a block. Ruben Diaz, it's in. Well, Newcastle's lead didn't last long, did it? Manchester City are level. 68 minutes played. They blocked the effort, they threw themselves at it, but the centre half, Ruben Diaz, was there to smash it home, and it's Newcastle United 1, Manchester City 1.
Just didn't deal with the corner, did we? Half cleared, it's bouncing around. Doku keeps it alive, hangs the cross up again. We don't really clear it. hits Young Hall. Could have went anywhere. Falls into the path of Diaz, and he just swings at it, doesn't he?
And it's hit Cher. Oh, it's gone through Cher's legs.
Yeah.
Oh, right in front of goal. He was trying to block it. It hits Hall, and it's gone through Fabian Cher's legs. Taking a touch off him on the way through. That's a bit unfortunate. Ruben Diaz is off the pitch at the moment. Does he have maybe some blood, a possible injury? City have got 10 players. Barnes up to the corner on the left, wins a corner kick. Good response to conceding the equaliser. Ruben Diaz wants to come back on and is really losing his temper at the referee and the fourth official. He's got a bloody nose, look. The Manchester City medical team is trying to dab his nose and get rid of the blood, and he's trying to run away from him and get on. Referee has now waved him back on, and Pep Guardiola is angry at Lee Doughty, the fourth official. Newcastle corner. Tonali from the left, headed behind. So it'll be another corner kick.
Tell you what, his delivery's been good tonight.
There was the one.
He's got it into a good area.
Remember the one earlier in the half that bounced between everybody? They're starting with a group beyond the far post, so that's on the Newcastle right of the pitch, and then they're making their run across the box. They do so again, and Tonali comes forwards to lift it in, headed away from the crossbar for Guardiola. Hall back in, Cher trying to take it down. Barnes looking to maybe turn and shoot. He's played a pass to Murphy. Good ball. Voltemada off the bar. Harvey Barnes, yes! He's got another one. Oh, they've gone back in front. What a game. What a game. Newcastle in front for 4 minutes. Manchester City level for only 2 minutes. Harvey Barnes has put it in after it came back off the crossbar. City are complaining, not sure what about. They're saying it should be ruled out, but Barnes celebrates another goal. He's got both tonight for Newcastle, who lead Manchester City by 2-1.
It was like Keystone Cops, wasn't it? It was bouncing around all over the place. They've just recycled, the ball's played in again.
Not offside. Well, Bruno might be. Oh, yeah, that's. Barnes isn't. Barnes is fine. It's Bruno that might be offside. It was Bruno's header that came back off the bar. City are waiting to kick off. Referee's got his hands on hips. The crowd think that the goal's going to stand, but Newcastle are being told to wait. It's Bruno that might be offside, and there's the VAR graphics. Not a lot in it. It's not Barnes, but if this is taken away, oh dear. Of course the decision has to be correct, but it would be so frustrating. It's a massive moment in the game and in Newcastle's season. Referee is calling a couple of players, the two captains.
Two captains over.
I think Bruno's foot
is offside,
but it's the arm of the defender that might be playing him on. We can't hear the conversation between VAR Craig Pawson, assistant VAR Nick Hopton, and referee Sam Barrett. We can see the graphics, the freeze frame. We don't have semi-automated offside technology yet. This is a factual thing. It's not obviously subjective for the referee, so we're just going to get a decision. He'll either make the VAR signal or he'll point to the centre spot, won't he? And then we'll know. And those of a black and white persuasion are hoping and urging. They want the goal to be given.
How long? How long?
How long is the cry from one of the fans next to us, and that shows that it is tight. If it counts, it's 2-1 to Newcastle. Otherwise we're back to 1-1, and that would be a big psychological advantage for Manchester City, you'd think. Referee still waiting.
How long does it take?
As on Newcastle. They're desperate for this goal. Desperate for the goal. Referee still says, wait, we can't see the VAR graphics anymore. They've been taken off the screen that we're looking at. VAR checking for a possible offside that would rule out Newcastle going back in front. Referee's going to get loads of stick whatever happens. It's not his fault, he just has to convey the decision. Sam Barrett, who blows the whistle, and it's given! The goal stands!
How long did that take?
It's Newcastle United 2, Manchester City 1, and they put us through all of that only to give the goal. Mind you, I'll sit through that any time. They get what they think the right outcome is. City back to Donnarumma, who has to chest control the ball and then send a clearance away, slicing it out to the right wing. Barnes trying to win a header close to the City box and has ended up on the floor. No foul. Shirky looking for Haaland. It's bent away from him. Lewis Hall is there to play it back to Nick Pope. A response from Manchester City on the touchline with young Norwegian midfielder Oscar Bob about to come on, the scorer of that injury time goal to beat Newcastle 2 seasons ago. They lead 2-1. Bruno's header hit the bar and it was tight for the offside with Bruno. Still haven't seen the semi-automated offside technology, but he was onside. That's why it was given. Here's Tonali and Harvey Barnes up the left wing. Murphy in the middle with Voltemada. Barnes into the box but stopped by Ruben Dias. It was a good ball from Tonali. Good play. Oh, Lewis Hall's gone down with cramp. Now Tino Livramento struggling a little bit, looks towards the bench. Newcastle United 2, Manchester City 1. The away side have a throw in their own half, far side of the pitch at the east stand. 3 changes for Manchester City. Also coming on is the Brazilian winger Savinho and midfielder Tijani Reinders, Dutch international. You may remember him from playing against Newcastle for AC Milan, home and away in the Champions League 2 years ago. A very cultured midfielder. They're going to make 3 changes. Still trying to process that second goal and the fact it was given after the longest VAR check that you've ever seen.
It takes forever. It's so frustrating for supporters.
Jeremy Doku replaced by Savinho. Bernardo Silva leaving the pitch, the captain, with Tijani Reinders, his replacement, and Oscar Bob is coming on in a second. Newcastle making a change in a moment. Lewis Hall's receiving treatment. Ryan Shirky off, and that's the third Manchester City player to depart. Sven Botman, who was one of the players left out today in the 3 changes, is coming on. Lewis Hall is off and he's walking around the pitch with the physio.
Botman's on.
Yeah, and obviously he has to walk around the pitch because he's on the far side. You've got to leave at the leave at the side or the end that's closest.
You just hope it's just cramp, you know.
He's moving well enough. There doesn't seem to be any concern. Sven Botman's on, and what they've done, Ando, is they've gone to a 5 and Jacob Murphy has gone to left wing back. Newcastle United 2, Manchester City 1, live right here on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds. And that change, so it's now Pope, Livramento, Chow, Cher, Botman, Murphy, Tonali, Bruno, Joelinton, Barnes and Voltemada. We're in the 78th minute, but there have been some stoppages, and that VAR check will it's going to keep us here all night.
Yeah. That's
Mateus Nunes with a floated crossfield ball. Savinho, he's lifted that in with a lot of force. Bob at the back of the penalty area. He's got it back to Mateus Nunes. Malik Chow with a big header. Harvey Barnes with a header on. And Bob, forced backwards by Murphy, is on the far touchline. He's played it to Nunes. The applause is for Lewis Hall, who is almost back at the Newcastle dugout now, as Savinho, with 3 black and white shirts in front of him, stops the ball, corner of the area, inside to Gvardiol. Match is being played within 30 yards of Newcastle's goal. Anthony Elanga is coming back to the bench and is coming on, and I think we're going to see Joe Willock as well. 2-1 they lead. All the goals in the second half. 2 for Barnes for Newcastle United. Level with Voltemada now on 6 as their top scorer. Savinho running at Livramento on the inside, then the outside, back inside. And O'Reilly still Newcastle penned in, keeping it narrow with their shape. City look for Savinho close to the side of the penalty area. A little nutmeg, gets it back from O'Reilly. And now Ruben Dias, who got City level before Barnes re-established Newcastle's supremacy on the scoreboard. 2-1, 10 minutes to play. A lot of Manchester City possession. Pass after pass. It's with Mateus Nunes. Nico Gonzalez didn't get the best ball from him, plays it straight back. Jason Tingle giving instructions to Elanga. Malik Chow's followed the ball out from defence, chasing O'Reilly near halfway. There's a bit of a gap at the back. Livramento's got it into midfield for Tonali, and Tonali fouled. Sandro Tonali brought down by Nico Gonzalez, and Newcastle United get a free kick, and they get a break from the concentration on the ball and the run from Manchester City players. All the pass and move for this free kick, and it's very, very welcome.
Yeah, I mean, Manchester City plenty of the ball, but they weren't going anywhere with it. It's just to see a black and white in there. They're just filling holes, playing in front all the time. No spaces for them to go in behind.
We've got the semi-automated offside technology, and it is it's part of the sleeve of Ruben Dias that's played Bruno on. It's so close. Newcastle free kick, diagonal ball. It's gone out. They can make the change. Well, they can't make the changes. They're not ready. Elanga's ready, but Eddie Howe is talking to Joe Willock, and those two will give them plenty of energy, fresh legs. Tonali puts the ball out in a challenge near side. They haven't made the changes there either. Manchester City get it back into play quickly. 82nd minute with Newcastle in a 2-1 lead. That was the scoreline the last time they beat City in the Premier League in January 2019 under Rafa Benitez. It was the day that the Miguel Almiron signing was agreed, and then they went and beat City, so a real feel-good factor that night. Feels like only yesterday. It was nearly 7 years ago. Tonali for Joelinton, on for Bruno. Oh, it might open up for Newcastle, who cross halfway. Bruno, Barnes played in. Barnes, inches away from getting the shot off for his hat-trick potentially. And great defending by Mateus Nunes.
Yeah, it was great sliding tackle. He had to get that right.
And he got out there to prevent the corner as well. So Manchester City keeping the ball moving, still in their own half. It's what might be a rare Newcastle break up the pitch. It's BBC Radio Newcastle and the BBC Sounds app. We're going to be with you till 8. Ando will stick around to discuss the match after full time with Colin in the studio. Send us your messages on WhatsApp. Put BBC at the start. We'd love to hear from you if you've got a moment to let us know what you think of the game. 08000 321 333. BBC at the start. 08000 321 333. Mateus Nunes for Oscar Bob in the penalty area. Oscar Bob, blocked shot. Jacob Murphy tried to clear, but Bob's got in the way. Ball has spun up and away out to the far touchline. City trying to find their way back into the penalty area. Bob, who's such a clever and cute little player with his movements and deft little touches, could have a part to play in the final 7 minutes of the 90. There should probably be at least that added on to the end of the game. So this is not done, not by a long way. Gvardiol chipped into the box. Sven Botman with a header that's come to Bob. Foden on the turn. Fabian Schär clears. Voltemada holds it. Now tries to maybe play in Tonali. Yes, he does. Tonali, can he run? Has he still got the legs? He's away from Gvardiol. Tonali in the area. He's got two on him now. Trying to win a corner. It's gone behind, but it's a goal kick. Tonali furious. What a run at this late stage after he's given everything. It's a goal kick. He's down on his haunches, catching his breath, and there'll be no hat-trick for Harvey Barnes, who is leaving the pitch as a 2-goal hero after the disappointment of his two big chances in the first half. He scored two massive goals, two more massive goals for Newcastle United. Bet he would love to get the hat-trick, but he goes off with two. High five by Eddie Howe, replaced by Elanga, and Willock is on for Voltemada. So they've gone still with the back five of Livramento, Chow, Schär, Botman and Murphy at left wing back, Tonali right of midfield, Willock left of midfield, Bruno and Joelinton in the centre, and Elanga up front on his own. No Osula, remember, because of an ankle problem. If they are to get the chance to break away, and I wouldn't mind seeing Elanga run onto a ball over the top or just knocked into the corner, because he has electric speed. 2-1 Newcastle United in the 86th minute. Gvardiol, Savinio now tries to find space for the cross, which he does. Murphy came off his chest and went behind for the corner. He was stooping and had to do something, had to get a touch. Murphy, back post.
Oh, they're checking for handball here, I think. It's unbelievable. Every time it bounces up off his chest and they check.
No handball, corner kick. There'll be another Manchester City change shortly with Omar Marmoush about to come on after the corner is taken, left-footed from the far side, flicked across the area. Savinio misses the target on the volley.
Lashed at it, didn't he? Seeing the glory, Guardiola saying, just be calm it down, don't lash.
Phil Foden goes off. You remember the hat-trick last season from Marmoush, don't you?
Yeah.
At the Etihad Stadium against Newcastle. That was a bad day. The Egyptian international, another quality player. Just look at who they're bringing on. Manchester City. BBC Radio Newcastle with Newcastle United 2-1 up against Manchester City at St James's Park. Joelinton, ball was there to be won and he got it. Bruno, it's a heavy touch and it's come back to sky blue shirt just behind halfway. Marmoush playing it to Nunes, and they have him to thank for that sliding tackle on Barnes, when if it had reached Barnes they would have had the chance to go for goal for a third. Newcastle. Savinio brings it inside, dances away from Livramento. 30 yards from United's goal, Reinders plays the pass out to the wing, makes a forward run. Bob inside. Ruben Dias stretches the Newcastle team by playing it out wide left to Savinio. Have to get out there, Livramento to close him down. Back it comes to Ruben Diaz. Nunez to the centre half again. Decides to send in a cross. Fabian Schär plants a header on the ball. Joe Willock chases after it, and Nunez on halfway. Willock decided to then stop applying pressure and hold his run, and then turn back and get in to help defend, because it's coming at Newcastle again. Savinio on the outside of Livramento, who deflects it behind after the time that he's had out of the team, the 9 games that he's missed. This is some shift from Livramento. Corner kick though, 89th minute on the near side from Manchester City. It's a one rolled short actually. Oh, and the United have won it back. Jacob Murphy, Bruno, Elanga, all making runs. Murphy on the near side, driving forwards. Murphy cuts back away from O'Reilly. They've still got it. Murphy rather sensibly decides to go back to Botman, but they can stay in the final third, Newcastle, with Willock. And now back to Botman. Maybe in the first half, earlier in the game, maybe Jacob Murphy would have just carried that. They've gone back to Pope. He's well out of his box, and they want him to send it long, which he does. O'Reilly's going to head that one forwards, on by Nico Gonzalez, the other Nico in the City team. Chow on the near side, going to chip it over the top for Elanga. Header from Gvardiol, and out from Gonzalez, and with what's that? 40 seconds of the 90 remaining. What's your prediction, John Anderson, for the additional time? I'm going to go
7.
I'm going to go 9. It'll be 8 then, won't it? Right in the middle. And they're going to go mad at whatever it is. Livramento, the throw, looking for Tenali. O'Reilly's headed it away from him, played into the City box. Ruben Diaz to Mateus Nunes. Willock forces him back to the keeper. They don't close down Donnarumma though, and he's able to play the pass into the centre to Gonzalez. O'Reilly here, over halfway. It is 8. 8 additional minutes with Newcastle leading by 2 goals to 1. Pope comes and claims Savinio's cross. And Nick Pope goes for a quick underarm throw to Bruno. Elanga's away. Bruno's ball into space on the right hand side for Elanga. Absolutely no support. Can Elanga do it himself? No. Gvardiol makes a challenge, and then Donnarumma comes out, and Elanga's
not a back pass.
Down under the sliding goal, over the top of the sliding goalkeeper. No back pass, no foul. Manchester City now attack Newcastle's goal. Here it comes to Gvardiol, and Savinio back inside to Gvardiol, through the legs of Tenali, and the run here from Reinders. It hits his former AC Milan teammate Malik Chow, and goes behind for a corner, which the Dutchman himself is going to take on this left-hand side for City, with every black and white shirt defending. Haaland in the middle of the 6-yard box. Chow staying close to him, headed away from the near post. That was Livramento as Pope was coming. They cleared the danger. It's coming back though to Reinders, and Mateus Nunes, edge of the box, plays the pass to Savinio. Floated cross, half clear. Bob Marmouche blocked. Tenali out to it. Maybe the chance for another break. Tenali cuts back and gets a free kick, and it's a yellow card shown to Oscar Bob, to the delight of the Newcastle United supporters. Whoa. It's breathless and it's exhausting. And Sandro Tonali, it is astounding how at this point in every game he can still run and run and run like it's the first minute.
Yeah, his energy levels have been immense again this evening, haven't they? He's had to work so hard.
Haaland and Bruno having a bit of a smile about something, maybe that decision. It's eaten up a bit of time, 92 minutes and 45 seconds. Still got 5 to play though on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds. Listen to the atmosphere. Or if they could win this, the roar that would greet the final whistle would be deafening. It's a header from Haaland that's gone backwards and out.
He's never had a kick, has he? He's never had a kick at the ball, Haaland.
Don't say that, there's still 5 minutes to go.
Yeah.
The throw is middle of City's half, up the line. Oh, Elanga is there with Willock. Claims for handball, then appeals for a free kick, which they don't get. Tanali next to Vardiol on the edge of the box, backheeled by O'Reilly. How good was that? Joelinton is going to get his yellow card here.
How he doesn't get more yellow cards. I mean, it's a rugby tackle.
Pep Guardiola straight to the fourth official. Well, he wasn't going to let Savinho get away, just pulled him back. See, if he'd been booked for the earlier one, he couldn't have made that one, so that was why the referee did him and Newcastle a good turn earlier on. Less than 4 minutes of the additional time, that block of time to play. City cross from the right, it's hit Cher and Botman stabs it away. Oh, it was close to Haaland. Here's Elanga forcing Vardiol to rush the pass. Elanga now goes to close down Ruben Diaz, inside to Mateus Nunes. Eddie Howe's pointing at the Manchester City end of the pitch, but Newcastle need to get the ball back. Oscar Bob with good skill and still on a run. Bob won a corner off Joelinton. They are defending manfully. They are defending their 2-1 lead, Newcastle, with 3 minutes of additional time still to play. They're coming under serious City pressure. Out-swinging corner towards the penalty spot. It's hit Nico Gonzalez. He plays it back to Mateus Nunes, goes back out wide to the corner kick taker, and then Malik Chow is there to clear, and he swings his arms at the Leazes end, and the supporters at the front of the stand respond with noise and beating the advertising boards. It's going to be a long throw for Manchester City. Mateus Nunes has got his left hand and wrist strapped. He's got the yellow and orange ball there. And it's looped into the near side of the area. Joelinton header away, back up into the box by City. Headed on, Cher heads it up. Hits the deck, Fabian Cher, and gets a free kick for the challenge. Only 2 minutes now to see out for Newcastle. And Nick Pope preparing to put the ball in the right place for the free kick. Send us a message about the match on WhatsApp if you have a moment, once you've gathered your thoughts at the end of this. 08000 321 333. Put BBC at the start, or you can get us on X. Just tag at BBC Newcastle. Jacob Murphy seemed to have a bit of cramp there.
You think?
Nick Pope with this free kick. 1 minute and 15 seconds is all that's left, but the referee may add on more time. Fabian Cher away. Elanga trying to run onto it, but realises it's going to run through to Donnarumma. Pep Guardiola waving his team forward. Jason Tindall and Eddie Howe waving Newcastle back. It's just inside the United half with Nico Gonzalez. He's looking right then left, and then right then left again. Here's a cross from deep, header on by O'Reilly. He's gone behind. Not far away now. counted up in all competitions. In 20 years, Newcastle had played City 40 times and had won only 3 of them in league and domestic cups. And it's 1 win in 35 against City in the Premier League. 28 defeats in that time. They might be about to get another result against them, but we play on into an 8th minute with the Magpies 2-1 ahead. City get a free kick just back from halfway, far side of the pitch. It's inside the Newcastle half that they're going to take it from. Donnarumma comes towards the middle of the half but isn't going forwards. Newcastle 5 yards in front of their box. Now they drop. It's Tonali who tries to help it away, but it's on the edge of the area. Now they've got it, and they could go and finish it here, United. Elanga wants it in behind, runs onto it, Elanga. Sliding challenge from Mateus Nunes to stop him going one-on-one with Donnarumma. But it's all over. It's all over. Newcastle United have just beaten Manchester City. Wow, what a game and what a result. A victory, 3 points that they were desperate for after those back-to-back bad defeats in London, and starting just a point above the relegation zone at kick-off. This is massive, and it's merited as well. They put together a terrific display against one of the best around. And what is it about St James's Park? They have their struggles away from home, but even in the games they've lost this season, they've been at it here, and they've delivered a big display, a huge result for everybody, for themselves, for the manager, for the supporters. In the context of their Premier League season, Harvey Barnes missed 2 highly presentable opportunities in the first half, but was the hero with 2 goals, either side of an equaliser from City's Ruben Diaz. Only 7 minutes separating the 3 goals. They came in that really short period midway through the second half. What a night at St James's Park here on BBC Radio Newcastle. It was a pleasure to watch a match like this, John Anderson, and best of all for Newcastle United, they've come out on top in a fixture that they normally lose, and nearly 7 years since their last league win over Manchester City, they've beaten them again. They've kept Haaland quiet, now just 1 in 7 against Newcastle for Haaland, who'd been unstoppable this season. There's a bit of an argument on the pitch. Bruno is having to be pulled back. Could be hot. No, I don't think it's Haaland. Donnarumma's involved. Might be Ruben Diaz. Well, it's all been sorted out there. Newcastle celebrate, John Anderson. Joelinton being led away by club staff. There's a lot of passion out there. There was plenty of passion in the performance. It's been a terrific night.
Yeah, it's been a great game. It was a fabulous game to watch. Some of the football that was played by both sides. How it was only 2-1, I do not know. I mean, how it was 0-0 at half time, I do not know. The chances that both sides have. Deserved win. I thought he got his tactics spot on, especially when we got in front. You know, he brought Botman on, played with 5 at the back, filled holes, gave Manchester City no room to play in. Man City played in front of us all, had all the ball, but just played in front of us, never got in behind us, gave them no space to drop that ball in behind. Thoroughly deserved. Best performance of the season by a long, long way.
And the 2 full-backs, Lewis Hall couldn't complete the game.
Yeah, they were.
Did, but they were terrific.
Yeah, the two young full-backs were terrific. You know, they give you so much defensively and going forward. They get you up the pitch quick, they join in. Livramento was terrific. He was brilliant. You know, I think he's been out the length of time that he's been out to put in the shift and the performance that he put in. But there were so many good performances. 2 goals from Barnes. Many could he have had, you know, but it was a terrific performance and a thoroughly deserved win.
And VAR was heavily involved in the first half with checks for penalties, and then for the winning goal. I'm sure we're in agreement that VAR got them all absolutely spot on, and the offside goal, I mean, they kept us waiting forever.
VAR is absolutely spoiling the game. It really is, because supporters can't really celebrate. You wait. I mean, and it takes an absolute eternity. You know, they should be able to do it within a certain length of time. It shouldn't take the length of time that it took to say whether it was a goal or not. It was, but it is what it is. We have to put up with it. I mean, and every ball that gets played into the box, if it comes off somebody, there's got to be a VAR check. It's wrong. Yeah, wrong.
Everything's under the microscope, isn't it? Players making their way towards the tunnel, having done a lap of the pitch. Huge appreciation for them. They must feel so good, because West Ham was a bad one. Brentford will have been a real low point. Then they didn't see each other for 2 weeks, and they've come back with not a lot of time together to prepare and delivered this.
Yeah, I mean, look, they've had to work very, very hard today. It's going to be interesting to see what he does on Tuesday night now, because they haven't got too long to recover before they go to Marseille for a Champions League game. But the changes he made all worked. As I say, the 2 fullbacks, it just shows what we've been missing. You know, when they haven't been there, they just give us so much. But as I say, it's a win that we thoroughly deserved on the night.
John Anderson's going to stick around here on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds until 8. We've got Colin White in the studio, who'll be along in a second. So send a message about this brilliant win over Manchester City by 2 goals to 1 to at BBC Newcastle on X, or if you want to WhatsApp us, you must start it with the letters BBC, and our WhatsApp number, which we recommend you save to your phone just to make it quicker next time, is 08000 321 333. 08000 321 333, or if you want to do an SMS text message, shorter number 81333. Remember to start it with BBC as well. Having slipped down the table and been worryingly close to the bottom 3, they're still only 4 points clear of Leeds, who are third from bottom in the table in 18th, but Newcastle up to 14th, and it's still tight in that middle part of the Premier League table. It all looks a lot healthier and everything feels a lot better. It always does after a win, but particularly when you beat a team like Manchester City in a match like this, on a night like this at St James's Park, after the run they had been on. And also, this is a fixture that had very, very rarely gone their way, but they made it theirs tonight, Newcastle United. Barnes on 63 into the bottom corner. 5 minutes later, Ruben Diaz twice deflected volley following a City corner, made it 1-1, but 2 minutes after that, Harvey Barnes put it in after Bruno's header came back off the bar, and following a lengthy VAR check, it was given, and Newcastle United have beaten Manchester City at St James's Park by 2 goals to 1.
Snuggle up by an old stone fireplace and enjoy a cup of cocoa.
Christmas films on BBC iPlayer.
Here we are on the run up to Christmas.
Christmas?
Excellent. Great. Big whoopee.
If you're not feeling festive yet...
No, not as such. Oh.
Spark your Christmas spirit.
Make this a good one.
With Nativity.
Are we ready to give it a go?
The Holiday.
Okay, let's go.
Bridget Jones's Diary.
That's the one.
And more.
Sounds perfect.
Festive film favourites on BBC iPlayer.
Plenty of celebrations tonight in Newcastle. Newcastle United beating Manchester City by 2 goals to 1. We'll be back with John Anderson in just a moment. All 3 goals coming in the space of 7 minutes in the middle of that second half. Razors just kind of alluded to the Premier League table there. Newcastle United up to 14th with 15 points from their opening 12 games, and it is incredibly tight. I know there's a whole load of games to play tomorrow as well, but Newcastle 4 points clear of the relegation zone, 5 points off the Champions League places. That tells you how tight it is between Brighton in 5th and Leeds United in 18th. Newcastle with another 5:30 kickoff next weekend away at Everton. But elsewhere in the Premier League today, today. The early game, Chelsea won 2-0 away at Burnley. Pedro Neto in the first half, Enzo Fernandez in the second. In the 3 o'clock games, Callum Wilson scored twice in the first half. West Ham were 2-0 up at Bournemouth at a half-time, but conceded twice in the second. Marcus Tavernier with a penalty, and then Unal with the equaliser for Bournemouth 10 minutes before the end. So Bournemouth 2, West Ham 2, and Brentford threw a lead away as well. They were 1-0 up at Brighton at half-time thanks to an Igor Thiago penalty, but goals in the second half for Brighton from Danny Welbeck and Jack Hinchelwood, giving them a 2-1 victory. Sunderland's first defeat in 5 was 1-0 away at Fulham. Raul Jimenez 5 minutes from the end of the 90 with that one. Probably the surprise result of the day, Nottingham Forest winning 3-0 at Anfield against Liverpool. Murillo put them 1-0 up at half-time, the central defender. Then Nicolo Savona, just a minute into the second half, made it 2-0, and Morgan Gibbs-White made absolutely sure with about 15 minutes to go. So Liverpool 0, Nottingham Forest 3. Rob Edwards had his first game in charge of Wolves today, bottom of the table, just 2 points from their first 11 games, and make that 2 points from their first 12. Beaten 2-0 at home by Crystal Palace. Daniel Munoz and Yeremy Pino with the goals in the space of 7-8 minutes in the middle of the second half as well. So Wolves 0, Crystal Palace 2, and of course Newcastle have just beaten Manchester City by 2-1. A reminder of how to get in touch with us as well. We're here until 8 o'clock, still a good 15-20 minutes to get your messages in as well. 08000 321 333 is the WhatsApp number. 08000 321 333. Or if it's a text message, then 81333. Start them all with the letters BBC. Let's bring John Anderson back in again, who's slightly come down off the ceiling. It all sounds very quiet around you now, John Anderson, in the space of 10 minutes with everyone having cleared out. It's all settled down. Because, first of all, that was just a blooming good game of football.
It was great. Yeah, it was brilliant. It was great to watch, Colin. How it was 0-0 at half time, I do not know. The chances that both sides had. Donnarumma has made a couple of fantastic saves. Nick Pope's made one great save as well that's hit his chest. You know, we've seen him do that so many times this season. And then second half was just, you know, what was it? 3 goals in the space of 7 minutes. It was, and then VAR goes and ruins everything by taking an absolute eternity to make their mind up. Is it offside? Is it not offside? You know, so, but look, it was a great game, and it was a game that we thoroughly deserved to win. I thought on the night, it was our best performance this season by a long way. You know, I think everything fell into place. We look back to our usual self, something that we haven't looked a lot of this season, but we definitely looked at tonight.
The first text message that we got in after the final whistle went says, "Hi Colin, phew, Brian in Gateshead," and that just about sums up the emotions of people listening. Christine as well says her heart was pounding towards the end of that one.
Look, Manchester City had an awful lot of the ball at 2-1. But we went to 5. We filled holes. We got everybody behind the ball. We gave Manchester City no room in behind us to go and play. You know, so they played in front of us all the time, and in all that space of time, didn't create anything. You know, Nick Pope hasn't had a save to make for all the ball that Manchester City has had. They never opened us up because we've seen the ball in front of us all the time. So all we're doing is shifting from across all the time, and people are just keeping their shape, and just shuffling Manchester City across the pitch.
Yeah, lots of praise for the back 4 that became back 5 by the end of the game. And Tino Livramento, Lewis Hall
fullbacks
were just exceptional.
2 fullbacks. Yeah. 2 fullbacks were brilliant. You know, I think tonight it showed what we've missed. You know, their energy, their willingness to get forward, but the way they defend as well. I've always said, especially in the modern game, your fullbacks are your outlet all the time, and most definitely tonight, you know, they were getting us up the pitch, they were getting on the ball, they were getting us into advanced positions. And special praise, I think, for Livramento, who's been out, 2 months, to put the performance in that he put in tonight. He was terrific, he was brilliant.
Yeah, it's a text that doesn't have a name on it, but says Holland Livramento made such a difference today. Just shows what a bit of extra pace can do as well. But there is praise in that message and in another one that I'll come back to from John. He says both centre halves were outstanding as well, and the entire back line had a big job to do, and Haaland was very quiet again. Again,
Haaland's always
against
quiet.
Newcastle again,
Yeah, always.
Yeah.
Always. For whatever reason, he's always quiet against us, and long may that continue.
Yeah.
You know, he's had one big chance early on when you expected him to score, when Nick Pope's come flying out outside his penalty area, and you thought he's just going to clip it around him, and he got it totally wrong. And in fact, it did well to go out for a corner for a goal kick.
Yeah.
But apart from that, seeing very, very little of him. You know, defensively we were really, really solid, but we've got to do it on a more consistent basis. You know, and I know people are going to be shouting and going, but you know, we played well against Liverpool, we played well against Arsenal, and we didn't kick on from them games. So let's hope that we can kick on from this one.
Yeah, because you mentioned it as well beforehand that Chow and Cher, I mean, first league start as a pairing. And so what was their relationship like? Never mind everyone throwing themselves in the way of the ball, which is fantastic, but how they worked with each other.
Yeah, it looked like they played together. Chow just looks like it doesn't matter who you put beside him. He just looks so composed, so comfortable. Everything seems to come very, very natural to him. You know, he defends well. He keeps it nice and simple. Doesn't complicate it. He just does the basics. And this isn't a slant on anybody at all, but he does the basics very, very well. He does the basic act of defending very, very well. You know, there was once in the second half where Haaland's picked it up, edge of the penalty area, and Chow was saying to him, go on then, make a decision. What you going to do? What you going to do? And he waited and then just took it off him. You know, so little things like that where some defenders, they see it's Haaland, they just dive in straight away. But he waited and picked his moment. He's been immense since he's come into that back four. You know, he looks like he's been there for an eternity, to be quite honest. And he was great again tonight.
There's a long WhatsApp message here from John Steele. If you want to send it, still got time, want to send us a WhatsApp message, 08000 321 333, and start it with the letters BBC. John's made lots of different points in here, but the first line, that was by far the best game of the season, but why can't we do that away from home? And in some ways that's not...
Well, you haven't got 52,000 shouting you on as well.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the sixth home win in a row. So if you, you know, it's there's nothing wrong with Newcastle playing at home. And there'll be a separate conversation when it comes to away matches.
Yeah, look at our away form is a concern. But if we can't take confidence and belief out of that tonight, we're not going to take confidence and belief out of anything. You know, as I said, it was our best performance of the season by a long way, and it was a game we deserved to win. We were good value for it. You know, we really were. But as I said, we've got to go and we've got to do it again.
Yeah, well, and we'll come back to Marseille in just a minute. John says Tino and Hall were brilliant. Charles blooming brilliant. I'm paraphrasing. Cher was good tonight as well. Joe Linton was better, but still needs to stop giving away stupid yellow cards. I think he's just going to do that for as long as he is a footballer, Joe Linton, isn't he? That you're not going to get that out of his game now. Ironically, he was booked for one of his softer challenges.
Yeah, he gets away with murder. Let's be clear about it. You know, he does. He gets away with things that other players get booked for. You know, he's cynical in some of the things that he do. They look soft, but it's cynical because he knows exactly what he's doing, and referees are letting him away with it.
Tonali is unreal, says John.
Yeah.
Quite hard to argue with that, isn't
it? He's bionic. He's going as quick in the 95th minute as he goes in the first minute. It's unbelievable. You know, the engine that he's got, the ground that he covers. He's just a proper footballer. You know, he's a footballer who does everything well. You look for weaknesses in his game and you can't find too many, Colin, to be quite honest. You know, he passes the ball well, he covers the ground well, he defends well. You know, so there's hardly a weakness in his game.
Yeah, we'll come back to the double goal scorer in Harvey Barnes in just a moment, but John also says Nick Voltemade was brilliant, thought it was world-class saves rather than bad misses, and well, I'll get your opinion in a second. I'm inclined to agree with that sentence, but was that probably his best performance in a Newcastle shirt when he hasn't scored?
Yeah, I thought he did well. You know, he kept coming deep again. The chances that he got, I agree, he'd done absolutely nothing wrong. You know, the header's a great header. It's a great ball in by Murphy, and he's got above it and he's headed it down. What you should do, what centre forwards are told to do. But Donnarumma's made a great save. Real strong hand to push it away. You know, so as I say, he's done everything right. The next one he's played through and he's tried to whip it across the goalkeeper, and yet again the goalkeeper makes a real good save. You know, so they get in, they get the chances. Some go in, and sometimes the goalkeeper makes great saves, and that's exactly what Donnarumma did tonight.
Yeah. John has also given us his man of the match. We've talked a lot about lots of individuals. Who would you pick out if you were in charge of giving a man of the match award out tonight? Who gets it?
I think it's a real tough one, though.
Yeah,
I would give it to Livramento because he's been out for 2 months, and this was his first game back, and to put the shift in and the performance in that he put in tonight, I would give it to him.
Poor Harvey Barnes scores twice against Manchester City.
Yeah, I know, and people will probably be shouting, but I just think the fact that Livramento's been out, the length of time that he's been out, Doku for Manchester City's been on fire in recent games, and he never gave him a kick tonight, so that's the reason I'd go with that.
Well,
I'm sticking in the Defenders Union.
That's fair enough, and if Harvey Barnes gets performance of the weekend on Total Sport on Monday, then that'll make up for it, don't worry. John finishes his message by saying thank you for a great commentary, and get your breaths back now as well. I'll give him a couple more minutes, John, and then I'll let Ando get his breath back. Andrew, funnily enough, has texted to say that was the second best performance of the season after Liverpool.
No, I thought tonight, I understand what he's saying. I thought with the 10 men against Liverpool we were exceptional, but I thought for the 97 minutes tonight we were exceptional.
Yeah.
I thought 11 v 11 against Liverpool it was but I thought the overall performance for the full period of the game tonight was an awful lot better.
A message from Jack's Taxis as well says back four were fantastic tonight. Great result just when we needed it. Congratulations to Ando on his award as well this week. Well deserved. The plaudits continue to roll in. John Anderson,
very kind.
if you missed it earlier in the week, was inducted into the Newcastle United Hall of Fame on Tuesday night. Morris in Rothbury sent us a message. To a man, we were superb. Hats off to Eddie Howe, got his tactics spot on today. Amazing performance and well deserved 3 points. That's made you chuckle though.
Yeah, it has. You know, it's amazing what a fortnight can do in football, isn't it? You know, prior to or after the Brentford game, an awful lot of people were asking, has Eddie Howe taken us as far as he can take us, and this and that, and then all of a sudden you beat Manchester City and all of a sudden he's brilliant again. But that's football, and that's the nature of a football fan. Yeah,
exactly. Final thing for you then, we talked about it beforehand. This is the first of 9 games in 29 days, which I'm sure we'll mention as a phrase plenty between now and Christmas. It is a tight turnaround. It would be tight even if it wasn't a flight away to the south of France on Tuesday night. Marseille played last night, and obviously it's a home game for them as well, so the rest is a bit better for them. Does there need to be rotation on Tuesday night? Does Botman start on Tuesday, for example?
I think he's got a little bit of a headache. I think he needs to rotate with the amount of games that's coming up, especially with these away Champions League games. Look, we've got 9 points. 12 points will probably secure. Will it secure a top 8 place? Maybe not. But but. Yeah, look, he's going to have to rotate. There's players there who are going to need game time, players there who are going to need a rest as well. You know, those 3 in midfield. Guimaraes has played an awful lot of football. Tonali's played an awful lot of football. You know, they need a break. And to be quite honest, the big boy up front, Voldemar, somewhere along the line, he's going to need a little bit of a breather as well.
Well, yeah, but it's who comes in. It's the obvious question.
Well,
Ursula's injured. No Gordon again today.
The Does he play Elanga through the middle? I don't know. You know, it is a dilemma. But these boys are going to need a break. You know, they can't just keep going through all these games in such a short space of time, Colin.
Indeed. You've got plenty of games in a short space of time as well. We will.
Yeah, looking forward to them.
Yeah, absolutely.
If they're all as, and I tell you what, if they're all as good as tonight, I won't mind.
You'll be loving your job at that point.
Yeah, I will be.
What
Yeah.
Christmas to come.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, as always, John Anderson.
Cheers, Colin. Thank you.
Absolute pleasure talking to Ando. Off the back, particularly from his point of view, of a 2-1 victory over Manchester City this evening. Ando will be back on Total Sport on Monday from 6 o'clock, and then Tuesday night, Marseille against Newcastle United in the Champions League. In non-league today as well, some big results for our teams. Not starting though with Gateshead beaten in the National League, where Gateshead 3-0 at home by Boreham Wood, despite Boreham Wood having a man sent off just before half-time as well. And the icing on the cake, whatever the opposite of the icing on the cake is, was Regan Booty, former Gateshead midfielder, only signed for Boreham Wood in midweek, made his debut as a substitute today, came on and then scored from the halfway line in the 94th minute to make it 3-0. So Gateshead 0, Boreham Wood 3 this afternoon. South Shields held to a draw away at Telford United in National League North. They remain top because AFC Fylde were beaten at home by Buxton, but Kedwin Scott had given them the lead with just 6 minutes remaining, South Shields, but Telford equalised late on, so that finished 1 apiece. Our 2 teams in the NPL Premier Division were both at home and both won. Hebburn beat Bamber Bridge by 2-0. Gaz Martin and Liam Murray. And that is now 4 clean sheets in a row for Hebburn in the month of November, and 4 wins as well. They've scored 17 goals in those 4 wins. And Morpeth beat Russell Olympic by 1-0. Will Dowling in the 20th minute in that one. All of our teams in the East Division played today, with the exception of Consett, because their game against Silsden was called off. Lincoln United won Ashington 2, a brilliant win for Ashington. They needed that as well. Liam Henderson and Louis Burns with the goals. Blythetown still bottom of the table, but a terrific 3 points for them as well. 1-0 winners away at Garforth. Ewan Potts after just 5 minutes, but they held on for the rest of the game. They climbed closer to Blythe Spartans, who were beaten 2-1 at home by Bishop Auckland. That was our featured game this afternoon. Danny Anderson having scored for Blythe Spartans in the first half. Good point for Dunstan away at Pontefract Collieries, although they were winning by 1-0 for a long time. It finished 1-1 in the end. David Robinson with their goal, but 3 very good points for Heaton Stannington. 2-0 away at Hallam. Dan Capewell and Dale Pearson in the second half. To cricket then, Australia beat England by 8 wickets. You may well know this by now, particularly if you're one of those that stayed up overnight. To win the first Ashes test inside 2 days. England all out for 164 in their second innings after collapsing to set Australia a victory target of 205, which was more than anyone had made in the first 3 innings of the match, but they got there very comfortably, helped of course by a brilliant century from Travis Head, who was eventually out for 123. Here's Ellie Aldroyd with more details.
A bitterly disappointing performance by England to lose within 2 days, having been on top at lunch and after an outstanding effort by their bowlers on day 1. From 59 for 1 at the break, 99 runs ahead, a familiar story unfolded. The middle order collapsing to 164 all out on the stroke of tea. 5 wickets fell for 23 runs, including 3 in 11 balls from a much improved Boland. Carson Atkinson added 50 for the 8th wicket to set a target of 205, the highest total of the match. But Travis Head, opening the batting, eased his team to victory with a brilliant 123, the second fastest century by an Australian in Ashes history. So England will prepare for the second test in Brisbane on the 4th of December with a sense of a massive opportunity missed.
An extraordinary test match to start the Ashes series. The England captain is the Durham player Ben Stokes, of course. He spoke to Jonathan Agnew inside the Perth Stadium afterwards.
Probably shell-shocked and a little bit wide-eyed after that. I mean, that was pretty insane out there watching what unfolded, in particular after how the first day and even our third innings there with the bat, to watch a bloke come out and then smack a 70-ball 100 in a low scoring game was had to settle in with plans, and when he feels like he's knocking you off everything and you're looking up and the runs are coming down quickly. So we went 3 or 4 different ways there, and it was some not to watch.
At lunch, lead of 100, 9 wickets in hand. It was set up, wasn't it, to really put an imposing lead on the board?
Yeah, look, I think we were very confident in having a 200-run lead there for Australia to come out and try and chase. The way in which the wicket was playing, it was tough. There was a lot in it for the bowlers. I guess looking back on it there, it's, if you are the one who has that opportunity with being out there in the middle, I don't know, just making sure in mentality of, you've never got enough. I think the guys who obviously had success on there with that wicket were the ones who were brave enough to be able to knock bowlers off what was the dangerous ball. And look, Harry, Travis there, even Marnus in that chase there, they were very critical and very clinical in making sure that we weren't able to run up and consistently bowl the balls that we wanted to put it, because they're putting under pressure all the time.
And having bowled so well yesterday, I mean, it was a brilliant bowling performance yesterday to get you back into the game, actually, with 170 on the board.
Yeah, it was. Look, and it shows, we came out here full of confidence, knowing how well that we bowled in the first innings. And from the get-go, obviously Travis coming out there at the top of the order, there was obvious intent there from Australia to, from the get-go, not allow us to do that. And he's an amazing player to watch when he gets going. He's got incredible hand-eye coordination, and when he gets going like that, he's very hard to stop. It's not the first time he's done it. I've got to give a lot of credit to the way in which he was just brave enough to do that. I mean, that was just, unbelievable.
It was an extraordinary innings, as you heard Elliot Oldroyd say earlier as well. The second fastest century for an Australian in Ashes history as well. The second test begins a week on Thursday in Brisbane. A couple of rugby union results to tell you about as well. New Zealand scored 7 tries as they beat Wales 52-26 in Cardiff earlier today. And South Africa won in Dublin for the first time since 2012. They beat Ireland by 24 points to 13. Ireland not helping themselves at times. James Ryan was shown a 20-minute red card, and they received 4 more yellow cards in the game as well. In the basketball, briefly last night, Newcastle Eagles survived a late comeback from the Surrey 89ers to beat them by 92 points to 89. The women are currently taking on London Lions in the Women's Super League, and then the men are back in action away to London Lions tomorrow afternoon. Good luck to Chris Dobie in the darts later on tonight as well. He's got a 3rd round match in the Players' Championship. He beat Cameron Crabtree earlier on in the 2nd round. And Whitley Warriors Ice Hockey are away at Dundee Rockets this evening as well in the Scottish National League. All of that and more will be rounded up in Total Sport at 6 o'clock on Monday. Our first result today was a 1-0 defeat for Sunderland at Fulham, but our second was a terrific 2-1 win for Newcastle United against Manchester City at St James's Park. We'll see you all on Monday.
Bruno looking for space. Barnes for Bruno. Oh, it's a good burst from midfield. Edge of the area. Barnes! Harvey Barnes for Newcastle United. Brilliant move through midfield involving Bruno, the skipper, and Barnes finishes at the Gallagher end into the bottom corner. And finally, big Donnarumma is beaten, and Harvey Barnes, who missed 2 big chances in the first half, has put one away. And it's Newcastle United 1, Manchester City 0. Doku on the far side sends it back over. Has come for Shirky. They get out to close him down. Hall with a block. Ruben Diaz, it's in. Well, Newcastle's lead didn't last long, did it? Manchester City are level. 68 minutes played. They blocked the effort. They threw themselves at it, but the centre half, Ruben Diaz, was there to smash it home. And it's Newcastle United 1, Manchester City 1. Hall back in. Cher trying to take it down. Barnes looking to maybe turn and shoot. He's played a pass to Murphy. Good ball. Voltamada off the bar. Harvey Barnes, yes! He's got another one. Oh, they've gone back in front. What a game. What a game. Newcastle in front for 4 minutes. Manchester City level for only 2 minutes. Harvey Barnes has put it in after it came back off the crossbar. City are complaining, not sure what about. They're saying it should be ruled out, but Barnes celebrates another goal. He's got both tonight for Newcastle, who lead Manchester City by 2 goals to 1.
Total Sport
North East.
On the station with Newcastle and Sunderland commentary exclusively live.
BBC Radio Newcastle.